Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. Two top finishers of the series will play in the candidates tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.
Hello, dear viewers, and welcome to Austria, where the final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix is coming to its final ending. We have the final round today, round number 9. Today is going to be a lot to decide. We are having a lot of critical pairings for the overall standings, and your host for today will be myself, Angelika Valkova, joined by Grandmaster Felix Globerger. Felix, it's nice as always to have you here.
Yes, I agree. It's so nice to be here, and I think we couldn't ask for sort of a better way to finish the tournament. There's still everything possible. If we look at the standings, like there can still so many things can happen. So nothing is decided yet, which makes it even more exciting for us, I would say, to watch the final round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
Yeah, absolutely. And round number 8 was also full of excitement, some results which we haven't even expected. So maybe let's take a look at the results from yesterday, because Jiner, after losing first 2 games, she won 5 games in a row, but after that, not drawing a single game, but yesterday actually was her first draw against Olga Badelka. Actually, for Olga, it was also the first draw in the tournament, so quite a surprising outcome. We also had Dzagnidze, who secured a victory against Nurgyul Salimova in a very complex and sharp middle game. We were on the edge of our seat during this time trouble phase. Lela Javakhishvili managed to secure a 3-time repetition against Muzychuk. And Vaishali played a draw against Zhongyi, as well as Mariya Muzychuk managed to use the fatal mistake by the Swiss Grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk and score a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially interesting also to say that Olga Badelka against Jiner was also interesting because it was actually their first draw. They had so many games already, all of them decisive, but yesterday, funnily enough, was their first draw. So maybe we can have a look at the current standings because, well, after all, it's still everything is open for actually the 2 candidates' spots. And, well, we have a leader, which is Jiner and Muzychuk, so 2 leaders, in fact, sharing the first place, but it gets sort of complicated. What are the possible scenarios which we can see?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, we have Jiner and Muzychuk who are leading the tournament. In case Muzychuk is winning her game and Jiner is being second, may possibly even join second place, both of them are going to qualify for Candidates 2026. In case Muzychuk is playing a draw and Jiner also playing a draw, or they have any same result, then definitely it's bad news for Anna, because that means that she's not scoring enough points for qualification to get enough of the Grand Prix points, and then means that Jiner is qualifying for Candidates with Goryachkina, who is currently actually leading the board. But we also have some players behind them, like Zhongyi with 5 points, and yeah, maybe there is still something possible there, but definitely some joint first place is not enough for Muzychuk.
Yeah, and therefore it's going to be super exciting to see her today. She has the white pieces against Vaishali, so definitely a chance for her to really press for the win. Going to be very exciting because she actually sort of has to win the game today, so that's always nice to see that. And well, I also know that we actually have a sort of a video spot of the free day where there were lots of things happening. There was an event with Vichy Anand being present. Also, there was a blitz tournament with some of the participants playing against local Austrian talents. So maybe we can have a look at the video spot now.
Let's do it. Let's take a look.
If you think a free day at an elite chess tournament means a free day from chess, think again. In Groslovming, while the sixth leg of the Women's Grand Prix paused its official games, the chessboard stayed very much in play. 6 talented young Austrian players took part in a special tournament alongside 4 Grand Prix stars. 3 former world champions, Zhongyi, Alexandra Kosteniuk and Mariya Muzychuk, as well as Austria's player Olga Badelka. It was a unique chance to learn, to compete, and to share the stage with the very best. In the end, Zhongyi claimed victory, receiving a Hermes bag as a well-deserved prize. But the real treat came later, when the Austrian girls faced a true chess legend, 5-time world champion Vichy Anand. And it wasn't a simul, but real games, real excitement. And there was even a small upset. One of the girls managed to hold Anand to a draw, an incredible achievement, and a moment she'll surely never forget.
I'm very honored to play with Vichy Anand, so yeah, I'm very proud of myself that I made 30 moves.
The day wrapped up with a gala dinner from a Michelin star restaurant, a perfect ending to a free day that was anything but ordinary.
Yeah, what an incredible event that was, to have such a nice rest day. I think it was nice for all of the players to have that event earlier, also with Vichy Anand here. Fantastic experience for all the local players to get the chance to play against him. There was actually one player who managed to secure a draw against Vichy Anand. That was a big sensation. Do you have something like, what was your favorite part about that rest day?
Yeah, I believe this was, as you were saying, the incredible experience for the local young talents from Austria, young girls, to play first against some of the participants, 3 former world champions. We had Alexandra Kosteniuk, we had Mariya Muzychuk, and as well Zhongyi. Also Olga Badelka, top woman chess player in Austria, and then playing the former world champion. Yeah, probably my favorite part was actually this Blitz tournament, because it was nice seeing the top women players still taking so much respect to participate and play against the kids and giving them this opportunity, also making photos together. But also, yeah, this part when Vichy was fighting a lot against the girls, and even one of them managed to score a draw. It was like a question, who of them is going to last longest? But actually one managed to score a draw, which was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it was funny. They even talked about the scenario of a draw being achieved beforehand, but it was like so unlikely according to the according to the people in charge that they said, yeah, they're going to talk about it afterwards if it happens, and then it actually was the case. We could also see like the dinner. It's like a Michelin star dinner with fantastic service there. There were even some carriage rides. You had the chance to ride with some horses with Vichy in the carriage together. So just so many cool things which the organizers put together. And
Absolutely unbelievable experience also for every one of us, for me as well. It was a super nice day. It was kind of a rest day from the playing chess for the players and for us from the commentating, but it was like full of the events. We enjoyed it really a lot. So yeah, organizing, putting their best to make this event as most unforgettable, and also as it's a final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. So it's definitely is lasting to remember.
Absolutely, and also many of the FIDE officials have said on the record that this was probably one one of the best, if not the best, segment of this FIDE Women's Grand Prix, so a very honorable sort of end of the whole leg of this year's Grand Prix series. And speaking about the end of the series, perhaps we can have a look at today's pairings, since, as we talked about earlier, there are still many things to be decided. We see Olga Badelka facing off Nana Dzagnidze, Nana, who won a very long and fighting game against Nurgyul Salimova yesterday, which was probably a very disappointing result for the Bulgarian superstar, since she had quite good chances even for a win in many cases. Very interesting game. Then we have Alexandra Kosteniuk against Jiner. Jiner, as you have mentioned already before, sort of has already her ticket to the next candidates tournament, so she can play sort of relaxed today. Then we have Zhongyi against Mariya Muzychuk and Anna Muzychuk against Vaishali. This is especially one game we're really going to have a very close look at, because Anna Muzychuk, as we discussed, is sort of in a must-win situation today. And finally, we have Nurgyul Salimova against Lela Javakhishvili. I think both of them really want to have also a good end of the event, since the event didn't really go as well as they have hoped for them. And here we can see the two players, Lela Javakhishvili sitting next to Nurgyul Salimova.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. Of course, it's always good to finish the tournament on the light note. Also, I would say for Alexandra Kosteniuk, because she had a couple of successful games where she managed to score victories, but also a few days where she was losing. So it would be nice to have a final good round. As she mentioned in one of the interviews to me, that if she could, so to say, withdraw from the tournament, she was even considering that. But of course, it's she has to continue fighting and continue keep this spirit and show herself as an example that still anything can happen. So yeah, definitely today is a very important round for her. And I believe Anna Muzychuk is going to be definitely rooting for Alexandra in today's rounds, because she's facing Jiner. And now it's a big question. Is going to Jiner go easy on Alexandra Kosteniuk, or try to get some, I don't know, maybe dry position going into the draw? Or do you think she's still going to put up a big fight? Because we know Jiner, as we were already mentioning, she lost first 2 rounds. Then she managed to score 5 victories in a row. Yesterday she had a draw. What is she going to do for today?
Yeah, very difficult to say. So she already has the ticket, so she can be sort of relaxed when it comes to thinking about the candidates tournament. But I still have a feeling that she really wants to win the tournament. She has great chances to have the first place in this exact event. So therefore, I can definitely see her to try and push for a win, even though she has the black pieces. And it's definitely not going to be easy against such a strong player like Alexandra Kosteniuk. But yeah, still, I believe that we're going to see a fighting game in that one, just to sort of have chances for the prestigious first place in that event. What do you think?
Yeah, I fully agree with you, and also I see every day we see the fight. For example, even between the players who are right now probably not doing so well in the overall standings of the Grand Prix points, but we see suddenly Mariya Muzychuk is winning game by game. Yesterday is the day before yesterday, winning 2 games in a row, first 2 wins in the tournament, but yes, she's still fighting, so she's not giving up, and that's incredible definitely to see. And I would say also that Chinese players are basically specializing in their resilience. Also, we saw Zhongyi playing so fiercely during the rest day in the Blitz tournament. Meanwhile, the round has just started. We see that the clock was started and the games have begun. So we might see the first moves in a moment.
We have a kick-off, and I would suggest that we immediately head to Anna Muzychuk against Vaishali, most likely the most important pairing of today, while we wait for the moves. And we do have another French defense, Vaishali going for the French.
It's interesting because yesterday Mariya Muzychuk played with white pieces against Alexandra Kosteniuk, who played the French. Today we have Anna Muzychuk, who is facing the French defense of Vaishali. That's a very interesting outcome.
And Anna goes for the Tarsh defense, as you've mentioned yesterday. We had Mariya Muzychuk playing the advanced variation against Alexandra Kosteniuk, and there Alexandra actually equalized very comfortably, even had a better position later on. We see knight d2 and c5 being played by Vaishali, the main move in this position. Black is trying to attack the center. Black has also many other moves, including knight f6, for example, bishop e7. Many different setups here, but c5 sort of the established main move. And now white has 2 main options, one being knight f3 and the other one is just to take on d5. Both very established territory.
Yeah, for sure. So the point of taking on d5 is that black is most likely going to take with the queen, and then you have to go for the knight f3 defending the pawn. And after take on d4, bishop c4 is usually a move.
Yeah.
Queen has to go back, and basically here the problem. Yeah,
Actually,
there are a few moves.
Black has three main moves here: queen d6, queen d7, queen d8.
I believe queen d6 is the most
Mostly played. And black is a pawn up for the moment, but white usually gains it back quite comfortably later on with knight b3, because it's very difficult for black to defend that pawn.
Yes, but first you have to castle, because let's maybe show the trick. If you go for knight b3 instantly, because there is going to be queen b4, which is of course not winning a piece, because you can return back with a knight to d2, but you're definitely losing time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Great point. So usually white should develop first with short castle, and then only knight b3 on the next move, followed by picking up the pawn on d4 next.
Yeah, and we see, I believe, that Anna took on d5, queen d5 is on the board, and knight f3, as we were expecting, yeah, and here cd4 happens. So for sure bishop c4 is the main move, and it's actually happening. So both players are going into this variation. Have you had experience playing it? Because I actually played this one with the black pieces. As I mentioned already, I played French quite a lot, so, and I actually got some pretty nice positions in this variation, so I would be actually happy with black to go into this line. What do you think?
Yeah, I also think this is quite comfortable for black. Of course, also nothing wrong with that system for the white side. White often has this, well, mostly this 3 and 3 against 4-2 structure arises. And in the end game, it can be often beneficial for white, because there is always a chance for white to create an outside passed pawn. But in general, black also will have some chances to play in the center, because after all, black has still a central pawn and often can push that down the board. But yeah, as you've mentioned, I also quite like that system for the black side. And Vaishali did go for the move queen d7, something I'm not that familiar with. I also play the move queen d6 in most cases. Yeah. In general, there are like a couple of up and down sides between queen d6, queen d7, and queen d8. One, as you mentioned, is that after queen d6, now immediately knight b3 does not work as well because of queen b4 check. But one other advantage of queen d6, for example, is that in some cases, after, for example, castle, knight c6, knight b3, knight f6, white often wants to go for a move like queen e2 followed by rook d1, which is a system with the queen on d7 or on d8. But here with the queen on d6, it's actually not so great, because now after rook d1, black has e5. That's sort of one of the main differences with the queen on d6.
Yeah, and
I'm curious if we're going to see that line with knight b3, queen e2, rook d1, which is now one of the very critical approaches with the queen being on d7 or on d8.
Yeah, and I would also just quickly, briefly mention that queen d7 is one of the advantages of queen d7. We saw now that disadvantage is definitely that black cannot go for this e5, but one of the advantages is that after white is going to recapture pawn on d4, knight b5 is not going to come with a tempo, because definitely next move, knight c6, knight b3 is about to happen, and white will recapture pawn on d5, and if we have the position with queen on d6, it's going to be a target after knight b5.
Absolutely, and another upside for black might be that there is often an idea to actually develop with bishop d6 and knight e7, which would not be possible if the queen were on d6. So that's another difference here. Mostly I would say that you do that with the queen on d8 to go for that plan. The queen on d7 sort of looks quite funny, but yeah, it is a very serious system.
Yeah, knight b3 is on the board. Looks like both of the players are in the book. Definitely, both of them know this variation. The other question is who was expecting it the most. I mean, I would suggest that Vaishali, since she opted out for the e6, because in the previous games, previous encounters of them, they had open Spanish and Neo-Archangelsk, so they didn't have the French defense. And they altogether had 6 games with 5 draws and 1 victory for Vaishali in the candidates. It was actually in open Spanish. So, yeah, very interesting that Vaishali has scored 1 victory. Anna Muzychuk has not won against Vaishali yet.
Yeah, I remember that game from it was the candidates tournament, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a nice game by Vaishali. And we see a6 being played. So another advantage with the queen on d7 is that after the fianchetto, often b5, bishop b7, one idea, then the queen is in most cases placed quite well on d7 rather than on d8. But of course the development on d7 is now not possible in this case. And Anna Muzychuk thinking after to move a6.
Yeah, one more time, let's remind, this game is crucial for Anna Muzychuk. Is she going to manage to score a victory? Obviously, if she wins and Jiner wins, then it's going to be shared first. But in case she managed to score a victory and Jiner will not, then it's going to be another player who is getting ticket to the candidates besides Jiner. And also it's important that in case Muzychuk is playing a draw and in case Jiner is losing, it's important that Zhongyi doesn't win. Yeah, because Zhongyi can still catch up with Anna Muzychuk in case of the draw for Anna. So it's like so complex with all the standings and results, and that sometimes players, they just play their game, they just try their best. As yesterday, Anna was also trying, definitely she wanted to get some play. She went for the interesting middle game choices like f6. She was trying her best, but yeah, unfortunately sometimes you just cannot do it. And with the black pieces against strong player, sometimes you have to opt out for a draw.
Yeah, especially with black, it can be very, very hard to generate any play whatsoever, especially if your opponent plays as solid as Lela did yesterday.
Yeah, and we see actually that Anna is stopping now for a moment and taking time. It means probably she was not expecting the a6 move. So the main idea is probably going for the b5 at some moment.
Yeah, b5.
And probably the question is if white can take on d4 right away.
Yeah, taking is one line. The other one, which I pointed out, is to go a4 and then queen e2 followed by rook d1. But yeah, after taking, maybe one thing to point out is that usually actually black wants to anyway go queen c7. We see quite a few transpositions there because it can also rise from the line with queen d8.
And queen d6.
Yeah, and also queen d6, yeah. And well, now there is this option for black to develop with bishop d6 and knight e7. One line which I've also played myself as white, again to point that out, is the move a4, just stopping b5 for the moment. I think that usually black goes for bishop d6, or is it knight f6 first? That might be the case. Queen e2 and now bishop d6. There are some lines like that. I'm just now thinking how this theory goes.
Because the question is what happens after e5, yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, and I think that's how the line goes. Takes queen c7, and now there's some sacrifice on d6. I'm just not entirely sure how it arises.
Ooh.
Maybe it's after queen e7. I think that's the line. And now b3. One of the theoretical lines here. I'm curious if we're going to see that. And is a4 on the board?
I believe it is on the board.
Yeah.
Anna has went for it, so she doesn't trade the knights, not transposing to that variation with queen coming to c7 with a tempo on the bishop, but she's keeping position complex. Right now, definitely e5 is still not a move because rook e1 is going to come and pawn anyway going to be captured. So she's just keeping the position complex and asking some questions to black. How black is going to develop? Will she go for knight f6, bishop d6? What is going to be her next move?
Yeah, and I really like this approach. The line is very, very sharp. The only question is if Vaishali knows all the ins and outs there, because the line is sort of theoretical. So it is some kind of risk for white, I would say, if the opponent knows it, because the line will get, in many cases, quite sharp and forcing. But I guess that's also in Anna's interest, because the game will be very, very unbalanced.
Yeah, and we have seen actually Vaishali a couple of games before making huge mistake against, for example, Alexandra Kosteniuk. In that game, she just basically blundered in one move and unfortunately was defeated, because before she had absolutely great position against Alexandra Kosteniuk, but in one move everything has changed. So for sure, there has been some blunders for both of the players in the tournament and overall, and maybe Vaishali is more we can say is less stable player than Anna Muzychuk is, so probably something what Anna would like to try to use against the young Indian superstar Vaishali.
Absolutely, and we do see knight f6 on the board. I have a feeling that we might see this line with queen e2. But also wondering if bishop d6 is one move here. It does just look very logical to follow it up with knight e7.
Maybe now the point is that white can take on d4 and recapture with a queen, attacking the g7.
because now I'm not in time to develop with knight e7. Yeah, maybe I should now go knight e7. That might be better.
Yeah, possible.
Yeah, also another different approach. But we do see knight f6, and Anna Muzychuk is thinking.
Yeah, maybe while Anna is taking time to decide if she's going to go for the sharp queen e2 rook d1 variation, let's maybe jump into the game to the other joint leader, Jiner, who is actually we see queen e2 is on the board. So nice that we stayed for so long. Yeah,
Queen
very
e2
nice to see it.
On the board.
I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. This is going to be very interesting. As you mentioned, Kosteniuk against Zhu. I can already see that Kosteniuk with 1 hour 35 minutes on the clock.
Oh, that's actually very interesting. So it means everything went according to her preparation. So let's see what actually happened in the opening, because position of middle game looks interesting.
So it is another Nimzo.
And another e3, bishop d3. We already had it.
And d5, a3, very topical line. White wants to win the bishop here, and now black has already sort of committed herself to d5. There are also this one line, for example, with a3 here, which you mentioned in a previous broadcast. Here the difference is that black doesn't necessarily have to go for d5, not to exchange this often weak pawn on c4, but can have some ideas with c5, b6, bishop a6, for example, and often this pawn on c4 gets under pressure. So this is sort of the main idea here, to go for a3 only when black has played d5 already, because now white is able to exchange this often weak doubled pawn on c4.
Yeah, and here I think it's important for black to take on c4, because first of all, you're using this tempo that bishop has already developed on d3 and then taking the pawn on c4. And if black is going just to wait, let's say with a move, let's say b6, for example, then white could take on d5 and later have, okay, pawn takes, and later there could be some lines of knight e2, knight g3 with f3 and e4 break in the center. Meanwhile, of course, black could trade the bishop on a6, because that's a worse bishop against the bishop on d3. But these lines are getting very interesting, and I have played myself with the white pieces, and I enjoy really a lot going for this f3, e4 break.
Me too. These positions are so easy for play to play for white in general. As you mentioned, just f3, knight g3 is coming, and it's actually very difficult for black to stop this pawn with e4. And once e4 comes, white's attack is just so strong in general. Bishop often comes out on this diagonal. So this structure very, very difficult for black to handle. So therefore we see d takes c4 on the board, bishop c4, c5, and now knight e2, the other move being knight f3. Knight e2 being played, queen c7, bishop d3. Otherwise, black is threatening to take here, and then the bishop on c4 would be hanging. So bishop d3, prophylactically going against that idea, e5, playing in the center right away, and d takes e5, which is one of the typical ways to reply to e5. Sort of white is giving up a little bit of central advantage, but another thing is that this diagonal often opens up for the bishop on b2. So if white is in time to get the bishop to b2, in many cases white will have this nice two-bishop advantage. Short castle, bishop f5, like that move quite a lot, trying to eliminate white's bishop pair. And this is the current live position. Alexandra Kosteniuk with 1 hour and 35 minutes on the clock. And I would say that black has to be careful not to allow e4. If e4 and e5 is coming, it could go pretty wrong for black quite soon. So where do you go with the queen on f5 now?
It's actually a good point, yeah, because if queen goes, like, let's say, I've heard as a queen go, because coming to g6, it looks like queen is going to be in the cage, and it might be even trapped at some moment after f5, e4.
Still queen g4.
Queen g4 still
just saves the queen.
Okay, maybe h3 with, but h3 you cannot go because knight is hanging on g3. But yeah,
something like queen f3 maybe first, then h3. Many ideas for white here.
So that's definitely not the move you want to play. If your queen is on e6, then after white manages to go for the e4, I'm not even sure, maybe e4 now is possible, because after knight takes on e4, there might be some rook e1 or queen f3. Yeah,
I also thought about that it might work. I'm just not sure. Knight takes e3, probably a bit too greedy.
Yeah, maybe now queen d2.
Yeah, I still thought that I might be able to save the knight somehow, but even if the bishop comes to the long diagonal now, it might get very dangerous.
Yeah, very big compensation. Okay, for
some reason, there's queen d4. Just
queen d4, yes, it doesn't really work, but maybe just king h1 preparing that. I'm not sure though.
Could
or rook e3.
Yeah, maybe rook e3.
Actually, Yeah, somehow doesn't work.
So knight f5 first, maybe one idea. But
Yeah, very interesting variation.
maybe black can go for f5, which might be a bit simpler, just cementing the knight on e4. Black is a pawn up after all.
Yeah, so maybe e4 has to be prepared, but what I wanted to mention that after e4 eventually being played, let's say after queen f3, okay, we can play just to make a point. Yeah, knight c6 probably here and here e4. At some moment, f5 moves are in the air, e5, f5. So definitely the queen on e6 is standing not in the right place in front of the pawns. It's not where the queen belongs. But it's so difficult to find the square in the position for the black king. So I'm not really sure. And I believe we have a move. Queen d5 was played, offering a queen trade.
That's interesting.
Makes actually a lot of sense because in the endgame we might see some weaknesses on the queen side for white on c3 and a3. Although the bishop could be very dangerous after trade, maybe c4 and bringing bishop to the open diagonal.
Yeah, that would be one idea. However, then after c4, knight b6, then the pawn on c4 might be
A problem.
hard to defend. I was thinking that maybe I can go e4 right away because you cannot capture on e4 since then the queen would be hanging.
It's a
Not
great
sure
point.
if black really wants to keep the queens on the board. Queen c4, the square is nice, but now I think that black will be under a lot of pressure with knight f5, knight h5 to come, then queen g4. Does look pretty scary.
Looks like a huge opportunity for the Swiss grandmaster Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yeah, I guess that the endgame is still not like so bad for black, but it does look just quite pleasant for white with e5 to come on the next move.
Yeah, definitely. Also, there could be a pressure on the pawn on c5. For example, after playing bishop e3, you can decide where do you want to put your bishop on the open diagonal or on e3, because in case black would defend the pawn with a b6, later on a4 and a5 pushes are in the air. So for sure, yeah, I would say that draw is more guaranteed for white than for black, so it would be rather a game for two results in this endgame. I don't see that Jiner could get something, although she has squeezed so many victories out of different positions, and we have seen some blunders by Kosteniuk that anything, in particular, anything can happen in this game. But of course, definitely for it to be fair, definitely good result is expected from Alexandra Kosteniuk in this round. She has to finish it on a good note after some pretty unfortunate adventures, especially as yesterday against Mariya Muzychuk.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexandra did have quite a few unfortunate losses in this event. Actually, she has showed very nice chess in general and many fantastic games, but just some of them were just unlucky, where she actually played very good games, but then just at some moment it did go wrong. And she did take on d5, which is a bit surprising now that the knight joins and attacks the pawn on c3 right away.
Now it's the question, because you cannot really go for the c4, but she's actually immediately trying to go for the rook b1 and trying, to touch the weaknesses, so to say, on the queen side. Now question is if you go b6 or not.
So I understand her idea. If b6 comes, then I assume she wants to go c4, and now there's no more knight b6.
It makes a lot of sense, and after that the weaknesses, or not rather weaknesses, but the pawn chain is locked on the dark squares, and later on bishop would come to e3 and the pawn a5, a4, f5 push could be went, and it feels like these two pawns on the queen side are holding the three pawns of black.
Yeah, on the other hand, I might be a bit worried of still knight c6, knight a5, and the pawn on c4 is still weak in the long run, but probably black cannot attack it.
The other question is what happens if black takes on c3, because it's also an opportunity, because it's basically a trade of the pawns.
Yeah, but probably a good one for white, I would say, because white's pawn structure is anyway a bit worse, and now black's pawn structure is a bit worse after this trade, because the pawn on c5 might become weak. Also could be a strength, the pawn on c5, of course, but well, the rook is now also very active on the 7th rank. Diagonal opens up for the bishop nicely. So I think that would be in white's interest.
So it looks like b6 is almost forced if black wants to keep the pawn chain on the queen side.
Yeah, b6 does look very natural. And after c4, I would, it's hard to say where the knight goes. I would say c7 or e7.
Actually, is there knight bd7 with the idea after take on b7 that knight b6 could be played and somehow the rook can be trapped.
And the rook is trapped at the moment, but it's going to be difficult to attack it probably. Knight would have to go to a5, I guess, then e7 still needed to be covered, and c7.
Maybe the other knight, maybe knight from...
This one, yeah.
But okay, it's also another question,
Still
how do you...
Gonna be difficult to trap it, yeah.
So you cannot trap the rook, that's important to know. And Jiner is still taking time, trying to find the best way, but what else than b6? Is there any idea what comes to your mind?
I mean, I guess you could go knight b6 as well, with the idea that, well, the knight might be able to go to c4 in some cases. That could be considered. But yeah, for the moment it's not going to be easy to actually move that knight because b7 is always going to be hanging.
Yeah,
But
maybe at some moment e4 and bishop e3 could be played.
yeah, e4 looks very natural, and then bishop e3. But it can be considered knight b6 for sure. Like now maybe a move like knight d7 and then rook b8 and then knight c4.
Yeah, and while Jiner is taking her time and thinking what to play here, I would like to mention that they have played altogether a few matches. Actually, their score is 1.5 to 1.5. So they had 3 games, 1 draw, and one of the games was decisive for one of the players. And before that, they actually already had a Nimzo with the forced move e3. I believe we also have this here as well. And after castle, bishop d3, d5 was played. Actually, wait a second, was it the same line? Maybe let's go back in the opening just to check if they played the same variation before. So it was e3,
Castle, bishop
d3, d5, a3, bishop takes, dc, bishop c4, c5, knight e2,
Actually,
queen c7,
exactly the same.
bishop a2. Bishop a2
was played. Another choice, and in this game Alexandra goes for the move bishop d3.
It happened in Grand Swiss in Riga in 2021, so this was played already between them. Obviously, Kosteniuk with the white pieces.
And how did that game end again?
That game ended in a victory for Kosteniuk.
Okay.
After bishop a2, knight c6 was played, and so on and so on. But we see that she tried to improve and went for the bishop d3.
So good memories for Alexandra in the Nimzo against Jiner.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, I actually like that idea a lot, how she played it. Again, here e4 might have been a chance for some advantage.
And it's also pretty interesting, both of the players had so many decisive games in this event and not so many draws. I mean, 1 draw for Jiner. I'm not sure Alexandra Kosteniuk played how many draws she actually had in this event, because it felt like also she was having pretty, like a lot of decisive results. So as we were mentioning actually yesterday, Olga Badelka against Jiner, both of the players had only decisive results, but somehow yesterday it was a draw. So today something like this might happen again as well, but yeah, definitely we will see, and yeah, anything basically can happen.
Yeah, speaking about Olga Badelka, should we go to that game perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely, let's take a look. She's playing against
Dzagnidze. Wow.
Ooh, what is happening?
So is that another Nimzo as it seems? Bishop b4, now g3. A line which Magnus Carlsen played in his famous encounter against Hans Niemann. With g3, where Hans won that game with the black pieces. Short castle, bishop g2, and now d5. And knight f3. Now we see a huge transposition to all sorts of lines from the Catalan. This can arise after bishop b4 check when white then goes knight c3. Also it can arise through the Rogozin defense. So quite a huge line. And this move does offer a pawn sacrifice on c4, and white actually does not regain this pawn easily on c4. But in return, white gets this very beautiful bishop on the long diagonal, and also often just plays on the center. Later on e4 can come, and white has nice central control.
So it's some kind of Catalan versus Rogozin.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Short castle, knight c6. That's the typical way to develop. For black, rook b8, trying to push b5, also just stepping away from this long diagonal with the rook always makes a lot of sense. And we see e4 on the board. So rook e1, one of the ideas here. White in general has a couple of different moves. I think a3 is also one possibility. queen a4, I think, is another move. Any different choices here? I think rook e1 is one of the more modern lines, just trying to prepare e4.
Very sharp, incredibly.
And yeah, bishop e7 on the board. I believe that bishop a5 here is the best move according to theory, but it does not look like an easy choice to make, because now after bishop g5, in many cases, yeah, black does not have this defending bishop on e7. So bishop e7 is the most natural move. I think there was a game between Pragnananda and Nguyen Taidaiwan in the Prague Masters this year, which the Indian superstar actually won nicely with the white pieces. And a6 on the board. It might actually be a transposition to that exact game. And I think that Pragnananda managed to get something like queen c2, rook d1, and then just had an overwhelming position quite soon, but I'm not sure how exactly he could get it, because queen c2 now probably runs into knight takes d4, and there is just nothing there.
Doesn't really work with the tempo.
So we see d5 on the board, central break, and now Nana has to move that knight, I would assume, to a5 in some cases.
It looks logical, and also resembles one of the previous games where Badelka sacrificed also a pawn for activity and initiative. In this case, she has initiative in the center, so very sharp choice by the Austrian #1 female player. So, yeah, I'm excited to see this position. I'm excited to see that so far in every game we see the big fight and very unbalanced positions as well as here. Now it's going to be a question probably if black is going to neutralize her white's activity in the center by giving back the pawn, or we will see still this material imbalance in the position.
And maybe to mention again, I was especially impressed by Olga Badelka's attacking style in this tournament. I think that basically all of her games, maybe yesterday was an exception, where they soon ended up in an endgame, but the rest of her games have been very exciting with many very interesting attacking games, I would say.
Yeah, on the other hand, for Nana Dzagnidze, also super important game, because in case Jiner loses, then with a victory, Nana Dzagnidze would catch up with her, or in case Anna Muzychuk loses, so then Nana Dzagnidze would catch up, and definitely it's important for the overall standings for this event. Definitely the difference in the prizes and, of course, the place. So in case Nana can score this 2 out of 2 wins in the final days, it's actually would be very exciting for her. And generally, I was told that it's good to finish well in the tournament. You can start maybe not so well, or you can have some losses in the middle, but finishing well is the most important.
Absolutely. Nana Dzagnidze won her game yesterday against Nurgyul Salimova. What an exciting game that was. And yeah, as you mentioned, if she does pick up another win, it would place her very much in the top of the event.
And they already actually played against each other in the Nicosia recently, where they had a draw, and other than that they had 3 games in Blitz, and it actually was 2.5 to half a point for Dzagnidze. So yeah, but definitely it was a Blitz game, so it doesn't probably matter that much for this classical result, and more matters definitely having a draw in one of the previous FIDE Women's Grand Prix stages in Nicosia. And yeah, both of the players are very ambitious. Also Olga with white pieces, definitely.
Absolutely, and another nice encounter sort of between the experienced player Nana Dzagnidze, who has been on the top of female chess for so many years, and Olga Badelka, rising star. So while we wait for Nana Dzagnidze, should we head on to other games which we have not had a look at? Zhongyi against Mariya Muzychuk would be one of them.
Yeah, absolutely, because I believe Zhongyi is also now behind the leaders, half a point behind Anna Muzychuk and Jiner. So her potential victory could be also important for the standings. It's already impossible, actually, I believe. Or actually, okay, theoretically it's still possible that if Zhongyi wins and everyone else loses, okay, it's not possible that everyone loses, but if Jiner and Muzychuk now lose, then she could get theoretically the first place and get into the candidates. But
can she?
actually, no, because Jiner will have more points, and
And
Goryachkina.
Goryachkina,
Yeah, so actually for Tanzania it's already not possible. So
Yeah.
that's already finished for her. But definitely this tournament is super important, and see her in such a good shape after such an exhausting World Championship match is definitely exciting.
Yeah.
Because usually the players are spending so much time and energy, and World Championship match is so exhausting. But here she is a few weeks after the World Championships and fighting it out over the board with some exciting chess. So what actually happened in the opening? We see another 1d4.
Yeah, and it was another Slav with bishop g4, which Mariya Muzychuk also had against Olga Badelka in a previous round. And Tan actually went for the same line with queen b3, queen b6, and now knight
Oh, we
e5.
had the same.
It was the same, bishop f5, and now f3. Olga Badelka's move was knight c3, and after e6, now c5 was played in their encounter, queen c7, and now the very interesting pawn sacrifice e4 was played between Olga Badelka and Mariya Muzychuk.
Yeah.
And Tan Zhongyi goes for the move f3, perhaps in some cases preparing g4 as well. And Mariya takes on b1 after some thinking, giving up the bishop pair, and now knight d7. And does look like we have another pretty soon endgame after only 10 moves. Tan Zhongyi taking on b6, which does look like Tan Zhongyi does have quite a nice small and stable advantage, just thanks to the bishop pair and some chances to play in the center as well later on with e4.
Yeah, and also I believe a very good point here that taking with a pawn would not really be good, because after taking, if the position would remain like this, but after take on d5 and pawn takes on d5, the pawn structure on the queen side for black is going to be destroyed with weak pawns, weak double pawns on b6 and b7, especially the weak b5 square, which can be occupied by the bishop, and of course the bishop pair. Because a pawn on a2 can be easily defended by playing a3, so that's not a big deal, but this would be very bad. So it looks like taking with the knight is the only way, but then after taking with the knight there could be c5, which you have to calculate, and after b4 white would get more space in the center. Sorry, not in the center, but on the queen side. And one of the points is that rook is already on b1. So let's say if knight moves somewhere and white is going for b4, there is no a5 any longer, which usually would be the case, because here a5 is not stopping a3.
A3 or immediately b5,
Or b5.
both are possible, yeah. But as you mentioned, a3 now works also nicely because the rook is already on b1, and therefore if black captures, then after a takes b4, the rook on a1 is not hanging anymore. Does look like a very pleasant position for white. Also c takes d5 can be considered, but as you mentioned, with the rook already being on b1, c5 definitely makes more sense in that position.
Yeah, looks like very pleasant for endgame for white. I would be happy to have it, this position with white pieces, because even though it looks like e5 break is possible at some moment, but it's not really enough to put pressure on the d4 square.
Yeah, it does take a lot of time for black. Would need to get in e5, then to get the bishop to this diagonal, probably with g6, bishop g7, and then maybe at some point to regroup the knight to e6 to increase the pressure on d4. But in the meanwhile, white can already open up the b file and maybe enter with the rook on b7. And this pawn on c6 could later on be a target as well.
So probably a6 must be played, something like this, stopping the b5, but after a4, white would insist on b5.
Yeah, I agree that a6 is probably important, because now whenever b5 comes, then black can capture and will at least have the open a file for her rook. I would be thinking for with white actually to go for f4 now, just stopping e5. That could be one idea as well, because a4 and b5 is not really running away, I would say.
That's very interesting. On the other hand, when we're making positions so close, it's not looking good for the bishops.
Yeah, that's true. f4 sort of makes it clear that white would only play on the queen side, but as you mentioned, with the close position, it might be difficult for white to then break through. Another idea might be to play with e4, which is sort of more in the interest of the bishop pair, I guess, because whenever black does do something in the center, then the position opens up.
Yeah, and actually later, if white manages to take on d5, a4, b5 are becoming suddenly available, because there could be a potential passer on the c file. So yeah, definitely good point. And if white is playing e6, then maybe even could be considered to go for e5.
Yeah, absolutely, because now white has just so much space and the position is not so closed yet. White can actually play on both sides. a4 followed by b5 is one important idea, but also if the bishop goes to d3, then f4, f5 could be one idea. So a position like this should definitely be avoided with black. It's actually quite difficult to see what black can do after e4. Typical idea is to counter in the center with e5, but here with the two bishops advantage for white, I'm not sure that that would be in black's best interest as well.
So we see that Mariya is taking time on taking the queen, so probably she doesn't really like this kind of endgame, so maybe she's still considering the pawn take. Maybe let's try to take a look, because she hasn't recaptured with a knight yet. So definitely c takes d5 looks the most logical. And definitely here there is no space advantage for white on the queen side, but there are these weak pawns on b6. And she takes actually with a pawn.
Interesting.
Very interesting and unexpected.
Yeah, this position does look quite pleasant for white, but also not hopeless for black. Black will have bishop d6, king e7, and still very solid for black, but yeah, very nice opening outcome for Zhongyi.
And then we might say that probably Mariya didn't like this space advantage what white would have in the other line, so that's why she went for basically more balanced, we can say, because now we can see that the pawn structure is in a way mirrored. So we have two big pawn chains. Okay, we have two weak pawns, and she feels like that she can support them. Also, at some moment, pushing the pawn to b5 before could be an idea, although with bishop on f1 it is difficult. So take on d5 happens.
Actually, I was just saying that maybe black can consider to take on a2, actually. Maybe that's something she is thinking about, not to go into that structure. But after, I would assume, takes and takes. If there's even something better, maybe bishop c4 can also be considered. But even a position like this does also look very pleasant for white.
Yeah, such a center. Yeah, you can always push for e4, suddenly center is open, two bishops are in the play, and no close position for white means that bishop is going to be the huge power.
Absolutely, but certainly something which Mariya is currently considering. Both taking on a2 and taking on d5 are possible.
Is there also any c5?
Here,
I'm just looking at any opportunities. What is possible?
Yeah, c5 then takes, and white is probably going to be able to consolidate the extra pawn.
Yeah, with e4.
Yeah. Okay, so one game which we have not had a look at was Nurgyul Salimova against Lela Javakhishvili. Should we jump into that one?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it is another Nimzo.
We have three Nimzos today.
Yeah, but three different ones. In that game, Nurgyul Salimova did go for the move queen c2.
Yeah, we had e3, queen c2, and g3, so very interesting.
Queen c2, c5 played by Lela, d takes c5, short castle, knight f3, knight a6, and now bishop to d2. Quite a typical structure.
Yeah.
I'm a bit curious about Nurgyul's time management, already spending quite a lot of time here, already 30 minutes down. As far as I know, bishop d2 is not the main move. I think that g3 is typically how white plays, and after knight takes c5, bishop g2, knight e4, there's quite a lot of theory here. One of the old main line goes like this, bishop e7, e4. White has this sort of broken pawn structure, but kind of a lead in development. e5 is coming. This is sort of how the line continues. And white keeps some pressure just because of the very active Catalan bishop on g2. But black is usually able to hold in that line as well.
Yeah, also pressure against the d pawn for black, because d pawn cannot go forward with the d5. So even if not going for the e5, but there could be maybe moves like a4, bishop a3, and bringing the rook to d1, putting pressure on the pawn on d6. Maybe.
Absolutely.
Because black cannot go for the d5 right away.
Yeah. But we do see bishop d2 on the board. More solid approach, I would say, and not as well known. And Lela is spending time now. I guess that knight takes c5 does look quite natural here. Not sure how Nurgyul would approach it. Usually the idea is to gain the bishop pair with a3. Takes, but it does look like black is probably able to win back the bishop pair, maybe with a move like knight to e4. Although maybe white can keep it with a move like bishop d4.
It's not easy to attack the bishop, so
Yeah.
good question.
Another idea is just to develop the queen side with b6, maybe bishop a6, rook c8. In some cases, black intends to put pressure on the pawn on c4.
Yeah, there is a big control over the e4 square as kind of compensation for the bishop pair, and
Yeah.
as well this active knight on c5, which can always jump there, because from e4 it cannot be kicked out. That's the main point.
Yeah.
There is no f3 any longer. There is knight standing there, but yeah, definitely complex position due to the bishop pair position. Anytime can get better for white. Long term, it's a better position for white, but for now, short term and dynamically, since white hasn't finished the development, there is still initiative for black.
Yeah, from my experience, this is actually quite a reoccurring thing in the Queen C2 Nimzo Indian, that white is often down in development, but often wins the bishop pair, so white often sort of needs to consolidate. And if white manages to do so in the Queen C2 Nimzo Indian, often gets like a long-term advantage due to the bishop pair. But on the other hand, black often has this lead in development, and therefore needs to play quite actively, maybe also with d5 pretty early, just striking in the center. Another approach would be maybe to go knight e4, and then if the bishop moves to square like d4, for example, now immediately to play in the center with d5, trying to get the rook to the c file. Rook c8, for example, bishop d7, rook c8 could be one way to approach the position.
Yeah, it looks like after take on d5, queen could recapture, because you would not probably like to recapture with the pawn to get the isolated pawn on d5. So recapturing with the queen feels logical. You would love to recapture with the knight, but your knight on e4 is hanging.
Absolutely,
so
yeah. Probably taking with the queen here is the best. Even e takes d5 can be considered in some cases because it does open up the bishop. But yeah, I also don't really like this isolated pawn on d5, especially with this super strong bishop on d4 here, covering the whole board.
Yeah, it's blocking the pawn, it cannot go forward. And also bishop, light squared bishop is getting maybe more restricted in some of the lines due to the pawn on d5. So yeah, very nice position. Yeah, that's the whole point here of the Nimzo. The positions are getting very sharp, very unbalanced, and that's what the players need for the final round. And especially, I mean, we might have said, okay, most of the players had some tough time in the tournament. They could have come, for example, play some, I don't know, Petrov or something, like just played some maybe calm draw. But no, players are coming, players are fighting. Every game is exciting in the final round. Doesn't matter if it's about the qualification to the candidates or just about basically any game of the lower part of the leaderboard. There is a fight. There is a fight, and we can see it.
Absolutely, many fights in this tournament, basically all of the games. So in the meanwhile, I would suggest we
just maybe shortly mentioning about this matchup of Salimova against Javakhishvili. They had actually only one game against each other. They played together in Budapest during the Olympiad, so they had one draw back then. And okay, it was completely different. It was a closed Catalan, so it's not resembling anything from today. But obviously, it was also a different kind of event. Back then, it was team event, yeah, the Olympiad, and for that reason, definitely could be another opening approach as well, because as you yourself know personally, also as you're also playing many team events, when you're playing a team tournament, there is more at stake than just your individual game. So sometimes you have to be more solid, or sometimes you have to play more risky, and for that reason, and right now they're playing only for themselves, so definitely for that reason they went probably for this opening for and Javakhishvili played the Nimzo.
Yeah, I would say that almost all of the players are playing for themselves. We do see sort of a mutual helping between the Muzychuk sisters. Of course, both of them want the other one to qualify for the candidates, and I think that especially Mariya mentioned in one of her interviews that she's trying to beat the opponents which are sort of endangering the spot for her sister Anna Muzychuk.
But of course she's also doing it for herself. So.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's just maybe some extra motivation that your sister might also be able to qualify in the very end.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe before we go for our first break, let's take a look again at our leaders. What has been happening there? Any update there? So we had Anna Muzychuk in
Yeah.
this encounter against Vaishali in the French. We
And
left long time ago. Queen e2 was played.
Yeah, so here a6,
As you ordered.
a4, as I ordered, yeah, queen e2 with the idea of rook d1 did actually happen in the game. Short castle, knight bd4, and here e5. So this is a little bit different than what we had earlier. I think the line which we briefly discussed was this move e5, and after taking then this line with queen e7, taking on d6 and then b3, one of the big theoretical lines. I think it was first recommended by one of John Shaw's books for a white 1e4 repertoire already quite a few years ago. Very interesting work by him. And after short castle, we saw knight bd4, e5, so quite similar. Knight c6, queen c6. I guess we should point out that white cannot take the pawn on e5 because after bishop takes e5, queen takes e5, queen takes e4, black wins a piece. Therefore, we saw bishop g5, sort of threatening to take on f6, which would ruin black's pawn structure. Therefore, Vaishali goes for bishop c7. Still, knight takes e5 not working because the bishop on c4 then would be hanging. So Anna took on f6, giving up the bishop pair, but at the same time, now white has very nice control over the light squares, and she immediately puts the bishop to d5. We see g6, and now rook a3.
Oh, very interesting, very sharp, because now the bishop on d5 is restricting the white light-squared bishop of black, so black's bishop cannot be developed yet from c8, because it's putting pressure on the b7 square. And rook is coming. I really appreciate this rook lifts on the like second or third rank sometimes, so they are coming out of nowhere sometimes.
Yeah,
You're not really
yeah.
expecting these moves, and now it's there, and rook is aiming for, I believe, e3 square.
Yeah,
Is
I
it?
also think e3 is probably the main idea to go there. Also, rook b3 could be an idea to increase the pressure on the pawn on b7, or in some cases, white might also take control of the d file with rook d3. So very nice multi-purpose move. Sort of the rook on a1 was the only piece which was not really taking part in the game just yet, and Anna nicely lets the rook join the game with this nice rook lift, rook a3. And
Yeah, I really enjoy this move and enjoying this position. Okay, of course, we look at the evaluation bar. It says everything is in control, but the position is far from being so well in control, because any inaccuracy, any small mistake can lead into the favor of the other player. And I believe both of the players have to be careful, both Anna and Vaishali, because if Anna is being a bit too slow, I would say, in this position, then long-term Vaishali will have this bishop pair advantage, which is going to work out for her. Meanwhile, if Vaishali is not going to stop ideas and will not stop the threats of Anna, then it's going to be also difficult for her. And we see king g7 played on the board. Actually, was considering if it's someone king h8 or king g7 could be played. It's a grandmaster move, right?
Yeah.
Bringing the king to g7, stopping any ideas from the bishop on d5.
absolutely, I love king g7, just placing the king away from this pin on the f7 pawn, and the king is just safer on g7 in general. Sometimes white has some ideas to bring the queen to h6 also in many cases, so the king on g7 is placed nicely. And in some cases, black can also think about pushing f5 later on. As you have mentioned, the bishop pair is a long-term asset for black, and if Vaishali manages to push some pawns here where she has the pawn majority, which is on the king side with f5 and e4 later on, the bishop on c7 would open up nicely, and black could even launch a kingside attack there.
Yeah, and also very important point that there is no dark squared bishop for white, and for sure that reason king feels safe on g7. There are not going to be any attacking pieces there, and also knight cannot jump there, so it's a very safe square, and also good for the endgame. Later on in the game, if the players are going to trade the queens or more pieces, then in the endgame definitely king is going to be closer to the center, closer to the game. That this move, it's actually very interesting, yes, that this move, I mean, is played because sometimes you might feel the position is too dynamic for this move, or you have to play some other move which is more, which is creating some direct threats. But it's probably an art to find actually this perfect moment where you can play a move such as king g7.
Absolutely, you don't always have time for such moves, but Vaishali correctly understood that here this is the right approach And it's not so clear yet how white is actually going to proceed. Pawn on e5 could be attacked with a move like rook e3, but yeah, I guess there will be some ways for Vaishali to defend it. Maybe even rook e8 can be considered, just protecting the pawn on e5 for the moment.
Yeah, and there is actually a rook on e8, which is not defended. I'm just wondering if there, but okay, probably knight d4 doesn't make so much sense.
Yeah,
it's not going anywhere.
Have to watch out for those ideas. There is a threat of rook f3 at the moment, but yeah, there should be some ways for black to counter that, maybe moving the queen somewhere. And sooner or later, the knight will probably have to move once again.
Yeah, definitely. Not bringing that much. So yeah, big question now, where to put the rook, which pawn to attack, or attack the pawn at all or not.
Yeah.
Rook b3 is another way, attacking the pawn on b7. Still an opportunity for white.
Yeah, that's another idea. Just attacking the pawn on b7. Also not entirely clear how black is gonna face that one. Rook b8 could be one quite safe approach, just protecting the pawn for now.
Yeah, maybe it's going to be this, if rook b3 is played, maybe it's some kind of a help move for black, because you want to play rook b8, you want to step away from this pin. So I would suggest maybe we could try to find some other move for white. What do you think? Could be an option.
Yeah,
Okay, maybe one question is what happens after rook e3, rook e8, and rook e1? So if white is attacking the pawn fully.
Yeah, that's a
Bishop
question.
g4 doesn't work.
bishop g4 there still. Bishop takes b7. Maybe queen d6 could be considered. Don't really like the queen on the d file, but at least I have some ideas maybe to push e4 as well, and then the pawn on h2 could be targeted.
That's point. Although the take on f3 is not really a big threat, because you can just remove the queen and the rook on e8 is going to hang. So it's a very complex position.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what happens in case of c4 here. Is e4 actually working?
Probably not yet. Another idea was just to consolidate with
Just
a move like
f6.
f6. That was sort of my idea, just removing the queen with the tempo on the bishop on c4, then also getting ready for f6. So that would certainly be one possibility for black.
So take doesn't work. Okay, rook d1 doesn't make any sense because queen f6 is going to be played and position will be repeated.
Well, now that you mentioned taking on e5, I might be able to take with the rook, which honestly I have to say I missed.
Yes, actually, a rook can take. Yeah.
Because now the queen can actually take, forcing the queen trade, and after
No,
knight takes c5, white is a full pawn up. So yeah, queen d6 not entirely satisfactory in this position.
So actually what happens here? Because we can see that according to computer evaluation there should be something else.
Maybe e4 can be considered, because I'm going to take on b2 next if you take on e4.
Okay, but
you might get quite active in a position like this after taking everything, and queen takes b2. There might be some issues here with the pawn on f7.
oh yeah, queen e7.
Queen e7 right away. Looks very strong. Double
Queen
attack on the bishop.
and it's over.
And the pawn on f7.
It's actually not so easy to keep the pawn on e5.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what has Vaishali calculated, because playing such a cold-blooded cold-blooded move, basically king g7. Yes, if nothing happens, if pawn cannot be taken. So maybe there is just a pawn sacrifice in order to get active bishops. Can it be just a pawn sacrifice?
Yeah, that would be certainly an idea. Just giving up the pawn on e5.
Just we have to find a useful move for black.
Yeah, bishop f5 might be useful. I'm just wondering, because if white takes on b7, then after rook b8, the pawn on b2 could be hanging later.
But also pawn on a6 is hanging, if even queen a6. No?
Queen a6.
What is this endgame? Wait, what do we miss? We missed something big.
Well, rook e6 maybe.
Rook e6.
Go to queen a7.
And bishop b6.
Bishop
No,
b6,
bishop
queen
b6,
b8.
queen b8, right? what is going on.
Yeah, not easy to see. But the queen does look sort of exposed on a7 here.
But there should be something really huge, right? Maybe just rook e8. But rook e8 and be queen a6. No, I'm sorry, I meant rook e8.
The other one, yeah.
But okay, then queen a6, yeah.
And queen could escape again. I was also thinking of moving this rook just to prepare bishop d6. Move like this, but it does seem quite slow.
Interesting.
Yeah, not easy to see.
So it's not clear. Yeah, bishop b6. There is queen b8.
Yeah.
It's not really working out. Is there e4?
Yeah, e4.
e4, maybe queen b.
I was not sure what happens after white takes on e4.
Oh no.
No concrete threats just yet. And if rook b6, probably the bishop can just move somewhere, maybe to e4.
And then bishop on c7 suddenly is hanging. A very interesting position.
Can I do
Queen
this? Queen e7 was my idea. Because I want to prepare e4 and then somehow to play against this pin here.
Actually, what about queen d8?
Queen d8.
Just supporting the pawn, the rook on b8 and bishop b6 is a threat.
It's actually impossible to stop that threat. Bishop b6 is coming. What a beautiful idea, queen d8.
If you move a queen, the bishop on b7 is hanging. Okay, we found it.
Yeah, you found it there. Very impressive move, queen d8. Probably the only winning move in
Okay, super
that
difficult
position.
to find. Okay, of course, very sharp position.
Yeah. So bishop f5 does seem like the right approach in this position. And black does get very active
And
here.
we haven't actually had any moves, so Anna Muzychuk right now still taking time. So yeah, definitely very sharp position, and maybe it's time for us to take a look at the game of the other joint leader, Jiner, against Alexandra Kosteniuk. What has happened in that endgame? We actually see that b6 was played. Interesting. We have already discussed it. So let's go a few moves back.
Yeah, we were at that moment after rook b1, and Zhu did go for b6. After all, just defending the pawn on b7. Now c4, knight c7, bishop b2, knight c6, and now knight f5. So white does have quite nice pressure with his bishop on b2, but not sure if it actually continues after f6. Knight is placed nicely on f5. But black's position does also seem very safe. At some point, maybe the knight can be kicked out with g6 later on. So
Yeah, and I'm also worried a little bit for the c4 pawn, which can be targeted at some moment.
yeah,
With knight on a5 or knight on d6. But okay, for now, these squares are being, so to say, in control. But maybe bishop c3
Yeah,
must be played to stop knight a5.
I like that move, just avoiding knight a5 for good. And position looks sort of balanced.
Yeah, because even though it's interesting position because the center is kind of like almost open, but due to this pawn on f6, which restricts the bishop, and due to the pawns on the dark squares for black on the queen side, the bishop is a bit more restricted, but so do the knights. Knights are also not so, they don't have so much play as well.
Yeah,
So it's a pretty interesting position where both sides have some issues, even though originally it looked like a position which definitely is at least slightly better for white. At least the endgame looked more pleasant.
yeah.
Now it feels like it's all balanced.
I agree. As we said before, after queen d5 here, probably the best chance for Alexandra Kosteniuk was to immediately go for e4, just immediately grabbing that space. And now the knight on f6 actually has a hard time to reach safety because e5 is going to come later on as well. So that was probably a good chance for white here. This is the current live position after knight f5. Jiner is thinking.
Yeah, but still anything can happen, as we mentioned. Yeah, we had so many inaccuracies, blunders, mistakes in the previous encounters that absolutely anything can happen. Although the more limited the pieces are getting on the board, the closer we are to the end games, and of course, probably it's less chance for a mistake than in some very complex position. But surely, due to the pawn weaknesses on the queen side for white, there could be some problems. Pawn on c4 and a3. Okay, a3 is defended for now, but yeah, c4 could be a question because bishop cannot defend it. But for black, one of the problems might be that they don't have a bishop. Yeah, that maybe the bishop could be a better piece at some moment if the pawns are getting traded in some position. And we see that Jiner is still taking time on this f6, but I feel like f6 should be played, right?
Yeah, I guess she's also considering knight e6 first, just to protect the pawn. But I feel like f6, as you mentioned, should be played sooner or later anyway, just to shut down this bishop on b2, which is otherwise very annoying. Also, just maybe to point out that g6 is not a good way to protect the pawn because of knight h6 checkmate.
That's actually a nice point, yeah, because usually, okay, your pawn is under attack, okay, just move it, but here it's not working out. But actually, after f6, I'm considering, is there any way to go for some g4 and g5 later? Yeah. I mean, definitely knight on f5 would be hanging, but just to prepare it, so to say.
Absolutely, White has the pawn majority here on the king side, so it's definitely in Alexandra's best interest to start moving those pawns at some moment, but I feel like it should be
bishop c3,
yeah, just to consolidate first, not that Zhu is able to go after this pawn on c4. And also, the players need to take control of the d-file. It's going to be a very important factor as well, and we do see f6 on the board.
Yeah, it happened, definitely, and we expect bishop c3 to be followed in this position, blocking any opportunities for black to go for the knight a5 attack in the pawn on c4. So, looks like an interesting endgame we're going to follow, and probably it's a good time for us to go on the first short break. We have a lot of exciting matchups in the final round. We have the leaders matchups. We have also other exciting pairings. So it's definitely going to look into those games a bit later. Yeah, also the game of Tanzania against Mariya Muzychuk is pretty exciting. So definitely something what we are going to take a look.
Absolutely, and while we have the break, we also have an interview with the tournament director, Michael Stöttinger, who is at the same time the Austrian chess president, who put together this amazing event with Milan Dinic. We have an interview with him. It's going to be exciting to see that as well.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Javakhishvili.
Welcome to Grosslobbming, in the heart of Styria, one of Austria's most picturesque and culturally rich regions. We are on the grounds of Geschlossel Murtal, where tradition meets elegance, and now the world of elite chess. For 2 weeks in May, this place will be home to 10 women players, the best players in the world, fighting for the crown of the champion in the 2024-2025 season of the Women's Grand Prix. As we're talking now, round 6 is underway, and we're going to show you what is it like here at the Women's Grand Prix in Austria. We start first, and we have to be a bit quiet here. We start first with the interview area. This is where Vaishali is commenting together with Angelica the games. Usually the backdrop is a chess scene or chess pieces, but now the backdrop here, as you can see, is just the nature. Here is where the journalists sit, where they prepare their reports, where they discuss, where they ask questions. And this is where we do interviews, where players come and tell us about their games, about their experiences. And through this door is the playing area. We're now in the heart of the event. In this room, time slows down. Every glance, every breath, every move on and off the board has meaning. Round 6 is currently underway. It's total silence. The arbiters are there to make sure everything goes according to the rules. All eyes are on the players. It's in this space where focus is absolute, and even the smallest decision can shape the outcome of the tournament. So that was the venue and the place where the Women's Grand Prix is taking place, where the top 10 women in the world are fighting for the title of the champion of the Women's Grand Prix in the FIDE 2024-2025 season. And now we're joined by Michael Stutinger, the man who made it all happen, the president of the Austrian Chess Federation. Michael, good to see you, and thanks so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
This is a beautiful venue, beautiful place. You're going to show us around. How did it come that you decided to hold such a great event here in the heart of Styria?
Austria basically has 2 stories. The first is, Vienna Mozart Imperial Palaces. And the second story is the countryside. And I was invited to this castle a couple of years ago by pure coincidence, and I fell in love immediately because it's really great. Everything, the park, the building, the glass houses, renovated top notch. So for me, when I saw the glass houses, honestly, first time, I knew one day I have to do chess inside. It was renovated and built up to a horse breeding manor in the end of the 19th century by some noble people with the name Hanstein. And it was bought by the owner of Red Bull, Mr. Mateschitz, who renovated the castle very carefully, and considering its historical importance.
Actually, it's called Schlossel, so it's a small castle,
it's a small
basically.
castle,
It's a
yes,
manor.
indeed, it's a small castle.
Yeah, and inside is where the players are housed, where they have also areas for recreation and for rest.
For Red Bull, I think it also serves the purpose that it's very close to the circuit. So especially when the Grand Prix of Austria is taking place, of course, it's high season for the castle. I know it's a home of Red Bull team and the world champion, Mr. Verstappen.
And are you trying to build that connection between Red Bull and the chess world? You're obviously that binding factor of it.
Yeah, if I would be a binding factor already, that would be great. But of course, it was one of the purposes to kind of let Red Bull know that there is chess, and Red Bull has a very famous advert in Austria that they kind of Red Bull excites body and spirit, and of course in the body branch Red Bull is very active with Formula 1, soccer, cycling, whatever, all these extreme sports, and I think there is some space for spirits too. And then I think chess would be absolutely perfect. Alexandra Kosteniuk even mentioned a couple of days ago when we had dinner that bullet chess, fits very much to Red Bull. And I would say yes, indeed it does.
I know you're also in the entertainment business, so how do you see this link between chess and entertainment?
I think that there is great potential, but I also think that the chess world, and especially the players, must be open-minded to make it a business. On the one hand, I think many chess players would wish that there is more financial opportunities for them in the sport. On the other hand, it also means that you must play the game of the media, of the audience. At the end of the day, there is the rules of supply and demand. FIDE and the governing bodies, state federations, the federations in general, should be very open-minded to treat chess not only as a product, of course, it's a sport, it's art, but to think very carefully what is needed to get us more media attention, to get us more people into the sports, to get us more women and girls into the sport, and then of course to raise the financial opportunities for the top players to make a living.
And welcome back, dear viewers, to the final round or the final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, where a lot of action is happening and still a lot at stake. And yeah, we have seen so many exciting encounters. Felix, what is your favorite game so far?
Absolutely, very hard to tell. I can see that things are really heating up in Olga Badelka's game against Nana Dzagnidze. We have a huge material imbalance there, so perhaps we can see how that unfolded. So it all started, this was one of our 3 Nimzo games.
Absolutely, yeah.
But with G3 on the 4th move. And we were sort of following the modern theory here with this move Rook E1, intending to gain some space with E4. White is a pawn down, but has pretty good compensation overall just because of the nice center. And we saw the central push with D5. Knight a5 was played, queen c2, trying to get the rook from a1 to d1. And if white manages that, it actually looks like white has like perfect piece coordination. The rook's occupying the possibly open files on d1 and e1, and all of white's pieces ready to jump in. Knight e5 at any moment is possible. But at the moment, black is also sort of solid, being up a pawn. E takes d5 was on the board. Rook
Actually,
a1.
currently up 2 pawns.
Currently up 2 pawns after e takes d5, because Olga did not immediately take back after bishop e6. Now knight d4 was played. So I guess the idea with bishop e6 is to keep the bishop on this diagonal, and if white takes on d5, then the position becomes a little bit more closed after bishop g4. Bishop can occupy this d6 square, when it's maybe not so easy for white to find compensation here. Olga did go for that move knight d4, which allows bishop g4, so I was thinking if white could maybe also consider a move like h3 just to control that g4
and just to
square.
prepare knight d4.
Yeah, knight d4 or ed5, when then bishop g4 would not be possible anymore. That could be one.
Yeah, and black
possible
cannot go
idea.
for c6 because the bishop is attacking the rook, so that's kind of a point.
Even something like that might be possible. I see that the computer doesn't really like it, but after taking white, black is still 2 pawns up for the exchange and has the bishop pair, so even something like this could be considered. But yeah, h3 would have been one interesting choice as well. But knight d4 happened immediately, going after the bishop on e6, bishop g4, and now e5 on the board.
Wow, not taking the pawn, just being 2 pawn down and going for the space advantage in the center, attacking the knight on f6 as well, and also not caring about the rook. Okay, for now, take on d1. Is it possible?
She did take on d1, and rook takes d1 is on the board. I guess rook d1 is natural. I don't know if you could also consider taking with the queen, so that the queen can maybe swing over to the king side at some moment, and also the rook on e1 might support some
so many sacrifices.
e6. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be an exciting one. Maybe we could point out here that after bishop g4, f3 would probably not be so great for white, because now the bishop on g2 is not really participating anymore. And after something like bishop h5, the bishop could come to g6. And yeah, the bishop on g2 is now just not really doing much anymore.
Yes, so white gave up another material, giving up an exchange on d1. After e5, bishop takes d1 and rook d1, and this is the current position.
Yeah, it's interesting that after bishop d1, the evaluation goes down a little bit. So apparently there could be something else instead. Maybe knight h5 could be considered.
Not yet taking on d1, but rather attacking the bishop on f4. So the idea is to take on f4 and to mess up the structure on the king side for black, because black is already up 2 pawns. In case black is going to consolidate at some moment, that's going to be just a win in the endgame. So for that reason, an exchange is not really needed so badly. But as we've seen actually in the previous game of Nana Dzagnidze, she went for material. She was struggling. Her king was in the center. It was open. It was under attack of Nurgyul. But Nurgyul Salimova unfortunately didn't manage to find the precise moves in the, of course, enormous time trouble. Both of the players are playing the moves on the seconds, and Nana Dzagnidze, perfect defense yesterday. And yeah, after that they went basically to the end game where Nana was up on exchange, and she managed to convert it very nicely. So yeah, definitely a very dangerous opponent to give material to.
Yeah, very dangerous opponent in general. Nana Dzagnidze, such an experienced grandmaster. And what an exciting game this is going to be. Rook takes d1. This is the current live position. So what is black going to do with that knight? I guess there are a couple of options, but currently Nana is to move, so the pressure is on her.
The pressure is on her. The question is, where do you remove the knight to which square? Because, I mean, knight h5 should be possible, but there's maybe some knight f5 or queen f5.
Yeah, knight f5, but knight f4. G takes f4, and now black can maybe consolidate with move like c6.
So it's not bringing that much. So how can white actually use the time?
Yeah, also taking on d5 seems kind of slow. knight f4, and then I don't know how white is going to recapture. Not really obvious where the compensation is here. Black is up in exchange. After all, there are some weaknesses on the light squares, but yeah, the queen can probably move somewhere, and it's not really obvious what white is going to play. For the knight on a5 in general is a little bit misplaced, but
Also, some move like queen c3 or queen d2 can be considered maybe at some moment,
Yeah.
but there is b4 still there.
example, queen e8, queen c3. Also, black could think about giving back the pawn with a move like knight b3. unless,
There is knight c6. My idea was that if knight moves, maybe
yeah,
could go
yeah.
to c6,
you-
but okay, computer doesn't like it at all.
You do have that square. Also, the c6 square opens up for the bishop. That might also
Actually,
be
yes.
an option.
What do we have on the board? c5? Was c5 played?
c5 on the board.
Ooh, what a sharp move by Nana Dzagnidze. We see that the evaluation shifted now in favor of Olga. Absolutely no idea what is happening on the board. So many pawns. Pawn take on f6 is on the
Immediately.
board and immediately recaptured by the bishop. Both players are playing so fast. c5, what a decision by Nana.
Yeah, it is kind of a typical idea to give back this knight on f6. I've seen similar variations before. But yeah, here there was this opportunity for knight h5, which was probably a better alternative, because if c5 now, also the rook on b8 will be hanging. Just curious now how it's gonna unfold. So ef6, bishop f6.
So now the question is, what do? You remove the knight or you take the rook on b8? Because if you take the rook on b8 after take on d4, the knight on c3 is going to hang, so it probably doesn't really work out
Yeah,
tactically.
well,
So-
I can maybe then take on d5. So you want to take on d4, yeah? I assume.
Yeah, it looked at
And
least
now
so.
knight d5 was my idea. If queen b8,
Knight
then
f6.
I thought I'm regaining a pawn. Still, black is a pawn up, but the king is very weak.
Yeah, there's queen f5 or bishop e4 ideas.
Rook h4, also there, rook g4, many
Yeah.
attacking chances.
Oh,
And
that's
look at this beautiful bishop on g2, completely restricting the knight on a5.
Yeah, even though black is actually up a pawn, the position on the king side is going to decide the game here. I mean, at least it feels so. Even though valuation bar is not so high up, but the position looks already crushing to human eye. So let's go back and see what else can be played for white. So takes. So bishop b8, one of the opportunities.
Yeah, maybe the problem is that now black could take on b8 with the queen. And if knight takes d5 now, there's going to be bishop takes d4. So maybe we can just change up the move order somewhere. Maybe you can start with knight takes d5. Because now if bishop d4 comes, there might be actually another idea, which is to pick up the knight on a5. With this nice double attack.
This knight d5 move, very tricky.
So knight d5 might actually force black to take on d4 now with the pawn.
And then bishop c7.
Now you could go for that, or again transpose to the other line, but maybe bishop c7 is actually quite strong here as well. Just taking here in the next move.
Yeah, it looks like taking the bishop and having two pieces for a rook might be bringing white quite some advantage. Also, computer is saying so. Although the pawns on d4 and c4 looks pretty dangerous as well. So it's not so clear, because also the knight on the a5 is on the edge of the board, and once the bishop is going to recapture it, bishop is going to be not so active, and still pieces of white will need some shifting, although the knight on d5 is a perfect blockaded piece.
Yeah, knight on d5 is very beautiful indeed. So it looks like a nice chance for the Austrian number one now, with knight takes d5 putting a lot of pressure on Nana Dzagnidze now.
Yeah, also recalling yesterday's game against Jiner, where she managed to stop the streak of the Chinese grandmaster and score a draw against her, getting half a point, which was definitely also important for Anna Muzychuk to stay in the game and in the fight for the candidate spot. But yeah, definitely a huge achievement for Olga after some painful losses previously.
Absolutely.
To stop the bleeding and have a draw with such a strong opponent.
Yeah, also the game yesterday, the encounter between Jiner and Olga Badelka, a game of very, very high quality, which we enjoyed very much. But yeah, this is going to be Very exciting. In the meanwhile, which game would you like to?
Let's
to
maybe
next?
check the game of Anna Muzychuk against Vaishali, just to go and see the leaders' game, if there are any chances for Anna in this matchup. So
Yeah.
we left the position after King G7. Only one move was played?
Only one move was played, and
Oh,
a lot of time has been spent. So Anna Muzychuk spent about 15 minutes for this move H4. Very interesting decision, weakening the G4 square, but at the same time opening up possibilities for knight G5 here. And Vaishali is already spending more than 20 minutes here.
Oh, wow. Both of the players taking a lot of time. H4, what a move. So obviously idea could be to go for the G5 square or going for the H5.
Yeah,
So it's one of the ideas, but one of the disadvantages is that the G4 square is getting weaker. So at some moment, bishop G4 could be an interesting way of pinning the knight on F3.
absolutely. I was even thinking about it right away, but probably doesn't really work yet because white can take on B7. Still might
But
be an option to give the pawn up like this. Because now the bishop on G4 can never really be kicked out anymore. And
Maybe Queen E4 now.
Queen E4. Bishop F5 perhaps.
And the queen is running out of space.
Yeah, so it's
Queen
gonna
cannot
be
defend the bishop, and
hard. And Queen C6 again looks a little bit suspicious. Even the endgame would be very much in black's favor after taking on C6 and taking on B2.
you're right. The two bishops, it's going to be too much. Also, the pawn at C file is not going to be a passer. It's going to be rather a weakness later on in the endgame.
Yeah, so bishop G4 is
Interesting.
good
yeah?
question. Maybe I can go Queen C4 with nice double attack on the bishop on C7 and the bishop on G4.
We have a move, by the way. We have,
And it is Queen E7.
ooh, Queen E7. Interesting. So the idea is to step away for F6 opportunities, defending the pawn on E5.
Yeah, very nice move actually. Because if knight G5 comes now, then black probably can just comfortably kick out the knight with F6. And anyway, F6 is probably coming. And if black manages to consolidate, it's going to be quite a comfortable position. Because as we mentioned earlier, black does have the bishop pair in the long run, which is a big advantage, especially in sort of an open position like this.
Is there H5 push?
H5, maybe now I can go for bishop to G4. And I was thinking that actually the open H file might now favor black in many cases because the king is already on G7. And if white were to take, then the rook could often swing to H8, followed by, in many cases, Queen H4 with quite strong attacking chances. And H6 here is often the move you want to make, but now we can see that this dark squared bishop is missing. Because after H6, black could maybe even think about taking that pawn, and on the next move just
Coming
back.
back, yeah. Indeed, it's not looking like a decent opportunity for white.
So this is the current live position.
What could be an idea here for white as well? When putting pressure on the E5 pawn is definitely always an idea. We have to look, for example, bringing the rook to E3.
Yeah,
But after F6,
F6. Not sure how it would continue because it does look like the pawn on E5 is very comfortably protected now. And
I was just thinking if F4 push we could organize in some way, like knight H2 and F4.
at F4 still there's going to be bishop B6, so it's going to take quite a long time to prepare.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work.
Oh, my mistake. It was rook E3, F6, knight H2. I was even about to say that maybe black could even think about pushing F5 now. And then E4, just to open up the bishop on C7. Could also be considered.
Yeah, definitely. Something actually the computer doesn't really like here, but I don't know actually what. Maybe bringing knight back to F3 for the G5 square.
Yeah, it does seem like it. But I wasn't sure what is the point here. Maybe again some sacrifice, only 4 works. But
Maybe some queen c4, queen d4, or queen c3, going for the long diagonal.
yeah, very complicated stuff.
Complex position, yeah, for sure.
Very difficult. Maybe move like queen d6 if I'm not blundering anything. Now I'm ready to take on f3, and the knight cannot really move because then there's going to be queen h2.
And after queen d4 check, you would like to play rook f6.
Well, I was even thinking about going to
King
h6 with the king.
Yeah, you can just do it. Yeah,
That is one idea. Also, queen f6 could be considered now.
Yeah, looks
So-
like a pretty unpleasant pawn push.
This is the current live position. Queen e7, last move by Vaishali.
Yeah, pretty complex and sharp position. Any move, yeah, after any move there can be basically a threat, so very tough to find the precise way for white. I mean, for both sides it's very tough to find the precise way, but okay, queen e7 looks very logical, at least.
Yeah, and actually f5, e4 is sort of a big idea already here. So, quite like your suggestion with rook e3, because now at least black is forced to play f6. Maybe now is time to play something like queen c4. Not impressive objectively.
Yes, but that's why, yeah, our friend evaluation bar is never impressed.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
I guess this
definitely.
knight has to be regrouped, as you were saying, with knight h2. That could be one idea.
Maybe knight e2. I'm not sure. Just
Yeah, I was
trying to find.
I
the
also
way.
like that move, maybe heading to c4, but this bishop on c7 is just so strong, protecting all the key squares on b6, d6. It's not really clear.
Okay, and let's if we go here h5. What's the difference to the previous position, to the previous h5? Because here bishop g4.
Yeah,
Then maybe we could take on b7. I'm not sure.
yeah. Rook b8 here. At least now the 7th rank is weakened, with this move f6 included.
Because
so
there is no f6.
yeah, so there might be some ideas with rook d7.
But now white has to be precise, yeah, because if white is not precise, then bishop h5 can happen. So
Yeah.
maybe it's important to decide what to take actually. Maybe pawn on a6, I don't know.
Or the queen.
Actually, I was afraid to take with the queen because so many times it was a
Yeah.
bad move. But now suddenly computer supports our decision. And also the point could be that actually after bishop h5, black should be careful. Because I feel like there could be some... Okay, right now it's not really working, but my idea is to remove the rook from d1 and knight h2 with g4.
Trapping the...
Trapping the
Bishop.
bishop, yeah, so...
Also knight d4 can be sometimes an idea with knight c6 to come, but... at
Yeah,
the
maybe bring
moment-
in the rook somewhere. Yeah, maybe a rook d2 probably. I don't know. I'm not sure. But rook d2, queen b4, doublet. Queen b4, rook d7. Such a sharp position.
Yeah,
It's
so unbalanced.
Oh my God.
White is a pawn up, 3 pawns on the queen side, but at the same time, black does have a majority on the king side, and white's king on g1 could come under fire later on.
It's so difficult to evaluate right now what could be more value, these 3 pawns or actually the majority on the king side and the bishop pair.
Yeah.
It's extremely tough right now for both of the players to find the best move. And Vaishali is still taking her time. Vaishali is well known for her, for her very thoughtful moves. She's thinking a lot. Especially also in this tournament, and but actually I like her approach because many times when she was here for the interview and she was always mentioning I approach this tournament game by game. She's not looking at it in terms of the Grand Prix points or in terms of the standings, but approaching game by game, and that looks like working pretty well for her. She was at some moment joined 2nd place at the tournament, but right now definitely after some unfortunate loss to Kosteniuk, she's not so close to the top, but still she has a very decent performance here in Austria.
Absolutely, and it's great that you mentioned Vaishali's approach to the game. That's also what I really admire about, in general, the chess culture in India, and I think also one explanation why they are so successful is that they're trying to use every game as a learning experience, and they're often not so upset because they are happy that they can actually learn something in every game. That's also what I've noticed with Pragnanada, for example, Gukesh, Erigaisi. Of course, they are also quite upset after bad games, but they just really try to learn something from all of the games, and that's just something which, explains their success to me.
Yeah, you touched topic a little bit, recalling the Arjun Serigaisi incredible and stunning performance in many open events. He was playing in some of the events. I remember he was having more than 70 ELO rating points difference from the second seeded player, but still he was gaining the rating. He was not afraid to lose because many top grandmasters, they're playing many closed events, not to lose so much rating, and playing open tournaments sometimes you can call a suicide for the player of the top, let's say 10, 20, because then you're most likely losing so much rating because you're playing against lower rated opponents, and then you most likely have some draws. But he was not afraid of it, and that's, I believe, the difference of the Indian school of chess. And again, we have Vaishali here, who has had a very enormous results recently. She's improving rapidly. Her performance in candidates was absolutely stunning. After losing games, she made a huge comeback, something probably what have never happened before, at least on such top level, and winning 5 final games and actually getting one step close to Zhongyi, which at the end won the candidates tournament, but Vaishali tried her best.
Yeah, what an incredible performance that was. It was also 5 games in a row, yeah, as you mentioned.
5.
Same like Zhu. We were thinking yesterday if Zhu sort of can manage to break that record, but for now it's...
Yeah, Olga stopped her yesterday.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
All right, so Vaishali is taking her time, definitely super complex position. The question is, or wait, is it Vaishali who is taking time right now?
Yeah, so Rook E3 is
Rook
on the board.
Rook E3 was played, okay.
And Vaishali is thinking.
So we expect F6 to be played. Looks like the most logical move in the position, right?
I think so. I still believe that Bishop G4 here was an option as well for black. Just pinning the knight and the queen, and again sacrificing the pawn on B7, but could also yield to very interesting compensation.
And we see Zhongyi is actually was checking out shortly the game of Vaishali, just looking and what was the opening outcome. So it's nice to see players also interested in some other games. Definitely on the surface they are not coming too deep in the calculation because you don't want to spend so much energy on calculating someone else's position while you have to spend the energy on yourself. So maybe it's actually a perfect moment to go to the game of Zhongyi against Mariya Muzychuk, because since she's walking right now, it feels like she played a move, and
yeah,
let's see what she got out.
Quite a lot of development here. So I think we left the position here after c takes d5, and after actually 15 minutes of thinking, Mariya did take c takes d5, not the move rook takes a2, which we also briefly considered. And c takes d5, a3, just guarding the pawn on a2, e6, bishop d2, bishop d6, bishop d3. Very natural play, I believe, so far. And yeah, as we said earlier, white is better, but black's position is also very solid. Black has the bishop on a dark square and most of her pawns on light squares, which is good from a strategical point of view. And here one very nice moment, which I quite like, this regrouping by Mariya, knight b8, because the knight on d7 is not really doing that much, and she's intending to put the knight to c6, where it sort of stops e4 in many cases, because then the pawn on d4 could be weak. Also the knight on c6 can often then try to go to a5 and then e3 or c4, so very instructive moment here.
Yeah, and maybe a short mention that knight would actually, it's the only way for knight to go, because if knight would go on f6, which may feel like more active square, there it is going to be restricted by the pawns of f3. So f3 is restricting on the e4 and g4 squares. So there, knight, even though it feels like it might stop e4, it's actually not doing that, but actually remaneuvering to c6 was the only way for Mariya. Yeah,
very nice moment here. We do see one exchange of rooks, and now g4. So I think probably Tan has to do something here on the king side, because on the queen side it's not going to be easy to actually break through. E4 would be another way to continue, but then, well, as we said, after e4, knight c6, the pawn on d4 does get under some pressure as well. We see g4, rook h8 back.
Yeah, very important move, I believe. So if black would take on g4, that would allow white at some moment to create a protected passer on the h-file. So,
Exactly,
and with the bishops looking actually at the h-file supporting that pawn, that would not be a happy decision for Mariya. So rook h8, super important move.
Yeah.
Even giving up, so to say, the c-file, giving an opportunity. Actually, it's not possible. Yeah, rook c1 would fail to take on g4, but
Yeah.
at some moment,
h4 would be hanging.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not working. So yeah, rook c1 is not possible yet. But after take on h5 now,
Yeah, a bit of a surprising decision, because Zhongyi is damaging her own pawn structure, but her concrete idea was to follow it up with e4. Just curious what else she could have tried here. G5 would be one
looks
idea,
logical.
but I assume that her assessment was here that if black goes for something like g6, followed by knight c6, it's going to be very, very difficult to actually make progress here with white still.
yeah, looks too close there,
Yeah,
unfortunately for
And
white.
Maria's strategy here was very successful. She understood correctly that she needs to keep the position as closed as possible so that the two bishops are not going to be too active. And we see e4. Now take on e4.
Interesting. Was actually knight c6 possible? Just
Yeah, that's a good question. Knight e6 does look quite natural. If e5, the bishop could retreat to c7, for example, and the pawn d4 is a target. Does look very solid for black.
bishop e3 probably.
Yeah, bishop e3, and then there are probably a couple of ways you could continue slowly with a move like g6. Could maybe
Is there
also-
actually g5?
Yeah, could
wasn't-
also consider that one. Apparently it doesn't work as well. Ah, you can take with check, yeah.
Ah, this is a check.
That's also what I missed. Otherwise, it would be a nice idea, because if bishop g5 is not a check, then black can pick up the pawn on d4.
Actually, then it can be prepared, yeah. And
Yeah.
then if king goes to d7, f4 probably has to be played to stop the g5 idea.
Yeah,
And okay, it looks pretty close on the king side.
yeah. So I'm curious why she did not like the move knight to c6. But she took on e4 and went for e5, which is kind of another quite typical
Oh.
approach here,
I liked it actually.
because you're trying to keep the position closed like that. And after d5, this is the live position. Black has fantastic control over the dark squares, but is weakened on the light squares. So it's probably going to be Zhongyi's strategy to try and use those weak light squares, maybe put the bishop to this long diagonal, could be one idea as well.
Yeah, also the pawn on b6 is now a bit exposed after bishop e3, even though there could be bishop c5 defensive idea or knight d7, so
Yeah,
it's not so clear. But bishop c5 is check, which actually also comes to straight to the mind. Although I'm not sure, maybe it's a play. It's actually a square for the knight. I'm not sure. Maybe knight d7 has to be go back to regroup, or knight a6. Actually, I'm not sure where does the knight go. Maybe knight d7 would have more squares, c5 and
Yeah.
f6, potentially.
and white could also think about playing b4 in some cases, just to protect the c5 square.
So maybe actually bishop c5 is important move. What do you think?
Yeah, you could start with that and then go for something like knight d7 here.
Yes,
Also not sure if
and-
the king is better on f3 or on g3. That's also maybe on g3, because now h4 is protected at the moment.
Yeah, my point is that after knight d7, in case of any b4, then bishop could remain on this a7, g1 diagonal,
Yeah,
going for the bishop d4. But I see that the evolution bar doesn't really like position of black.
maybe I can try to activate my rook now, since the bishop is not on d6 anymore. I might
Okay.
have ideas to enter on c7.
Yeah, and if king d6, maybe rook c8.
Yeah, king d6, rook c8 does look very annoying.
Oh,
for
actually
black.
b5 and some... Ah, no, b5 doesn't. I wanted to say maybe some checkmate threat, but okay, it's
Yeah,
not
if
there.
bishop b4 would work, then it would be nice, but otherwise b5 does now
Yeah.
weaken the c5 square. Now black would be very, very happy to place this knight on c5.
Yeah, not a great move. So yeah, but rook c8.
Maybe you'd have to play a move like king d8, but it's maybe even d6 followed by rook c7 now. Is there?
Yeah.
So this does look pretty dangerous for black.
So maybe king d6 blocking the pawn, but then rook comes to c8.
Yeah, now rook c8 is coming. And this rook doesn't even have any place to go really anymore. Difficult situation for Mariya
Very
Muzychuk.
tough. So what's the position do we have? So d5 was played, now black to move. So point is that if bishop doesn't go to c5, then b4 is going to be played. But if
the
is there
bishop,
something else?
if the bishop enters, then there is some weakness on the 7th rank as well. So a difficult situation now for Mariya Muzychuk.
Maybe we shouldn't rush with the knight d7. Maybe let's try again bishop c5.
King g3.
And after that we play king d6 or rook h8, something like this. So my idea is after b4, bishop d4, and after rook c1, then we can bring the king to
Now you can go king d6.
d6. Yeah, now rook is not entering. I mean, at least improvement to the line we have just seen. But it's not a happy position for sure, because too much control of white is there, although still the position is kind of closed. The center is closed, the bishops are not working yet. But also is not, so does the knight. Yeah, knight also is not out. So
Yeah, still not so easy to see why this is such a huge advantage for white, because it's not entirely clear how white is actually going to make progress after a move like knight d7, which will come next.
yeah, knight d7, knight c6 looks like an idea. Yeah, and it's also not so easy to use the weaknesses on the queen side. It's not so easy to attack them. Bishop on d4 is perfectly defending the pawn on e5, pawn on b6.
Yeah, and actually black might be able to use the a file for herself with rook a8, and this pawn on a3 could be kind of difficult to protect.
But we see actually that Mariya spends so much time already being down 30 minutes on the clock.
And knight d7.
Actually 24. And
24
she has
minutes,
played
wow.
knight d7. She went for it. Yeah, not before. Now I'm not sure, because the bishop is kind of remaining on d6. Okay, one of the advantages is definitely that the pawn is blocked on the d5. But there is one disadvantage, that the knight is pinned to the pawn on b6, because after bishop e3, you will not be able to defend the pawn other than knight. So knight, it feels like knight is now going to remain on d7, and after rook c1, black is forced to go rook h8. Of course, preparing with something like king g3.
King g3, rook c1, important plan for white. And yeah, we'll see how this game is gonna unfold, but certainly Mariya Muzychuk under some pressure here.
Definitely. Actually, I just also realized that I haven't mentioned about their encounters earlier. So it's actually, they had altogether 8 games between each other with 5 draws. And actually in classical, it's 3-0 for Muzychuk. So 3 games won by Muzychuk.
Wow.
But in faster time controls, in Rapid and Blitz, it's 4-0 for Zhongyi with 1 draw. So very interesting results. And yeah, they had many interesting openings, but there was no, I mean, there was semi-Slav, but there was not this Slav variation with Queen b3 that they have played. And yeah, of course, for tournament outcome, it's important for Zhongyi to win. And yeah, basically for Zhongyi, ideal would be that Muzychuk and Jiner would lose, and then that would be maybe still the first place in the tournament, but it's not enough for the qualification, because Jiner is already having too many points of the Grand Prix and already guaranteed qualification for the candidates.
Speaking of Jiner, should we head on to that game between Kosteniuk and Zhu?
Yeah, let's see what has changed, because we had an interesting endgame. And actually she went for the g4 idea, so f6 was played.
Yeah, rook fd1, not even going bishop c3 just yet, which anyway knight a5 cannot be played just yet, because there's going to be rook d7.
Yeah,
Or not. I guess black can still protect with rook f7, but... Or with knight e6? Not sure what was the issue with knight a5.
Actually, good question.
Yeah, hard to...
But actually, what after rook d7? Let's maybe try rook d7, rook f7, and then rook b to d1. It looks like
Yeah,
there is a big threat of taking on f7. Maybe rook a to f8. I don't know.
Maybe I can take here. And if
And
take,
you are attacking the knight.
and also the
and the
bishop on b2,
bishop.
yeah. So here I have probably king e6 and
Doesn't work.
everything is fine now. But it does seem scary to let in the rook to d7. So Jiner went for rook to d8.
Understandable fully. Now bishop c3, and
And bishop c3 was played.
now there is no knight a5. Yeah, and king f7, activating the king in the endgame, pretty important. g4, first grabbing some space, not allowing any h5 for black. And trade of the rooks is happening. Jiner offers another trade of the rooks, and then we are going to have an endgame where going to be a question: are two knights better than knight and the bishop? I mean, usually knight and the bishop should work better together, but there are some definitely exceptions. I think there is definitely some advantage in having both bishop and the knight in the endgame, but sometimes when position is closed, which is not the case here, two knights would be ideal, definitely. But here there is pressure on the king side.
Absolutely, yeah. I love the move g4, which Alexandra Kosteniuk played. She does have the majority on the king side, and it will make sense to push those pawns later on. King e2, I guess her idea was to be able to protect the pawn on c4 later on with king d3. And after king e6, now this is the current live position.
Yeah, because I think one of the threats might have been g6 and then knight d6.
Yeah, so if a move like king f3, which I thought would also be natural, now g6. And, well, maybe there is knight h6.
King probably g7, not to allow...
King g7, then g5.
Oh, g5, and then...
Knight g4, and this pawn is going to be difficult to protect, but maybe king e6.
Yeah, now there is still king e2 and king d3, but maybe it's loss of the tempo.
I could go there or continue with f5, which is maybe a more concrete approach.
Oh, wow, that looks nice.
Yeah, that was another option, but I also like king e2, which is more of a safer approach. Just first bringing the king to d3, protecting the pawn on c4, and I think that Alexandra argues that she can always sort of push the pawns on the king side later on as well.
I'm just wondering what could be a plan for Jiner. Is she satisfied with two knights, or she wants to play knight d6 and so on and trade that knights? But of course, the pawn on g7 is big question. Is there going to be g6 played?
I think g6 would be quite natural to occur next. Maybe something like king d3 could be played. Also h5 maybe is possible. Because now white probably has to go h3.
Yeah, for that reason, actually, I was considering, what about e4? If you play e4, h5 is not really a threat, because after h5 there is g5.
Yeah.
And in case any time black attacks, here we can take, because the knight is not hanging.
Knight is protected. And she goes for knight g3 backwards. With a similar idea, not allowing h5, and knight could also head to h5 later on.
Yeah, it's also a very interesting approach, because it feels like black's knight on e8 is pinned to protection of the pawn on g7. And there are definitely many ideas right now how white can push on the king side. And looking at the black's play, I don't really find an active plan, do you? I mean, it looks like the pawn on c4 can be attacked only by one knight, and then after king d3, you cannot really bring, knight coming to a5 doesn't work because it's going to be traded.
That's true. Might be thinking of going a6 and b5.
But then, on the other hand, it's going to eliminate one of the weaknesses in white's position, which is pawn on c4. So it's not so clear to whom this exchange is going to benefit. But definitely an active idea from black.
Yeah, as you said, it does feel like white is slightly better, just because bishop and knight are sort of a better combination, probably. That type of position, the knights are often actually in their way, because, for example, here the pawn on c4 would like to be, black would like to attack it, but there can only be one knight on d6, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely. And also, if we are trying to find some moves. I believe it's easier to find move for white and easier to find ideas for white than for black. Black is always to be careful because the more files, the more pawns are being traded and files opened and diagonals opened, the better it is for the bishop later in the game. But yeah, definitely, I would still not say that black is like trying to equalize or fighting for a draw in this position. There still may be some chances for black due to the majority on the queen side. So definitely the game for 3 result.
Absolutely. And so knight g3 is on the board. Jiner is thinking. Meanwhile, should we go back to Salimova against Lela Javakhishvili? I think we haven't seen that game in quite some time.
Yeah, let's do it and see what has changed actually. Oh, we have some development here.
Yeah, Lela is much better. We saw the game after bishop d2 here. Knight takes c5 was played, e3, b6. Very natural play now, a3, gaining the bishop pair. Knight c e4. Now bishop b4, keeping the bishop pair for the moment, rook e8. But again, white is sort of losing time here. The bishop has to move again, bishop c3 is played. And now actually black is anyway in time to capture on c3, gaining back the bishop pair. And what we were talking about earlier, that in this variation often white is sort of fighting with underdevelopment, and this is kind of what we're seeing here after bishop a6. Nurgyul went for queen d4. Already after short castle, white needs to worry about move like rook c8 followed by d5. Both pins on the c file and on this diagonal are quite unpleasant to counter. So Nurgyul played queen d4, rook c8, and now rook d1. So how can Lela try to use the fact that white's king is still on e1?
I'm just wondering if a4 could be played, stopping defense of the c4 pawn. My idea is that I want just to keep on pressure on the c4 pawn, but after attacking it, b3 is a move, so a4 feels like I'm stopping it forever.
Yeah, that's a very nice strategical idea. After a4, white cannot play b3 anymore, and d5 is certainly in the question.
Yeah, definitely it is. And yeah, that's a question right now, what to do as white in this position, because anytime, even if white is going to prepare b3, then black is just going to capture it. We see queen c7 on the board, putting pressure on the pawn on c4. I also liked this move, because even though b3 could be played to defend the pawn, at some moment a4 is still an option.
Absolutely, yeah. Even here
so
could
it's
be
not
considered.
Yes. So
Going to be quite difficult to defend the pawn on c4, actually.
yeah, actually a big question, how do you defend? Because it would be, I mean, ideally, the pawn on d7 should hang, but the knight is defending it, so it's actually fully protected, and the pawn on c4 is the big weakness. King is also in the center, so there are so many disadvantages right now for white. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe briefly, let's check what new has changed in the game Olga Badelka against Nana Dzagnidze.
Huge advantage for the Austrian number one. We left the game off after c5, e takes f6, bishop f6, and she did find the move knight takes d5, bishop d4 played, bishop c7 on the board, bishop queen g5, and now bishop takes a5. So huge material imbalance, but at the moment it looks like Olga Badelka has pretty large advantage. So we'll see how that game is going to play out. Very nice active placement by white's minor pieces.
Yeah, definitely. And even though we can see that there are 4 against 2 pawns on the queen side, still there are 2 pieces, and the knight, we can see the knight is standing on the light square and black is having the dark squared bishop. It means that knight can never be bothered, okay, only with a rook attack, but yeah, bishop is perfectly actually located for a moment on a5, stopping any rook d8 ideas, and
Absolutely.
Yeah, it can also be attacking the queen in a moment with bishop d2 can be relocated, and yeah, the bishops are beautiful for white.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suggest we head into our second very short break, because we do have a guest coming soon, Grandmaster Pavel Dragobov, who I have the pleasure to welcome in the studio soon after a short break. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the broadcast of round number 9 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Today is the last round, and we see many exciting games, especially for the overall tournament standings. It's a very important day today, and I'm super delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Pavel Tregobov today. Pavel, how are you doing? How do you like it in Austria so far?
Hello, Felix. Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to join this final broadcast. I'm doing fine. I'm on sort of holidays here, so not much things to do, but I'm enjoying the surroundings, the excellent place, excellent organization. I hope you support my my point of view. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think everyone does. I mean, the playing venue is very nice. I've never seen anyone playing like in a glass house before. I mean, that's kind of a new thing. Also, the hotel, like it's reserved for only the chess players. That's also not very common in general for chess events. But I feel like it's very nice. You probably have a better insight since, well, you're accompanying your wife, Alexandra Kosteniuk here, but I feel like it's very welcomed by the players that we have this sort of place here that the chess players can actually focus purely on the chess.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm fully supporting your point of view and sharing your impressions. Yeah, that's a very nice place, and the hotel is everything. Yeah, so everybody can just focus on chess. And
absolutely. Yeah. And talking about your role in being here, I'm assuming you're also helping your wife, of course, being there for her, maybe also in a chess way, but maybe you could tell something about it. How does it usually work? How could you best support your partner? You're both grandmasters, one of the strongest chess couples in chess in general. So do you have anything you can maybe share how you sort of can help Alexandra to perform well in this event?
Well, yes, I'm mainly here to support her, so I don't have official function, and yeah, this is my usual role during such important tournaments. Well, basically, I'm not, to be honest, I'm not involved very much in her chess preparation. Of course, we're discussing the games, discussing some preparation details, but not as usual in the chess part, let's say. Well. Here we have quite a special tournament for Alexandra, so she's sometimes playing very good chess, but unfortunately it's some very unfortunate results in a couple of other games, and yeah, this is quite stressful, but okay, that's not our first event together, so we used to this kind of situation and how to handle them. So
it's probably more like maybe about the emotional part, just being there for your partner if they're competing in such an event, which is for the viewers. I mean, it's if you're playing in such an important event, it's often very difficult to handle losses, especially. So yeah, I mean, what happens to every player? It's just so hard to come back after a loss. Do you have any what helps a player in general, after having a difficult loss? Is there any recipe to be able to come back after that?
Well, it depends also. Sometimes, well, the losses could be different of a different matter, and in this particular event, they are particularly painful for Alexandra because she had so many very good positions, very promising positions, and for some reason spoiled them. Like yesterday, that's. Yeah, it's even hard to explain what happened. Well, sometimes it happens. She cannot complain. For example, during the previous series, I mean, 2 years ago, she had a wonderful tournament in Munich where she was lucky in almost every single game. So here it's sort of vice versa. Well, nothing special. Well, after losses, especially such painful losses, you need to forget about them as quick as possible. This is the main thing you should try to do, and you need to do. Yeah.
And I saw you were at the spa area, for example. You were playing tennis, the two of you. Is that also, maybe a strategy that helps Alexandra to sort of forget about those tough losses?
Absolutely. The main purpose of it. Okay, also recover physically, and it's also important. But first of all, forget about it as quick as possible.
Yeah. Great. Another thing which I wanted to ask you, you're the head of the GSC, the secretary. Could you explain maybe to the viewers what is your mission there, what you're currently working on?
Well, actually, I'm just supervising the whole series, but in this particular event, I don't have a special function, as I already said. I'm communicating with players, preparing some administrative paper, doing some administrative paperwork, some coordinating stuff. But this event is mainly done by Michael and his own team, and Sava's technical dedicated.
Interesting. So thank you for those insights. I would suggest we immediately head into the game between Alexandra, Kosteniuk and Jiner. That's probably in your biggest interest. Have you been following the game so far? What is your first impression?
Briefly, yes. Well, I think Alexandra was not very precise in the opening part, and she, well, if you go, scroll down, on this particular moment, she could have played e4 and taken some advantage because she missed this opportunity, and the position became quite drawish, I think, from the very beginning. But I would take white, even in the current position. I would take white, slightly better. Of course, it should be draw.
Yeah, we also had that impression here after e4. The black knight cannot take because then the queen on d5 is hanging. And here the main difference is that if black takes on d1, then the knight is sort of awkward on f6, and e5 could come at any second in the game. I think the current live position, e4 is already on the board, but many pieces have been exchanged. a6 was the last move, so I guess black wants to play for b5 now?
Yes, and well, natural answer would be a4, but it gives away the b4 square, which could be important in some lines. I don't know. Yeah,
even black has quite a big advantage here. Maybe knight b4 already could be
maybe
one.
Knight b4 immediately. Yeah. So white should be careful. So a4 probably not necessary. I don't know what exactly should be played here.
Maybe push some pawns on the
maybe something like f5. Then I think king should go somewhere.
Maybe to e7.
Okay. No, then I can take an h5. Sorry, no. This is not good for black. So black would be probably obliged, or king f7 can be played. I don't know.
To be able to take with the king.
Yeah, but the king gets also ugly because the pawns are becoming very weak.
Yeah.
Maybe knight f5. I don't know. No, the most natural way then to take on f5 immediately. So here f5 would be my first consideration, definitely. But if e takes,
and then maybe g5.
And maybe g5 or knight e4. I don't know. Both, maybe knight e4 also.
Knight e4, yeah. That could certainly go wrong as well.
After f5, black need to be accurate. I mean, need to be careful. So I cannot believe that it can lead to the considerable advantage, but black need to decide what to do.
Yeah, so taking in fact would be quite a big mistake after e takes f5. It seems like white is going to be having a lot of space here, but as you mentioned, king f7 for example.
King f7 is probably best, right? And so if I take on g6.
So again, if hg6, white always has the option.
Then h5.
h5.
Maybe still nothing
don't
happened,
even
but
have to take, Maybe b5 could be one.
Maybe b5, maybe can just be ignored,
Then b4 seems quite drawish.
Yeah,
overall.
seems quite drawish. Anyway, not maybe h6. What about h6?
Here after ab. So trying to get h7
and
at
g5
some
maybe,
point. G5 is already a big threat,
Maybe black can play g5. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe g5 for black.
Cannot,
maybe no h7 now.
Yeah, I still take white, but of course it should be draw. With accurate play, I mean, but Well, I would say that black has more chances to make an error here. So that maybe it's after f5 especially, it's easier to play for white.
Yeah, so h5, that would be one of the plans for white later on, just to get an outside passer.
Famous bishop against knight endgame. So I always bishop like this.
We were also talking about it before, that maybe the combination of bishop and knight is actually better than two knights here, because, well, two knights, there can only be one knight occupying a square here on d6, attacking c4. Is that also your impression? Bishop and knight, maybe a better combo in this position?
Well, generally bishop is better than knight. As we can explain for our spectators, bishop can easily control both ranks, yeah, well, both sides of the board,
Yeah.
while knight need to focus on one side only. So in this kind of endgames, when we have pawns from both sides,
Yeah.
so
That's a great point. Here we still have pawns on both sides of the board, therefore the bishop can be advantageous in this case. So game looks very drawish overall. You have already mentioned that Alexandra had some painful results. Still, do you think she's overall satisfied with how the event went, or are those losses just sort of
no, I don't
sticking?
think so. So 3 painful losses. I mean, one is fully deserved, I think, against Anna, and 3 others are very, very unfortunate. And
Yeah, especially the first round against Olga Badelka,
especially
for example,
yesterday.
was-
Especially because,
yesterday.
yes, he gave
Yeah.
up a piece. Just she's not able even to provide any single line what she was counting for. It's just very hard to.
Yeah.
But it happens from time to time. Yeah, unfortunately with everybody. But
Yeah.
it was just a bad day. Not against Olga as well, and against Nurgyul, it was rather painful.
Yeah.
As well,
Yeah.
But okay, we will survive. somehow, yeah.
Absolutely. So we could go over some.
I don't know. You have probably mentioned already that Jiner has ensured her spot on the candidates already before this round, so she should be quite relaxed.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. What might be her strategy? Because she still has chances to actually play for the tournament victory in that event, not for the overall standings, but to win this edition of the Grand Prix. Do you think that's her sort of goal, or does she just want to finish the event solidly and just be happy for the candidate spot?
Oh, I think that she doesn't care very much, because the utmost objective is already achieved. So I mean, she just enjoying playing.
Yeah, just without any pressure.
Without any pressure. Yeah.
She made it, and still, there is still the chance for Anna Muzychuk to actually qualify for the candidates.
Yeah, but she needs to win, I think, because she cannot count on Jiner losing her game. So the only chance is to win.
There are quite some developments here. Did you follow the opening stage here?
Briefly.
Yeah.
The last position I saw was rook e3.
Yeah.
So
just to see again what happened in the opening, one of the famous lines in the Tarrasch defense. And the pawn on d4 was regained. Later on, rook d1. And you mentioned this moment with h4. So it was around here, rook a3, and now h4. What would you say in general is the main idea of h4?
Well, to gain g5 square for the knight, and have h5 at some point. Yeah.
We were also discussing that probably the main idea is knight g5 and then rook f3 in many cases, because f7 can be a target. So Vaishali played queen e7, which we thought was kind of a nice move, always to have f6 just to consolidate everything. Rook e3, now bishop f5. Here bishop b7 now. Rook a b8, take on a6, and it does seem like there are quite some simplifications here. White is a pawn up at the moment, but black does have the bishop pair.
Yeah.
So that's the current live position.
And her pieces became more active. So, but still, black has to prove that her compensation is enough, yeah?
Yeah, white is a pawn up still. Would you be thinking of taking here and then taking on h4?
Oh, but then
maybe there's queen
a pawn
c3
can advance, maybe.
Take here.
What about a5, a6? At e4, yeah? No, e4, rook h3 at the moment. So.
Yeah, e4, rook h3 still protects everything, yeah.
Queen c3 is also...
Queen c3 is even there as well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe also one point. Also queen c3 right away could be one idea. With this type of double attack, do you have to go back with rook b7?
It seems so, yeah. Which is quite unpleasant. Maybe now a5, yeah.
a5 and then a6.
The pawn is advancing too far. No, I would not go for it with black, definitely not.
So not taking on f3, yeah? Any other moves that spring to your mind?
Not yet. f5 is maybe too risky. Maybe we need to consider knight e5 after f5, right?
Yeah, Probably
So
knight.
f5, knight e5, bishop d1, but there should be some discover attack. Like
Maybe knight c4.
c4, for instance, or knight g6, I don't know. Too many options.
Yeah. And too many pieces are hanging.
So
f5, one idea. I mean, you would love to get this f5, e4 in, but it's difficult to achieve that just yet. And can you think about taking on f3 and then going for f5? Just to immediately try to attack?
well, still, f4 is f4 is a threat, yes, but okay, queen c3 is still.
Yeah, then I still need some time to actually get it.
Or maybe maybe bishop b5 immediately.
To get
No,
rook
okay,
to
this
c7.
is I don't like either. So, yeah.
Yeah, bishop b5 is a nice move. Rook d7, huge threat. White takes control of the d file. Yeah, critical moment for Vaishali, who is already below 20 minutes. And still not clear how she's gonna find enough compensation for the sacrifice pawn. So we had bishop f3, which seemed sort of okay, but was not entirely satisfactory, as I understood. What other choices would be there?
Well, maybe after bishop f3 something else, something different, rather than queen take h4 or f5. But what exactly? Maybe we maybe start with queen b4 first. Queen b4 is a very awkward move, I think. So after exchange, two pawns are hanging, and in e4 is also hanging.
Yeah.
And if but maybe white is not obliged to take on b4, but what to do?
Maybe also here I could still play bishop b5 and then try to get rook d7.
Oh yeah, that's good try anyway. Yeah, but it should be drawish. Yeah.
Yeah, with opposite color bishops.
Queen takes h4, but white is better. White is better.
Here, yeah.
I would not be surprised if someone tell me that computer gives 0 here.
Yeah.
But it's not easy to hold with black.
Yeah, active rooks and those two outside
so,
passers. Not so easy. So queen b4 still not.
Yeah, queen b4 is perhaps this is the way to proceed.
Yeah, still not so, like as you mentioned, on the board. Probably objectively it's an easy draw, but to go for this over the board, it's maybe not such a nice feeling to let the rook into d7 as well. But yeah, what else? There is something better according to the evaluation bar, rather than taking on f3. It would also be nice in general to keep the bishop pair on the board, but at the moment, knight takes e5 might actually be a threat already.
Yeah. What else? Maybe just something like rook a2. What about rook a2?
Yeah, I was also
Just attacking the pawn.
that. And if bishop b5,
Then c2 pawn is hanging. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you can take it even.
Maybe it can be captured.
Because rook d7 does probably not do so much.
C5.
Yeah.
Bishop is protected anyway.
It's even an immediate win as it seems, but can take. Yeah, that's that's what I missed. Bishop d7. Yeah. So yeah, d7 is still covered. Rook a2 is a nice suggestion because, well, the pawn on a4 is actually hanging. It does seem like it is.
Maybe rook a1 then.
Yeah, rook a1 now.
Oh, then rook a1, and e5 pawn will be still hanging.
Yeah, if takes, then e5 is hanging. Still, you might need to go for something like this once again.
Okay.
Not so sure if that's a better version than earlier, but maybe it is, because there's one less rook pair. Yeah, still very unclear how this position is. The rook a2 was a nice suggestion. Queen c5, however, was played by Anna Muzychuk and
by Vaishali.
by Vaishali, yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
So what about knight e5, bishop d1, knight d7? Need to be calculated properly. Probably doesn't work, but
Queen d6 maybe, and then
queen d6 is
h2,
it's very unpleasant threat. So
so there might be a chance for Muzychuk.
well, okay, my natural reflex would be moving the rook, yes,
Maybe to a1.
to avoid this avoid this pin, and maybe exchanging the rooks would be a
Rook
good option
B1.
for- yeah,
Yeah.
because something like this. That would be my first reflex, but I don't know. Maybe White has something better. Let's see what else can be done. Oh,
You have another idea?
not right now.
Does seem quite natural to remove the rook from the pin, but
Yeah, but after rook b1, Black can gain one tempo by playing bishop a5 first.
after, for example, rook b1, bishop a5, it's also an option now.
Still, okay. Queen goes somewhere c1.
Oh, you have to take. Still, pawn up for white.
So pawn up for White, yeah. Still Black has to prove that.
Yeah, it does feel
She
like
has
pretty
enough
good compensation, but to prove it is always kind of a different story
Yeah.
still. So this is the current live position. Queen c5, Vaishali on 16 minutes. Anna Muzychuk, 34 minutes. As we mentioned earlier, Anna Muzychuk sort of in a must-win situation today, especially since Jiner has quite a safe position and it's not entirely clear if Alexandra Kosteniuk can generate enough winning chances in that game. Another exciting encounter was between Olga Badelka and Nana Dzagnidze, where in the opening stage there was... Actually, we had 3 Nimzos today. I don't know if you noticed that, but one E3 Nimzo in Alexandra's game, G3 Nimzo, and one Queen C2 Nimzo. That is quite topical line with the pawn sacrifice. Rook E1, trying to get E4. And yeah, here was the first sort of interesting moment. She went for knight D4, which did allow bishop G4, and here it sort of came very sharp.
Oh, very creative play by Olga, right?
Yeah, as usual, I would say. Usually going for very sharp positions. Here we were considering knight H5, and we actually didn't really come to a conclusion what might have been Olga's idea.
Yeah, I would consider bishop e3.
Just bishop E3 back, and then C5.
So yeah, I'm not in time. Yeah,
Knight F5,
D4
D4.
is coming. Yeah. That's quite unfortunate. Yeah.
Still
Doesn't-
actually not so bad, considering
maybe
that...
95, 95, yes. Maybe.
Knight D5, yeah. Actually, how to defend this one?
Yeah, but somehow I don't like these pawns.
Too many pawns in the center,
Pawns
yeah.
in the center, yeah.
We weren't sure about this one. Knight takes D5 was something we considered briefly. But after knight F4, it again wasn't so obvious how it was enough. Maybe take back with the knight here, or with the pawn.
If pawn takes, then C6 will be played, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe knight
C6.
takes. Maybe knight takes F4. Yeah, that's quite complicated
Yeah.
position, yeah. Many options.
Here we had something like some queen move, but yeah, it was not so easy to see the right approach here. Also here there might be one interesting idea also to take with the queen, we thought, just to avoid knight H5, and if the knight moves, the queen could actually also go to G4. Could also
Yeah.
be interesting.
That looks quite promising for White. Black needs to be very careful.
Absolutely, yeah. With all those minor pieces in the center, can go wrong pretty quickly. And we actually saw that here knight H5 was not played, but instead C5, which immediately gave quite a big advantage to Badelka. We saw taking on F6, knight takes D5, and now bishop D4, and not taking on B8, but actually taking the knight on A5.
Yeah, take the knight on the 5.
Which was quite interesting. So here, so knight F4. Is there any other idea that comes to your mind? Knight F4 still keeps a good advantage, but maybe it would be possible to keep the knight in the center.
Why not bishop C7, bishop F4?
Just to go back.
They're retreating bishop back, yeah.
Rook C8, bishop F4,
Yeah.
maybe queen G4.
I don't know. Yeah.
It's still not clear at all because the bishop on D4 is such a strong piece, and black does have 2 pawns for 2 pawns and the rook for bishop. And
Right. What about trying to trade this bishop? What about bishop c3 instead?
You mean here?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe bishop d2 first or bishop c3 immediately.
Let's try bishop c3. Or maybe I can go rook d8.
Oh, yeah.
The point that if you take everything, I'm going to have rook e1.
Yes. So I need time to play h4 at some moment.
Maybe here.
Maybe here.
No, maybe I can protect.
Yeah, then you
everything.
protect the bishop. Yeah.
25, yeah, doesn't seem so clear. I was thinking in this position about just playing calm like bishop f3 and then king g2. It does seem like might be a good approach. And then, because then I might get h4. Because often the problem is that if h4, black can often take on g3.
Yeah.
If that,
But rook d4 is possible here, no? After queen g3.
yeah, here there's...
Because e2,
Ah,
e1,
yeah.
e1 square is under control.
That's actually a beautiful point. Rook e1 doesn't work because of bishop takes e1.
So maybe h4 is
Even
an
right away,
option
huh?
then. Yes. Queen
Yeah,
g4,
maybe
huh?
queen
Still.
g4. It's a bit annoying with rook e2 to come.
Yeah.
That's why I was thinking maybe bishop f3 to cover the square, then king g2, and then h4
Yeah.
would be one option. But instead, knight f4 was played, rook to e7, and now bishop e4, g6, and now king g2. So actually going for sort
But the
of
same idea, yeah, actually.
similar plan. Now that g6 is already there, do you think that could also be a target with h4, h5 later on?
And bishop will go back to f3 anyway.
Yeah, yeah. And white's minor pieces just seem to be harmonizing very well here. Still, such a high evaluation seems a little bit surprising to me because, well, it's not so clear what is actually so wrong with black's position, but not clear where the pieces are actually going. Bishop on d4 looks nice, but not so impressive to the computer. So, Dzagnidze on 24 minutes, 20 minutes for Olga Badelka. We have, wow, there is quite a huge development in Tan Zhongyi's game, as I can see. Did you see something of that game already?
Oh, not really.
So it was actually the same line which Olga Badelka also had against Mariya Muzychuk in the Slav, where maybe you saw that there was this interesting idea which Olga Badelka played this move e4 here with bishop f4 to come. Had a large advantage against Mariya Muzychuk, but Mariya managed to win the game later on due to her great fighting skills. But in that game, f3 happened, and we thought that Mariya's position was sort of okay, a little bit worse all the time just because of the bishop pair. But one decision which was a bit surprising for us was that here she actually took on e4 and didn't go for knight c6. Do you have any explanation what she might have not liked here after knight c6? Maybe e5?
Maybe not immediately.
Bishop e3 first, maybe?
Yeah, but in general, yeah, I agree that it looks logical to keep the pawn on d5.
Yeah, also to keep the position close, because with the bishop pair, if the position opens up, it's usually in white's favor in that case. Because after taking an e5, now after d5, all the light squares are quite weak. And b4 was another nice move, just not allowing any piece to come into c5. Here the position seemed quite unpleasant. It's also a nice idea, and provoking f6. I guess that the knight can then not go into f6 anymore.
Yeah.
Also creating some weaknesses on the light squares. So rook a8, bishop c1, and a couple more moves. You reach the following position. So she actually won a piece here.
So yeah.
The rook somehow got trapped on b3, as it seems. Well, where was actually the
not very trapped.
critical moment?
She could, yeah, she could have. She could have moved her rook back to the 8th rank, for example. No.
Yeah.
No, even after bishop s7. So
But now e5 is going to be hanging, I guess.
b5 is hanging. Yeah, this is the reason. Oh.
Yeah, bishop e7 in general.
So yeah,
what's-
bishop e7 was a blunder.
what
Probably.
could
Just
be
forgot
the-
about e5 pawn.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Hmm.
And here rook b1 not taking on e5.
Ah, because it's gaining material, more than one pawn. Rook b1. Yeah, as you mentioned, the rook got trapped, I think.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny that even bishop takes e5 is objectively maybe even better, even though it doesn't even win any material at the moment, because black can also take on a3. But I guess she made a very logical decision just to enter this position now. Bishop c4, and now she's winning a piece, as it looks like. Still, black's pieces are sort of active now, but should be technical conversion, yeah?
Yeah, which is bad news for Anna, by the way, yeah?
Yeah, it's great that you mentioned that, yeah?
Oh, okay, but anyway, no, Anna has to win. So if she wins, this game cannot affect her result, right?
Yeah,
so Tan
only-
will not catch her.
Only if Anna would draw and
Yeah, but
Tan
then
would win.
Yeah, but then Jiner is not
probably
about to, yeah.
yeah. Also
Yeah.
on the same standard.
Aha, okay, so it doesn't really matter for her. Yeah, sorry. It matters only for Tan, who will go up to the third position.
Yeah.
At least, yes, if she wins.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think the only game we haven't seen just yet is Nurgyul Salimova against Lela Javakhishvili. This was our last Nimzo with Queen C2, and this move Bishop D2. Have you seen that before?
The most common move is G3, right?
Yeah, we were talking about that one when this is sort of the. I don't know if people are playing that line anymore. I don't think so, but like a couple of years ago, this was some pretty big theory, right?
And Bishop takes C3 is another option.
Yeah, that is another line, and there's some
Queen C7.
Queen C7, yeah, it's one of the lines. Instead, Bishop D2, and we had the impression that White is in general often kind of has some trouble with development, even in many lines in the Queen C2 name, so that often White gets the bishop pair, but then struggles to finish the development, and that's kind of what happened in that game. It's still surprising how.
So actually, there is no pair of bishops anymore. Right?
Yeah, now
So
not even that.
Black should be absolutely fine here.
And somewhere around here, it really started to go wrong. Maybe instead of Queen D4, is there a better move? If castle, it does look quite unpleasant already, huh? Like at least practically.
Yeah, and D5 is coming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Black is fine, and yeah, but what?
At least fine now.
Yeah, at least fine. Yeah.
Yeah, because Nurgyul tried to consolidate everything, but then the king was just still in the center, and it does look already a bit.
Her idea was.
Sure.
Yeah, I see her idea now. So
Stop
she
D6, yeah.
she tried she delayed castling, aiming to take on D5 in case black goes D5.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably that was
That's
the
a good
idea,
point.
yeah.
So that the king can capture on E2.
It should be something like this, I think. Yeah.
But now probably White is sort of okay. Rook C1, Rook D1, and the king will be.
Or Rook D2, Rook D1. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah. And another idea, I guess, after Queen C7 that she can go knight E5 because now D6 is not possible. But Rook D8 was played. Now D6 is an actual threat, and Queen D6, I guess, forced. Otherwise, D6 is going to come. And knight E8. Lela is playing this pretty well, I would say. And now finally we see this push A4, and all of a sudden White's pawn structure is sort of crumbling here. Should be 7 castle. Yeah, kind of a positional nightmare for White.
Yeah, very unpleasant position.
I guess Rook C3 could be played. How would you sort of continue playing? Because these positions, you can often get them, like it's quite obvious that black should be better, but still material is equal and still all of the pawns are defended. So how would black best continue here?
Well, I think objectively it should be holdable still. It's not easy to increase the pressure on these big pawns.
Yeah.
And White will have some counterplay over B file. as well. So
Like rook
f3,
b1.
rook b1, and yeah.
And do you think black is only going to play on the queen side here? Usually you often then want to play on both sides, like some g5, f5 could be maybe one idea as well, trying to gain space on the king side sooner or later.
I think I'll leave time for white to create a counterplay on over b file. So I don't know what should be done. To be honest, I think. But what happened is a few moves ago. So it was not possible to take a pawn to grab a pawn on a3. So what? Yeah, that position. Yeah,
Around here?
a4. Yeah. So
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, if taking here, I guess knight c2 was the problem. But still, is that not in white's favor?
queen c3
In
is.
black's favor?
Sorry, rook c3.
Rook c3, yeah, and actually white cannot take it because the knight is still hanging. Maybe she was thinking about knight d4. Or maybe knight d6. And if rook b6, knight c4.
Right.
Yeah, maybe some drawing chances here. Is that possible? Takes and rook b5. Still, it's going to be at least such an endgame, yeah, which
Oh, that this one is quite unpleasant.
I would also say
Why?
so, yeah.
Yeah.
If one, like if with those pawns here, if it would be 4 against 3, it should be sort of an easier draw. Even there, we saw many decisive games in this event
Yes.
even, yeah.
Yeah.
And that is not so easy, but with 5 against 4, it's even tougher.
It's much tougher, I think.
Yeah,
5
yeah.
against 4 is quite challenging.
Yeah, that was
Good
actually quite a nice chance taking on a3. Instead, knight d6 was played, and now also taking on c4, then d7 is going to fall. So it seems like now at least Nurgyul is sort of able to consolidate everything with rook c3 now. And we do have a move on.
She's given time to play f3, rook b1. She should be more or less relaxed, I think. More or less, yeah.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a move like f3 could be possible just to protect the e4 square. And I see Mariya Muzychuk on 30 seconds
Oh,
already, yeah. But with Tan's time management, it's quite easy to get into time travel, I would assume. Tan on 51 minutes. Yeah, that still does look like Tan should be able to win that, but all of a sudden, at least Black has some active play. But of course, piece is a piece.
it's strange, but white pieces became very passive now. So bishop e3, probably, yeah, is a move to make. And g4, g5, g4.
Yeah,
Some counterplay.
g5 is coming. Not so easy. This king cut on the first rank is not really what you want, but maybe bishop e2 will solve
Then
the
check.
problems.
Okay.
Check, king c2.
Oh, king c2 maybe, yeah.
And if h2 back, king d3, and
Yeah, no, but then maybe g4, simply.
after,
So bishop e2, g4.
and if I take, it's maybe not so clear.
Oh,
Huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Still cut on the first rank, and also have rook e2 coming.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe rook e2, bishop e6.
But then
Can also go after the e4 pawn, maybe.
rook e2, rook c3, yeah?
Yeah.
b5, let's say.
You mean immediately?
No, rook e2 maybe. Maybe I would.
Or maybe bishop b6 is possible now.
Or
but-
maybe bishop e6 is possible, yes.
But
But
also
here
this,
b5.
no, bishop c5, rook f3 should
f3
be
is hanging, yeah.
winning, yeah.
Okay, it's probably still winning, but somehow Mariya managed to complicate the matter.
Yeah. Should still be winning. But some technical conversions still
But 40
required.
moves are already played, so
Wow,
she's not on danger anymore.
Oh, we've already reached the time control now, yeah. Which is quite early, I would say. Didn't expect that already. So we already went through all of the games now. Maybe we could go back to Anna Muzychuk's game, especially considering that it's sort of the most important
Oh
one.
yeah, she went rook e4. That was my idea, but Yeah, but somehow I was not happy with the bishop takes f3. I think it's not easy to play for white, but
Yeah, so she does allow the structure to be damaged. Still is a pawn up, and at the moment black doesn't have any attacking chances yet, but the king is kind of long-term target now. Rook b8, rook c4, that's the current position. So instead, rook e3, rook e4 you were saying we were considering, but instead we were thinking about
yeah,
most
something like
rook
b1.
would be maybe a safer alternative. Also here, do I actually have to take? Is f5 also an option?
Rook c4, then that was Arno's idea, I guess.
Hoping I will get e4 at some moment, but probably I'm not in time. Does seem sort
Here
of slow.
knight g5,
Yeah, knight g5 is one idea. Bishop d1.
rook c7.
That's a nice one. Rook c7 and queen c7. There's knight e6. Yeah. Yeah. So rook e4 at least probably sort of forces black to give up the bishop pair. So that was her idea. Rook c4, and now queen e7 on the board now. Would you still take white?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, objectively, white cannot be worse. Yeah? White is pawn up. It's not easy to manage this sort of position when your king is always weak.
Maybe move like king g2, just
G2,
slowly improving.
queen e4, I don't know. I would.
I guess the good part is that it's not so easy for black's pieces to actually join in the attack. Yeah?
Well, of course, here if I manage to put my pawn on a6, that would become critical for black because then black would be forced to focus on this pawn and forget about counterplay on king side on anything. Yeah, but pawn is still on a4.
Yeah, that does make a pretty big difference. And the bishop on c7 at the moment, at least blockading the pawn from sort of advancing any further. I guess you could consider a5.
Well, by the way, what about a5? Yes. What
Yeah.
about a5?
But then, well, a6 at least. Well, a6 you could actually do because, for example, if rook a2, a6,
a6, yes.
you cannot take
a6.
because of rook c7. That's
Yeah.
an important point. And then white can take on a6. So yeah, what about a5? Maybe rook b4? Idea is to, first of all, attack this pawn and also go after the pawn on h4 in some cases.
But you know what? Even a6.
So
Even a6.
giving up h4,
Yes.
yeah,
And now queen e4 probably.
yeah.
And a7 is already the threat. That's what I was talking about. Also rook d7 is a threat. So queen g5, let's say.
And actually the king is
King
super
f1
safe on,
and
on f1 now.
Yeah, king is rather safe. Queen d7 is another idea.
Yeah, so here probably black already has to play sort of passively not to end up lost. Maybe move like bishop b6 or something.
Yeah,
like that,
a5
but-
seems
Okay.
quite critical to me.
Yeah, a5.
Oh, we see that the computer is not happy
Yeah,
with this option, but for a human being, it's not clear why. Yeah, what is his idea?
yeah, not at all. Don't really see what's done. A6
Oh, maybe
is
maybe
coming.
maybe something like queen f6 first.
Queen f6 now.
Yes.
Rook c7
Oh,
is there.
7 is hanging. Sorry.
Bishop
Yeah.
is hanging and
Yeah.
does not
Sorry.
continue.
Yeah.
I guess you just cannot stop the pawn from getting here. So
e4 is not an option. Like rook takes, queen d6, f4 maybe. Yeah.
yeah, still does seem like the king is sort of safe.
Mm-hmm.
Huh, difficult.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. If it's difficult for us, it would also be difficult for Vaishali.
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
But Anna did make a move, and it's not a5.
It's
She
not
did
A5,
go
yeah.
for queen to c3, which
Well,
is
also-
actually the
yeah.
best move objectively.
Mm-hmm. It's also a reasonable idea, yeah.
And
She's
she-
improving her queen first.
Yeah, attacking the bishop,
Attacking the
and
bishop,
still
yes.
keeps the option of a5, a6 totally
Yeah,
alive.
absolutely. So maybe even let's try. What about bishop d6, a5, bishop b4 is not an option anyway. Yeah.
Queen b2, yeah.
Mhm.
So a5 again, very logical. I guess the only drawback of queen c3 could be that I could try and take control of the first rank, but probably it's not really going anywhere if you take and go king g2. I don't know. If there is a way to continue the attack. And I'd love to push f5 at some moment, but it's not really going anywhere.
Yeah. Then anyway, e5 pawn is pinned. Yeah. for the
Yeah, I
moment.
had ideas with f5, f4, then to take on h4. But the problem is even if you get f4, white can still take because of the pin now.
Mhm.
So well, maybe there's... Isn't the queen trapped? Never seen an idea like that
Rook
before.
c7 is still possible.
Ah,
but
there's
then-
still rook
then-
c7.
then
But then
queen
queen
h4,
h4 is
queen
possible.
e5. Queen e5. Queen h4 is not good, perhaps. Yeah. Maybe simply
could-
bishop takes, and this is rather drawish. Yeah, of
Probably, yeah.
course.
f7 still a weakness, but at least this...
Oh, maybe bishop c4, huh? After bishop a5.
Yeah, bishop c4 still... Even here, white keeps some pressure.
Mhm.
Okay, maybe another move like queen d6 is also possible. And queen c4, try to keep the attack alive somehow.
Mhm.
Many different choices. Or queen f6.
Queen f6, yeah. Keeping an eye on h4 pawn.
Queen c4 and...
Bishop takes. Bishop takes a5.
Ah, now you can take, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we see often this pawn on f7 being sort of the main target here. That's something which Vaishali needs to take care of. Yeah, queen c3 is still the move on the board. Anna Muzychuk with quite a nice time advantage currently.
Well, but in our line, on our previous line, so after bishop d6, a5, rook b1, maybe white can play something like queen a1.
Ah, now to go back like that.
Yeah. Bishop
Yeah,
b4.
I'm just not sure about...
If rook takes.
This is so hard to evaluate.
The pawn is hanging, yeah. Pawn is hanging. Now then.
Still, I was thinking if at least one rook even gets to the 7th rank, it could also go quite wrong with the pawn.
Yeah,
of
but the
7,
king is weak.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe that.
Also, there might be
white can be better.
there might be some nice plan like this, yeah, with double attack.
Even better, yeah.
Okay, so rook b1 is on the board
Oh, immediately, yeah.
immediately, yeah, not bishop d6 first. So I guess that Anna probably has to take. It's probably her plan. Rook b1, king g2, and is there anything better than
Bishop d6.
d6 now? Or do you have to go for that? Would you also consider putting the bishop here? You are losing control of e5, but at the same time you might be
Bishop d4, huh?
bishop d4 or also going after the pawn f2.
Oh, yeah. Both, yeah. Bishop d6 looks very nice as well.
I don't know how to evaluate such a position, but probably black is not really in any danger here.
Queen f6, maybe.
Yeah. Should not be a problem for black anymore. Well, maybe you can go rook e4 to be able to counter bishop d4 with queen d4. Yeah, so not so easy. What to do with the pawn on e5? So bishop b6, bishop d6, both possible. Still, rook b1 is the current live position. And Muzychuk thinking, but probably rook b1 is gonna be played. It's hard to see what else could be the idea. And Muzychuk 16 minutes, still 13 moves to the time control. Meanwhile, time control has been made in Zhongyi against Mariya Muzychuk. And yeah, let's go back to probably the game which interests you the most, Alexandra Kosteniuk against Jiner. And maybe Alexandra is able to squeeze some advantage out of here. Let's see how we got here. So she did go for h4, and I think here we saw the position of last time.
I was thinking about this maneuver, but was not sure what white will play after b4.
b4 did not happen now. What happens after b4? I guess bishop b2 has to be.
Oh, the a5, so I was not sure about this. But maybe even a4, I don't know. What is this?
Knight c8. It's maybe a bit slow, yeah?
95.
95 is
Oh, yeah, 5 first, or then f5, yeah. Okay, I was not sure about it. But yeah, I would personally go probably, but that's...
It's a nice maneuver.
It's a nice maneuver anyway.
It also keeps more winning chances, I would say, compared to a move like f5, which we talked about earlier, which will probably lead to more simplification quite early. Early on, so knight f1, knight e3, and now
f5, yes.
f5, but yeah, now she got
G5,
at least
yes.
g5. And
well, it's a bit unpleasant for black. It's a bit. It should be draw, of course, but slightly unpleasant. If it's possible, I would keep this bishop alive. I don't know if it is possible.
Maybe you can go to b2.
Yes, for instance. Maybe just like knight f2 and go back, preventing h5 this way.
Yeah, h5 now there's going to be knight g3, so... And king c2 also looks quite strange. Of course,
okay, maybe this is a better option. I don't know.
At least now I'm going to get h5, but...
So we need to calculate, yeah, we need to deal with this one. Okay, king
Again,
d2,
not giving it up, yeah. King d2, yeah, knight f3.
Knight f3, knight f3,
not work
king
because
d2,
of
yeah.
king d2. But yeah, maybe this is actually working quite well, huh? As it seems. Is there cb or?
Oh yeah.
And if take on e3, this pawn is probably gonna.
Oh, that's a
promote.
nice line, yeah.
Is it 94?
a7.
e2.
Yeah. a8 and But you know, maybe even king d1.
And just that.
Yes, but this position is probably just lost. a4.
Gonna be winning just
a4 or whatever. Yeah, a4 first.
a4 bishop, knight
And
e7, and
this
then
is just winning.
Yeah.
Maybe h5 or whatever.
king is slowly gonna approach. That should be winning now. Yeah, so king c2 is nice, and if the knight goes back to e4 now, then I guess you can push h5. Yeah.
This is my idea. Yeah.
Could become pretty unpleasant, huh?
Well, objectively, still draw. No doubt that it's objectively still draw, still holdable. But yeah, sort of unpleasant.
Yeah, so bishop e2 was the line we looked at. What else could black try to do. I guess you have to do something, because if h5 comes, it's gonna be not so easy anymore. I was also thinking of knight g3, just avoiding it, but it doesn't.
Knight d5 then.
Knight d5, I was hoping for
Oh,
some,
well, yeah, BB takes, yeah, probably.
some tricks here. I don't know, maybe
Yes.
some
I don't
perpetual.
know if it works, yes. King takes, knight e4,
Or knight b3.
that's probably perpetual, yeah?
I don't know yet
And
how,
the
but
king b4, the only move, and knight c6.
then I'm gonna win the piece. I'm not gonna win the piece.
No.
King c4 is there.
King
Yeah.
c4, knight e5, draw.
Yeah.
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
Or king d4, doesn't matter. Still
Yeah.
draw.
Also king
That's
d4.
a very nice line, by the way.
Can even choose how you wanna.
It can
how you
end
wanna do
like
it,
this, this game, yeah. Easily.
I would say
but
knight d5, yeah?
Yeah, you know, but knight g3 looks ugly somehow. So
Absolutely, yeah. It's sort of just going into the wrong direction. But
perhaps this is the best move.
yeah, maybe white doesn't even have any real way to.
I don't know. What about a waiting move? Any waiting move here?
Bishop c3
Bishop
back?
c3, knight will go back to e4.
Yeah,
So maybe bishop
a1.
a1, yes.
Still, I guess at some point b4 could be considered.
Yes. Before a4 is the only option for white if she wants to play for win. But it's tricky because we are creating the pass defended pawn. So
Also a4 could be weak
so-
at some moment.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do see on the board immediately knight d5. And again, is this knight endgame usually probably quite promising for white, because those pawns are already.
Still better for white.
Advanced.
Indeed, yes. Knight c7 is a threat. Yeah. Still black.
Five.
Black should be careful.
Yeah, so knight d5. Yeah, black certainly has to be careful.
What about b takes?
B takes c4.
King there is no
c4.
perpetual here. Yeah.
Here probably not. Knight d6,
No,
king
no,
c5, and now this
Yeah,
knight is
there
hanging
is
as
no
well.
knight f5 check.
Knight c7 is already maybe a threat. Can I
Oh.
go knight d6?
Oh, now we need to calculate knight f6, right?
Yeah, that was also what I was afraid of.
Oh, maybe take on b5 first. Why not?
Ah, and then knight f6. Take on
Yes.
b5.
Let's take first.
Guess ab.
And maybe
so-
now. Oh, knight c7. Okay, knight f6. Yes, knight f6.
Yeah, actually, how to defend this pawn on h7? It's
Oh, that's
not possible.
it's impossible to defend. Yeah, so black need to push her own pawn.
Yeah. You do see knight f2 on the board.
So nothing changed actually since our last time. So white is slightly better, but objectively it should be draw.
Yeah, does look like it, but certainly some pressure for Alexandra. So I will let you go shortly. I just want to ask you, as probably everyone knows, you have a position at FIDE. Could you maybe tell us something about it? As you mentioned earlier, you're not involved in this specific event, but could you maybe talk about some projects you're currently working on or some plans for the future, perhaps?
Oh, yeah. Well, I have a position is called GSC, Global Strategy Commission Secretary. And when I started 5 years ago, it was mostly related to the paperwork, some communication with the continents and the federations, drawing the regulations for major FIDE events. That's still part of my work, but now I'm getting more and more involved in event management. Like last year, I was leading a couple of major projects like candidates in Toronto. Then one World Rabbit and Blitz Team Championships in Astana. Was also heavily involved in New York preparation. And this year, yeah, at the moment I'm now leading the London project, which is World Rabbit and Blitz Championship, which which is approaching quickly. It will take place in London from 10 to 16 June. And we have a record number of teams this year. It's getting more and more popular.
How many teams are actually participating, approximately?
We've got, the registration is over now.
Okay,
It
okay.
has been over 5 days ago, and we've got 57 teams
Wow,
on the list.
that's quite an increase to
Yes.
the last years, right?
To the last years, yeah,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right. It's getting more and more popular. Well, also, London is a very attractive place.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess
for sure,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
also important.
And I can imagine how much work goes into organizing those events. We also see it here, how much work and effort it took for the organizers to put together this event. I cannot imagine how much work it must take for an event like in London. It's
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's quite a big amount of work, but okay, we have a very good team nowadays in FIDE.
Yeah.
A very good team of event branding managers. They're working hard and try to deliver their best to each event they're involved in.
Well, Pavel, it was great that you joined the show. Thank you again for taking the time.
Thank you for inviting me.
And,
It was my pleasure.
Yeah, we're going to go on a short break. See you soon, everyone.
Thank you.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Javakhishvili.
And welcome back, dear viewers. We had a special guest here in the studio, but now we're continuing following the action of the final round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, the final stage here in Austria. And we're approaching time trouble in some of the games. So I suggest, Felix, we're going to jump into the action straight. I would suggest the game of Anna Muzychuk against Vaishali Rameshbabu feels like exciting one because Vaishali has only 4 minutes on the clock.
Absolutely, I was also about to suggest that one. Not only Vaishali has less than 4 minutes, also Anna Muzychuk down to 3 minutes currently. So really approaching the hot phase of today. Many time trouble phases, and really impressed by how accurate both Anna and Vaishali are handling this situation.
Yeah, and also for Anna, it's very, very important game. Currently, she is one of the 2 leaders with Jiner, and in case she manages to win and Jiner will play a draw, then Anna Muzychuk is going to take the sole first place in the tournament, so super important game for her.
Absolutely, and I was analyzing this game specifically quite a lot with Pavel before, and it always seemed like White has some pressure just because of the extra pawn, and especially this a-pawn can actually be quite dangerous, especially if it reaches the a6 square. But at the same time, the king on g1 is sort of weak, and now especially with the pawn structure being broken, certainly some targets there.
Yes.
So we saw that moment after rook b1, and yeah, Anna took on b1, king g2. Happened in the game, bishop b6, both players playing super accurately in this stage. Rook e4, putting pressure on the pawn on e5, and just bishop c7 back.
Yeah, offering a repetition of the moves, definitely something what Anna could have done, could have repeated once, but she decided to continue and push the pawn. This is basically the advantage of White, that there isn't a passer on the edge, on the a file, so a5
was played, f5, and now rook a4.
Yeah, there were 2 moves, bringing rook to e1 or bringing rook to a4 to a1. And it felt like rook e1 was less precise because after rook takes, queen takes on h4.
There's going to be quite a huge threat with e4.
Yes, and the idea of rook a4, which was played in the game, is actually first to provoke f4, and after rook a1, and rook trade has just happened, after black most likely will take on h4.
Yeah, probably Vaishali should take here.
Yeah, and here a6.
Still, a6, a7 looks like it's coming pretty soon.
And bishop
b6 can be considered.
Yes, and here queen e5.
And king h6 just giving up.
Yeah, now bringing queen
pawns
back to e1 with the idea also, in case checks are made, king could escape via f1 and e2.
But it might be quite difficult for White to make progress here, because this f2 pawn is always hanging, and this a pawn needs to be supported by the queen, and the queen cannot easily leave without the f2 pawn being under attack. So this could be some sort of positional draw here.
That's true, it's definitely possible. This is the current position. Both players are running low on time, 3 minutes for Anna, and 2 minutes for Vaishali.
Did not take, instead she went for queen to c5, which also seems very logical, forcing a6 probably.
Yeah, and after a6, bishop b6 looks like a move, stopping the a7 idea and also targeting the f2 square, not giving up the pawn on e5, but at the same time not taking the pawn on h4, which maybe could allow at some moment some h5 push. But as we see, evaluation bar is not impressed at all. It says it's all under control.
Yeah, again we see this pawn on f2 being a long-term target, and especially now with the queen on c5, this a pawn is not going anywhere at all. This does look very drawish.
It does look okay. There are still 2 pawns on the queen side for White, which could be something. But I think the biggest problem for White is that White cannot trade the queens, because any time White is going to head into the bishop endgame, due to the opposite color bishops, it's going to be an easy draw for Black. So for that reason, White has to try to create something, but it's not easy to see how. So yeah, bishop queen c5 is currently on the board. Now, big question for Anna, what to do?
I guess a6 has to be played, otherwise the pawn is dropping Anna down to 2 minutes.
Just wondering if there is any queen a4 with the idea of queen d7. Is there any idea to create some checks?
Queen a4, bishop
Probably.
a5, but the king is going to be quite safe, I assume.
Yeah, a6 actually.
On h6.
Yeah, king is just escaping, so there is not much there.
And still bishop b6 is coming.
So actually a6 was played as predicted.
And bishop b6 immediately played by Vaishali.
So we have now move number 35, so it means 5 more moves, still the second time control. So I suggest for a moment we'll stay in this game because most of the players are super low on time. We should follow this time trouble closely. Maybe some mistakes can be played.
Bishop b6 is on the board as far as I can see. And Anna Muzychuk thinking.
One more time reminding for the overall standings in the tournament and also for the Grand Prix points, it's extremely important matchup for Anna Muzychuk. She has to win to try to get the sole first place in this tournament. Queen of Fun is on the board. Looks logical, but how actually do you progress as white? How can you continue? Unfortunately, due to having the light squared bishops, no pawns can be attacked. Still, there could be some ideas of pushing h5. That's something what I would consider, but yeah, f2 weakness is probably simply too much.
Yeah, I don't really see a plan to continue with white. The queen is just stuck here. If f2 is dropping, then even white can get into a lot of trouble with the king being sort of weak.
Yes, but right now it's actually Vaishali's move. How can she continue? I believe like if she just even remain standing on the same place, like bringing king to h6 or queen to d4, or basically any move, then the most important is of course to remain the pressure on the f2 square, and all the rest looks like it's working pretty well. And
she goes back queen e7.
Interesting. Her idea is she's attacking the pawn on h4 now, but I was wondering if queen a1 can be played, but then queen c5 is repetition of the moves. Maybe queen e1. What do you think about this? Because queen e1.
Yeah, I guess in the worst case you can always go back to c5.
Okay. We see like the solution bar shifted a little bit, but
yeah, I'm a bit surprised about that.
Maybe h5 is possible here.
So if I take...
Opening up the king and... Yeah, maybe king h3, is it possible? My idea is that you cannot take on f2 because e5 is hanging. Yeah,
and you're kind of prophylactically preparing either queen g1 or queen e4 in some cases. So this could get a bit sharper.
Yeah, very interesting. Queen e1 looks like a move to me, at least it feels like.
I guess black could still consider taking on h for now, which...
Then it would transpose to the line we were discussing earlier.
Yeah.
Queen h1 is on the board. She's defending the pawn on h4.
And she might have ideas to push h5 as well here.
Yes, it's still in the picture, but there is always queen g5 check. So now, question, what happens after queen c5 attacking the pawn on f2? Is there a repetition?
Maybe she will go to e1 now.
Maybe queen e1 is indeed a better option. So that there is also a square for the king to f1 to escape. In case of queen coming to e7, king of 1 could be an opportunity.
Yeah. This is the current position. Both players are really low on time, less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, well, we also had to have some time troubles in other games, but I would suggest we stick with this game because it's super important for the overall standings.
Yeah, absolutely. I would also love to have a look at the other games, but as you're saying, probably you should stick to that one.
Yeah, just 3 more moves and then we're going to switch to the other game. What was played?
I
queen
think
c5.
I see the queen going back to c5.
Yeah, so now queen e1 looks like, because she doesn't really want to repeat, right? Because queen f1, maybe she wants to repeat to get into the second time control. But queen e1 looks like a decent
does look like the queen does have more opportunities on e1 rather than on f1. just maybe to get to e4. Also the e5 pawn is going to be hanging in some cases.
Yeah, and maybe again at some moment h5 could be considered. Queen e1 is on the board,
e1 being played.
as suggested. So now big question for Vaishali, how will she wait out? That's a big question right now. Of course, there are no threats from white, but it's important to find a useful move from black. As you were mentioning, I believe this king h6 is pretty important, also stopping h5 idea.
Yeah, I like that move, just putting the king to sort of a safer square, because now whenever white takes on e5, it's not going to happen with a check. And she did move her queen. Is it d4?
Yeah, queen comes to d4, but now h5. Can it be played? Because h5 was the same idea like we had before, h5 after take king h3. And my idea is to take on e5 with a check in case queen takes on f2. And in the worst case, there is going to be the queen g1. And is it actually possible?
That's
h5?
certainly a nice practical try, huh? I like h5. Certainly puts some pressure on black now, because you need to react somehow. You don't really want to allow white to take on g6. Maybe even something like this would be possible to allow, but then the pawn on g6 could be a target later on. Just go for bishop to e4.
Bishop e4, so
Sort of a waiting move.
not yet clarifying situation. I don't like, because then there is no queen takes e5 with a check later in some of the variations. So
Yeah. Bishop on e4 can be sometimes in white's way.
But
still, Vaishali probably has to wait. I don't really see how she can do anything else.
yeah, but
other
of
than
course
that.
it's move number 39, so it's important also for players to still keep the position probably how it is right now, not rush into any h5 ideas. So maybe Anna Muzychuk couldn't really evaluate. I mean, you cannot really clearly evaluate something like this just in under a minute.
Yeah.
So for that reason, she's trying to be more solid, placing the bishop to e4, also supporting at some moment pawn coming to the a8. But of course, a7 square is fully defended right now. So the pawn is not going to be pushed. Now question, how to
Vaishali
continue.
On 27 seconds though.
King h6 is played. Now h5 is not coming.
Yeah, now h5 can be captured by the king.
Actually, if it's captured by the king, is there queen h1 or it's not?
I thought I can still go to g5.
Yeah, and then f2 is hanging.
Yeah, still.
Yeah, okay, so it's not really working well. So king h6 is on the board. Now final 40th move, the most critical one, has to be played. Let's see.
20 seconds for Anna Muzychuk.
What will she play?
15 seconds. She's gonna make another waiting move, queen g1.
Queen g1, what is the idea of the move queen g1?
Well, she could have ideas like king h3 now, and if queen f2 comes, then maybe queen g5 is there.
Similar idea like we had before. And the bishop on d4 is stopping any e4 break, so it's also pretty important.
Yeah, bishop e4 was a very safe move before. Does lose control of the a6 pawn, but anyway, black is not really going after that.
Yeah, and also bishop d3 anytime can happen,
Yeah,
so even
absolutely.
if pawn is being under attack, or bishop b7 even in some of the lines. So
Yeah.
definitely. And now king goes back to g7. It was played. Is there actually now h5? But okay, there is definitely extra half an hour in the clock of Anna.
Yeah, now h5 is probably like the best version you can get, more or less, I would say. Still should be a draw in all of those cases. gh5 is, I guess.
But okay, it's objective, yeah? Objectively equality, but
Yeah, practically, of course, it's always a different story. King h3 maybe. King is in some danger in general. Maybe king f6.
then queen g8,
Yeah, it's getting
or not?
dangerous. I don't know if queen f2, if there is sort of a mating net or not, but it's not really what black wants to allow. It seems like there's a win here. Maybe bishop h7 and then queen g6 is possible. What am I missing?
Queen d7.
Ah, queen d7 now. just a double attack. So I don't really
Interesting.
see it just yet. What is the problem here? But
I'm just wondering what else, because with the queen move, that's basically the only way is to go for queen g8, king h4, queen f2 doesn't work. So,
and an endgame like this is.
oh,
I mean, I thought this has to be a draw, but
wow. Yeah, because you're taking all the pawns and the
yeah.
A and B pawn. Yeah, so the problem is that if black brings the king to the queen side, it will lose control over the e5, and at some moment a7 push and the e5 pawn can be falling. That could be something. But okay, you don't really see it from far.
Yeah, like when I was looking at this, I thought the endgame should still be a draw somehow. But yeah, then king h4 is quite a beautiful idea, because otherwise I can maybe take on h5. Also queen g5 is now in the picture, so the king is actually also helping with the attack.
Yeah, so actually bringing the queen on d4 for Vaishali maybe was not such the best decision, because if we would have if she would have the queen on c7, it could easily go to e7 and she could bring it to the king side. Now that the queen is on d4, it's cut basically by its own pawn on e5. It cannot get into the king side, and the only function of the queen is targeting the pawn on f2. And yeah, in the line which we have just checked, it actually feels like white can even give up this pawn. So king is on g7 right now, yes, current position.
That's the live position. And Anna Muzychuk is thinking maybe we should check out the other games, since we have reached the time control here.
Maybe Kosteniuk against Jiner, because it's another leader.
That's one is also very important for the tournament standings. If Jiner in fact loses, then even a draw for Anna Muzychuk could be enough, also depending on Zhongyi's game.
Yes. We will check it also in a moment, because it was a very crazy position there. So, yeah, many things have happened, some repetition, and we can see that Alexandra actually escaped the repetition. She didn't want to repeat.
Yeah, playing for the win here. I was also talking with Pavel earlier. It seems like black has to be still quite careful to secure the draw here, because white always has ideas with h5 to generate an outside passer.
Bishop is extremely strong on c3, so that's a big problem for black.
Bishop c3 is such a powerful piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though there is kind of an extra pawn in black's position, but it's a double pawn, it's a very weak one, c4 and c5, so it can be captured. So now it's move number 40, so players got extra half an hour, and now it's a big question, because knight is hanging on d5. Where do you bring it? Do you go back on e3, allowing the trade?
That's the big question. You could maybe also go after the pawn on a6. Can you take that one?
It's actually a perfect moment to have 40th move, because you have this half an hour to think about all these variations.
Well, this knight is looking like it's sort of trapped, but I don't think that it can actually be trapped. Doesn't go anywhere at the moment, but well, maybe.
Yeah, but the problem is that once knight of black is removed from the king side, then there could be at some moment this h5, g6 push. Yeah, so it's a bit tricky.
Absolutely, I was thinking about this. The knight on a6 just doesn't participate at the moment, but it also hinders some of the black pieces. So. And as you said, those pawns on the king side are just marching down the board. And if g6 comes, it could very well go wrong.
Yeah, so it's pretty tricky position for both sides, definitely, because if white is also not precise at some moment, it could also backfire with an extra pawn on the queen side, but generally looks like white should be in the front seat.
So probably it's the best idea just to pick up that pawn. I guess I don't really see any other options. You also mentioned briefly knight e3.
So knight e3, it feels like knight has to take, because there are no other move for the knight, or not.
Maybe you could.
Knight f2 and knight e4, yes.
That might be one idea. Also, I'm not is this a threat if takes? Because then the king could come to f5. It's difficult to evaluate.
It's actually interesting. Yeah, because the problem could be at some moment h5, g6, hg, and h6.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure if king on f5 is so good. So maybe we can try play some move, but actually it's so difficult to find some move to play. Yeah?
Knight d4.
Knight d4, knight g4. Oh.
Yeah, then I'm in time because also
Yeah, because
the
you're blocking.
knight is blocking the bishop. Yeah. Maybe you can take on c4, but then I'm gonna capture the pawn on h4. Oof. Maybe something like h5.
Actually, h5 it looks very nice because
We saw quite a curious drop in the valuation, but it's back to equality. I
Yes.
guess there are some perpetual check ideas, as we saw earlier.
yeah,
with
knight d4, yeah, back.
maybe back and. Oh, here maybe I can take on c4 then.
Now you can take. Actually, maybe originally I could have taken on d4 and then on c4. Let's check this line actually instead of h5.
Oh, to take here, yeah.
Yeah, and then just take on c4.
Maybe king d5 could.
Knight. It could be tough, yeah.
How's this pawn endgame? I'm just curious. I was thinking about this one. Just f4 and it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she did go for knight b6 in this position, just going after the pawn on c4, which also makes a lot of sense. Don't think that Jiner can actually hold on to that one.
So knight d4, now a question?
Once again, knight d4. Well, that actually would transpose, right, to what we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
Here, takes king d5.
But then a question where to jump with the knight now. Is it b6? No, but how do you defend the pawn? Maybe knight b2, knight d3?
Yeah, that's
But then it
just-
feels like black is somehow taking over, at least in activity of the
yeah,
pieces.
the king is now so active. Still, h5, h6 could come, and then
Yeah.
g6 is a big threat.
Definitely. That's one of
I'd
the
just say
options.
something like a5, and then h5 could actually.
Yeah, suddenly it's not so good. Yeah, also h5, h6, and g6, yeah?
Yeah.
So many ideas with those pawns.
Yeah, this is still not so obvious, all of that. So that's a live position. They have reached the time control as well.
So maybe it's a good time for us to let Jiner to think and move on to the game of Zhongyi against Mariya Muzychuk, because
yeah, that's actually a
Oh my
huge,
God.
huge
what
turnaround there.
happened?
Because Zhongyi was a piece up, but Mariya Muzychuk.
Maybe we can return to the moment of bishop e7, because this was a critical moment.
Here, yeah.
When bishop e7 was played, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, yeah, so this was, mysterious move, bringing bishop to e7, and here bishop e5 already was possible.
Yeah, bishop e5 picking up that pawn looked to be even stronger than bishop c7 followed by d6 is a big
Yeah,
idea.
The d pawn is just coming forward.
Instead, Zhongyi also went for the very logical way like this, just kind of picking up material. Is also d6 right away possible?
Actually, yes.
Like-
Maybe it was even stronger because now huge threat of a bishop coming to c4.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what would happen there. Maybe knight e6, she was thinking about.
Can we check the time stamp actually? Maybe she rushed into.
Yeah, she played it sort of immediately.
Look at her time, 54 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sometimes problem, yeah, for Zhongyi. Sometimes she's rushing into some things. Her opponent has 3 minutes, she has 50 minutes, and she didn't spend much more time. So what exactly went wrong? So suddenly,
Yeah, that seemed to be the big mistake, but
why exactly? Maybe bishop didn't have to move actually. Maybe
I mean,
rook c1, rook c7.
rook c1, g4,
Rook c7.
king d6 maybe.
And now rook could come from the backwards to the g. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, that does seem more convincing, indeed. And going back to f8 also.
Evaluation is
doesn't
always changing. It's pretty complex position. There is something concrete here for
seem- Maybe
black.
I can try to run
Yes,
in with the
you're
king.
right.
That
Yeah,
might
still.
be. Yeah, at least practically speaking, this is not really what you want to allow. And rook b4 would be nice, but then this g pawn. Can I stop it? Takes g3.
And then there is e5 maybe. Oh no, and it's not happening.
I thought I have king e1 in time, but there's rook h1 check first and then g2.
Trick.
So I guess that here after g4 now I start with king e1 and then king
And the
f1.
point that d4, you're picking up d4
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah. That should be the cleaner win
That
here,
should
rook
have
b4.
sealed the deal actually.
Yeah.
Because now bishop e2, of course it's a very cautious move, it's stopping g4, but on the other hand it allows this important tempo of allowing king coming to the game, to the e5 square. That was missed by Zhongyi.
Yeah, actually, again, sort of played immediately,
Played so fast.
Yeah,
Oh
after
my
just a
God.
couple of seconds. And all of a sudden, well, there are still quite a few moments here, but this already is quite difficult, yeah?
It's difficult to see why is exactly it objectively better. I mean, probably something concrete.
Yeah, giving a check first. I mean, those small differences then are just so hard to understand in a practical game.
Yeah, definitely you want to pick up the pawns on the queen side if you manage, and then sacrifice the bishop at some moment, having this protected passers on the A and B files later would be something what Zhongyi probably wanted, but now pawn is already on g4, the other on d4, pawns are very close. This is the current position, right?
Yeah, and actually, I mean, I
pretty
would
dangerous.
even go so far to say that anything can happen by now. Because
And knowing also what happened in the previous 2 games of Mariya,
Yeah.
but she has 6 minutes on the clock. Just look at this time difference. Zhongyi with 52 minutes, Mariya Muzychuk with 6 minutes on the clock. Of course, the pawns are super, super dangerous right now, so Zhongyi has to find the move pretty precisely.
I guess that rook b6 is a very natural move, just picking up that pawn. And maybe g3. Rook g6, again, in my opinion, the most logical move.
And question is if g2 king d2 probably.
Yeah, otherwise rook h1 is coming.
And now question, is there d3? Because if bishop takes, there is g1,
Yeah, with a
Queen.
discovered check. And if king takes,
then rook h3 and
Yeah,
rook g3.
that's a nice idea. Rook h3 check, then rook g3, and actually all of a sudden black is winning. So don't even see...
Maybe
is it
give up the piece.
something like b6
DE.
and
B7?
b7.
Oh my god, this would be crazy if it... and we see that the relation bar is equal.
And probably this will lead to a draw somehow. All of the pawns are going to get exchanged.
Oh my
and-
god.
But yeah, and we
Insane.
do have a move on the board.
King d2 was played and g3. Yeah, looks very logical. So g3, then take on b6. I mean, this looks pretty much the only move, I mean, challenging move for black, so to say. What happens if white is eliminating all of the pawns?
Yeah, and then we're going to be
Oh wait,
not even
that's a
back to the
different-
line we had, because now
Ah,
you
we
can
have
even start
D3,
with
you mean.
d3.
Yes, now it's a different story because king is forced to take, and after g2
Oh,
we
that
have the
looks-
same plan of rook h3, rook g3 in case rook g7. Actually, even rook g7 is not possible because rook is on the 6th rank. Ah, no, it's possible, but okay, rook h3, rook g3 would seal the deal.
Yeah. Well, that's actually already quite a nasty trap. Taking on b6 would even lose on the spot due to d3.
So does it mean that rook g6 is the only move in the position?
Does seem like the safest choice. Still, g2 would be sort of similar to before, I guess.
But now there is an extra tempo for
Yeah,
white.
just
so
that the pawn on b6 is still there.
but actually, what to play? Because king d3, rook h3, rook g3 is always there.
Yeah, and d3 is still sort of a threat.
And bishop you cannot remove, so is the move moving like a rook somewhere on the g file, or it's a4? Maybe a4, but a4 d3,
a4
right?
d3 once again, no? I mean, maybe
It's getting sharp.
can bring
But
the
then
king,
rook
king e1.
h1, king f2.
Rook h1, king f2, I could see an end to the game somewhere like this, but... and go back, but apparently there was something better. Maybe rook e6 and then king f2.
Yeah, probably. And then you're controlling the g1 square, and the pawn is not going further. But maybe question could be what happens after, let's see, so rook g6 one more time, g2, king e1, and here what happens after?
Maybe you can throw in d3.
Bishop takes, and
And
then
I
rook
thought king
h3.
e3. And now maybe we will make it happen, finally.
Rook h3 doesn't work here. What do you think?
You mean here? Here, huh?
Yeah, rook h3, rook g3.
Yeah, probably works as well. Attacking the bishop and threatening rook to g3.
So how should actually white react? Because no, I wanted to ask like about after d3. So
You mean
so this
Well, I
d3,
guess
bishop
it's-
d3, rook h3.
it's just a draw by taking on f5, for example?
No, because rook h3.
Ah, still there's rook
g3
g3 there, yeah?
Yes, so for that reason, I think white should give up the bishop.
Yeah. Have
King
to give up
f2.
the bishop for sure, yeah?
Yes, and going, yes, so that's what I
Yeah.
was considering that.
Yeah.
Then it would just be a draw
Yeah.
endgame. Okay.
I thought I can reach the drawn endgame like this as well. I thought you have to take with the king, but yeah, nicely pointed out that rook g3 actually wins the game for black.
Yeah, so it's, yeah, now I can understand that now Tanjani is sitting and spending time. Of course, if she was more precise earlier,
Yeah.
she would have already got this point. But yeah, Mariya Muzychuk once again being resilient, and as we saw
Absolutely.
in the previous 2 rounds, yeah, it was absolutely incredible. She was defending fearlessly against first Olga Badelka, then against Alexandra Kosteniuk, and managed to score those 2 important wins. And now maybe she is going to defend this very, very difficult endgame.
Yeah, I think she will, honestly. Now the momentum is definitely in her favor. And one game which we haven't seen in quite a while is actually Olga Badelka against Dzagnidze. Can we jump into that one? It seems like
sure.
we have a winning position for the Austrian number 1. So I was analyzing this position with Pavel as well, but we haven't seen it in quite some while.
Yeah, let's check what actually happened, because it was always a very pleasant position for white, having 2 pieces for rook, and also having a bishop pair, which is pretty important. But yeah, after this h5 push,
Bishop back to a5, yeah? What type
what a
of...
beautiful square.
So many regroupings, yeah?
Yeah,
It's-
because knight on d5 is being supported by this bishop. Yeah.
Looks like a very beautiful game. Because now h5 was taken, and then rook h1 comes, and now black's pawn structure on the king side is quite
Yeah, and
weak.
this shows that actually in this game, the open files E and D, they're actually not having such a value as the light pieces, as the knight on d5 and the bishop on f3. Yeah, incredible pieces, and actually now there are semi-opened files against the white's king,
Yeah.
black's king, sorry. So
Also, the
that's-
pawn on c5 has been regained, which also makes quite a big difference in the end. Queen can go to d4 at any moment. h5 is going to drop. So this looks like kind of a hopeless position for Nana Dzagnidze.
Yeah, so now we can say that, so to say, from the objective materialistic point of view, then it's equal in material, but due to active pieces, definitely Olga Badelka is crashing. I mean, and of course now she has a lot of time, not like in yesterday's game of Nurgyul Salimova against Nana Dzagnidze, where unfortunately for Nurgyul she couldn't find the precise moves in the time trouble. Now Olga has a lot of time to consider all her options, and yeah, also maybe in the time trouble she could have actually secured the victory, but now she has 25 minutes. So
Yeah,
a lot of
absolutely. It
time.
looks very promising. I can also see a sudden rise in the eval bar between Kosteniuk and Zhu, which is another important game for the overall standings. It
What
all of a sudden
happened?
looks like Alexandra Kosteniuk is winning, in fact.
Oh, wait a second. What does it mean? If Alexandra is winning, Tanjani playing a draw, then it means that for Anna,
A
draw
would
is
be
enough.
as well. So Mariya would then
Incredible.
actually be saving her sister, Anna
Wow.
Muzychuk, and granting the ticket to the candidates tournament.
What a turnaround in the position. Let's see actually what happened, because last time we looked at the position, it was move 40, I believe. The king d2 and b takes c4 happened, and we discussed actually it's not so easy position to react for black. And h5 apparently was a huge mistake.
Yeah, I can certainly understand that, because you don't really want h5 to happen by white. But now, of course, the problem is that white still has this outside passer on h4.
And you cannot find actually the square for a knight to attack it. So the square on f5 is taken by the pawn. It's not so easy to remaneuver the knight to g6 or f3. So it feels like the h4 pawn is going to stay there forever and it's going to be always, at some moment, basically a dangerous pawn in any of the endgames. In the king's endgame, or in the case one pair of the light pieces is going to exchange. It's crazy. Knight takes c4 is on the board, maybe not the most precise move, but after king d5, suddenly...
Yeah, now king d3, and now it seems like it's actually too late for black. King d5 looks quite natural. Still, there was some way to save the game here, but...
Maybe knight d4 again?
Yeah, knight d4. I don't know if I have to take. Maybe I could also go to d3. I don't know if I want to allow.
Yeah, what a turn of event, absolutely. Incredible. Yeah, and also at some moment, bishop g7 is always there. The pawn can march on the h file.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference, because once this pawn reaches h5, then already bishop g7 is sort of deciding the game on the spot, because then this pawn is just not going to be, it's not going to be possible to stop that pawn anymore.
So basically this h5 move was a strategical mistake in this endgame, allowing this h passer to be created. So huge chance right now for Alexander Kosteniuk to seize the advantage. Let's see one more time.
I think, as we said, knight d4 might have been a way to save the game, even though it was still not entirely obvious here. Knight c4, king d5, king, knight b2 was the move. Knight comes to d3.
Yeah, we're coming to this endgame where white has a potential passer on the king side and black has a passer in the center, and usually we learn it that the edge or basically the outside passer is more dangerous. So maybe that's something what Jiner didn't like in this position, in this endgame.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Yeah, whenever h5 comes, then h6 also, and g6 looks like white is breaking through, but also black's king at least is very active here. The king is coming to e4, so it does look like black has pretty good drawing chances here, but still, like we have not...
h5, yeah. So now it's white's turn. No, it's black's
black,
turn.
yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Black. Still, we could not really come up with a clear-cut draw here as well, so of course very difficult situation.
Yeah, knight cannot draw back, yeah, from g4.
Yeah,
it
it's
cannot
sort
go
of
anywhere.
trapped here. Yeah? Like, could consider going here into f3, but it also doesn't really do that
But after
much.
knight h2, h5, and I think
already
it's already
h5
over,
is
yeah.
coming, yeah. And
Or not. Something was...
yeah. Maybe there's some perpetual now with knight f1. Yeah.
Yeah, because now
King
king
c2, knight
e3,
e3, and king e2, knight g3.
So maybe first some check, but...
Or a prophylactic move like king e2 could also be considered.
Actually, yes, king e2 and king and knight cannot escape, because after knight f3 there's going to be always h5.
Yeah.
That's what Jiner was actually afraid of, but apparently something actually holding up here. What is the move? Maybe bringing king back, but actually bringing king back. Maybe king forward to f3.
Trying to get active like this, but still h5 and difficult. It's also considering knight e3 to again have some perpetual check ideas, but still h5 and well, h5 there's going to be knight f1, but still king e2 maybe.
It's absolutely not clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what if in that position h5, just to consider
here
after instead of knight e3, if playing here h5. Okay, it's simply very bad. Or
also not
or h6.
Obvious at all. Well, I was hoping for some ideas like this, but I would even be losing because actually black has
you're in time.
Enough time to bring back the knight. Those ideas are often there, but here it's simply not working.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe something like this could be winning, just to put black into Zugzwang at some moment, and also to try and remove the knight.
Yeah, you're right.
From f6. But yeah, Zhu went for h5 still. It was probably holdable, but king d5 is kind of the fatal mistake at that moment. But yeah, very difficult.
Again, not so easy to find the move, yeah, because it feels like all the pieces are kind of pinned. And this h5, bishop g7, huge threat is coming. We were discussing it also earlier when we just entered this endgame. There were so many pawns, everything was semi-closed, we might say. But we were discussing that if pawns get traded and some open files will be available for the white's pawns, as we see here now, the h pawn is available. The bishop is also bringing such a huge power to the position, and yeah, since there are only 3 pawns per each side, and all of them located on both sides of the board, on the queen side and the king side, bishop is definitely much stronger piece than any of these knights.
Yeah, that's true. Was just using the time now to think actually what is wrong with king d5. I might have come up with one explanation, that maybe I actually need the king on the king side just to protect that pawn. So maybe I'm going to play something like knight g4, and if h5 comes...
King f7, stopping
maybe,
bishop g7.
But also knight d6 is there with check.
That's not... It's difficult. Maybe now knight d4.
No, knight d4 still, those endgames. It's just so hard to calculate that. It does seem like white is just so much faster.
Yeah, that's super complex endgame. So king d5 was played, king d3, and now black feels like in kind of Zugzwang.
Yeah, I think she even went back with the king e6. Yeah, it's on the board.
So she realized she needs a king on the king side. Okay, so now big question is how to proceed with white. We can see, of course, the evaluation bar shows as an objective advantage, but again, it's also not so easy. It might be only one single move which keeps this advantage.
Well, h5, I guess, is very natural.
Yes, h5, bishop g7 is a threat. How do you proceed here? Because again, king f7, knight d6. You cannot go king d7, king f7, knight d6. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I could go back to e6 now, but.
But then bishop g7.
Now bishop g7.
I'm not sure, but.
Ah. King d6, bishop h6. Yeah. And
the knight is not in time, maybe.
If knight g4, then you
knight
would, or knight b7.
Actually, yeah. And then basically we reached the position which you didn't want to allow.
Yeah.
I mean, not you, but black. But of
Me
course.
too.
You also.
Another idea which I also thought of was just to play knight e3 in many cases, just then to prepare king c4, keeping also control of the f5 pawn, which also seems very convincing to me.
Yeah, also very logical, definitely. I'm just wondering. Okay, let's try again. h5. Yeah, looks like a very logical move. So knight g4, but knight g4, bishop g7. Yeah, we already had this discussion before.
No, bishop g7 here, it's maybe a bit different, yeah, because now king f7.
But now h6. And king g6.
King g6 I have here, yeah.
So it's important not to reach this position with white. Okay, so
I guess even here you could consider a move like knight e3. Because probably once those two exchange, this pawn is just going to decide the game, and the king is just going to enter here.
The bishop is simply too strong with a h passer. All right, so huge challenge right now for Jiner. But okay, first of all, it's Alexandra's turn in the position. Is she going to go for the h5? Because h5 is also commitment. Yeah, we're going to push forward the pawn. It's not going to be located on the square of the bishop. So it's not so easy to defend any longer, although there is no way to attack it as well from black's side. So definitely feels like one of the candidate moves in the position. Is there anything else, like knight e5 or knight e3?
I guess you could also start with knight e3. I don't really see the problem with that either. But
yeah, knight e3, because it feels like everything kind of pinned, or not, at least not pinned, but all the pieces are restricted. Knight from c6 cannot jump, knight from h6 is also remaining there. And now you're basically stopping the idea of knight coming to g4 as well, because you could trade it pretty easily.
Yeah, and white's piece coordination.
And knight is on a3, actually. She just played this move.
It's just amazing. Yeah, knight e3 is on the board.
We just called it, yeah. It's a very logical move. Now I don't really see any active ideas from black, how actually to defend now.
Yeah, this looks pretty hopeless actually. Like white is just so much in control if h5 comes, and it's just so difficult for black to find even a defensive plan.
Yeah, the problem is your king has to stay on e6 to defend the pawn on f5. If not, the knight has to remain on h6 to defend the pawn on h5. Knight from c6 cannot really jump anywhere. Okay, maybe let's try to bring the knight somewhere to e7. I'm just not sure, but then king could come to c4 even.
Well, for the moment, I guess knight g6 is some sort of idea. So maybe now I can push h5. And then king c4, as you said, is coming.
Yeah, it's insane what has just happened. Jiner, who lost first 2 games in the tournament, then coming back with 5 wins yesterday. Olga Badelka manages to stop her with a draw, and now what do we see? Alexandra Kosteniuk. I mean, we were talking about the pairings for yesterday already. We were already discussing that anything can happen. Alexandra Kosteniuk with black, very dangerous. She scored also many victories. She also had some very painful defeats, but she's a super strong player. Actually, it's very difficult to say who is more consistent from these both players, looking at their result, of course, because Jiner had many decisive games in her favor and against. At the same time, also Alexandra Kosteniuk had many nice wins, but at the same time, she had some painful losses. So both of the players, and we were also discussing that draw is very unlikely result, but entering the endgame, we still consider draw to be possible.
Absolutely. One explanation could be, I don't know, Zhu was playing so well under this pressure. I mean, she needed to win all of the games to have a shot, and she played so amazingly. Now maybe this pressure is sort of gone. She already qualified to the candidate. Maybe she actually needed that to perform that well, and now that she was sort of more relaxed, then, well.
How stressed do you think is Goryachkina right now sitting at home? Because there is a big danger right now that in case Kosteniuk wins and Zhongyi doesn't win, Muzychuk plays a draw, that Muzychuk is actually the second qualifier.
Yeah, probably Alexandra Goryachkina is more nervous than all of the players combined here, because she cannot influence anything that is happening.
Yes, definitely is the case. But she played also amazingly so many events as Jiner and as Anna Muzychuk. I believe Anna had only not such a great first event, first stage of the Grand Prix in Tbilisi. She got shared third place, third till fifth, I believe. So that was not so successful, but all the rest of the events, what she played, also actually recalling the start of her tournament, she played 1 draw, and after that she scored 4 victories in a row or 3 victories in a row. She also was
something like that.
Yes, so she was beating all the players, and then some draws against even players who like yesterday, like Lela Javakhishvili lost so many games, but yesterday against Anna Muzychuk she managed to be solid, as well as Nurgyul Salimova had also not such a great tournament, but again a few days ago against Anna she managed to keep it cool and actually make a draw. So knight e3 is on the board. We see Jiner looks like she is feeling in trouble, but again, it's only 1 game for her. She already qualified to the candidates.
Absolutely. I think she's going to spend some more time on the next move. I mean, she surely wants to. She's going to try everything she can to try and come up with some defensive resources, but it's just going to be very difficult. So in the meanwhile, I can see that Mariya Muzychuk is below 3 minutes. Should we maybe go back to that?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go there because...
Yeah, actually what we analyzed earlier did in fact appear on the board. So here she did go for g3, rook g6 on the board, and g2, king e1. King e1 probably already one of the only moves for white to not be lost. And d3 takes rook h3. And
yeah, rook h3 felt very natural because rook g3 is a huge threat. There are no checks. King f2 is failing.
King f2 I think
it's not
has to be
failing.
played,
It has to be failed.
Otherwise rook g3 is going to come.
Yeah, so king f2 is a must move, and after rook d3
takes, and there should be some ways for the draw, maybe king g2.
Yeah, and actually here maybe white has to make a draw, or not.
Yeah, probably if someone has to be careful, it's probably white, because this pawn is
definitely more dangerous than b5.
Yeah,
b5 can be easily stopped. Yeah, very,
Yeah,
very
still should be
interesting.
more or less an easy draw.
That's also a big lesson, not only for Tanzania, but to every chess player in the world. Don't rush, even if you feel like you're already winning, you're up a piece. Don't rush, because that's what actually made this all possible. And relaxing. Yeah, sometimes when we're getting winning positions, we're tending to relax. And we see King F2 on the board, so after Rook D3, it feels like the draw is going to be agreed in a few moves.
Yeah, I believe so.
Maybe Mariya is going to play for a win with the F pawn. Yeah, definitely the F pawn is more dangerous one. The king is supporting it in front. The B pawn can be easily stopped by the rook. So King G2 is on the board. So Rook takes A3 happened. Now Rook takes on B6 is on the board.
And Rook A2 check.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Bringing the king to the first rank. And even though Mariya is so low on time,
She goes to H3.
she goes to H3.
Would have not been my first choice. I was mostly expecting King G1, but yeah, King H3 of course still keeps everything under control.
Yeah, now Rook B2 or King F3.
Guess King F3, maybe Rook. Well, there should be many ways.
Yeah, there should be.
She goes for
Rook B2. Yeah, Rook B2 feels like you're taking control. The rook cannot move from the B6 square. So most likely, do you think Rook B8 and pawn has to be pushed to B7 should we go for? Because it feels like if not, then king and the pawn could be a bit active.
yeah,
Because
it looks natural just to push the pawn to B7.
yeah, so now the point is the black's king cannot go outside of the pawn because then it actually black is going to lose.
Yeah, if for example here, then
Yes.
white has the check, and then on the next move is going to promote. I'm thinking here, maybe there are some cases where white actually needs to give up the pawn and then still going to make a draw. For example here, I don't know. There is a checkmate threat.
But now it's,
Some care needs to be taken here. Like I can
yeah.
imagine some moment where white needs to give up the pawn and then go for a drawn endgame. But
Yeah, imagine getting such a winning position and then appearing in the endgame where you actually are the one side who has to be more careful not to get into trouble.
yeah, actually that happened now. Rook A6 already on the board.
She
Giving
gives
up
up
the
the
pawn right
pawn
away.
and she wants to basically, yeah.
And check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now
now
king,
it's-
king G5 probably has
Yeah,
to be
and then-
played. Maybe a few more moves will be played to check the knowledge of Tanzania, the typical theory of the rook endgame.
Yeah, I think this game is going to end in a draw pretty soon. I see some developments also in Anna Muzychuk against Vaishali.
Yeah, let's jump in there because we see that the evaluation bar has shifted. Last time we got the position on the move 40 after King G7 was played and H5 was on the board and now King F6.
Yeah, we only have actually one move, which is new to us now because both players spent quite a lot of time.
Yeah, but H5 we didn't see. H5 is also no.
Yeah. H5 and King F6 are the new moves.
Yeah, so H5 as we were expecting. Of course, black couldn't really take on H5, so now King F6. Big question.
So I
Right
guess you're going to take on G6. And then maybe move the king, yeah? Maybe to H3. Queen
Yes.
D7.
Yeah, Rook H3, King H3, sorry, and yeah, the problem is G6 is under attack, maybe G4.
Also Queen D7 check, I'm not
Queen D5,
sure.
but then King H4, King H4, it's maybe almost a checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah, then it's going to be checkmate on
It's
H5.
not working. Yeah, we cannot go there, so Queen D7, King H2, or Queen G4, yeah, you want to play?
Well, Queen G4, now I'm actually thinking that this endgame is a draw. Or is that possible? I mean, you don't often see a opposite color bishop endgame with equal material that is not a draw.
Yeah, this would be, I mean, if it is... Wait, how many pieces do we have? The it has to be under 8 pieces, so we need
Yeah, it's a few too many.
not table base. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty exciting.
I mean, if it's
That this is
okay, bishop has to defend the pawn on g4, and king has to go to e4. So we have to play bishop.
okay. Let's do like this,
Bishop e6, yes. And now king goes to e4.
and then
And king f6 has to be. King.
let's just. Oh, yeah, you want to take that pawn? Yeah, I guess.
Yes.
Still f3, so I'm not even sure if you can take. But okay, I'm gonna go back to f6.
So now question.
Oh, we do have the result.
The draw of Zhongyi against Mariya Muzychuk has happened. It means Zhongyi is not catching up with Anna Muzychuk in case of the draw. So this is definitely a good sign for Anna.
Yeah, and it's actually looking more and more like even a draw would be enough for Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah.
But of course, largely depending also on Alexandra Kosteniuk's game, which does look very promising for her now, but still
I'm
not
just
easy.
wondering.
Yeah, hd6 has been played. This endgame again, I'm really curious how this is actually winning. Or if it is in fact winning.
I'm just wondering.
Well, I guess you want to put the bishop on f3, the king on d5, and then push c4, c5.
Yeah, maybe just bishop c4. So no, after this position,
Here, yeah.
so bishop c4.
Let's say I go here.
Yeah, now bishop e2. What
Maybe I can
about
even play
g5 now? Yes.
Yeah, if you get g5, I guess then it's...
So now bishop has to move. Bishop c5, let's say, or bishop a7. Yeah. And here, maybe just the question is if c4 is needed first to be played, or it's enough like this.
I guess this, then this, this, this.
Yeah. So there is big, slow improvement of the position.
But yeah, very surprising that
This endgame is actually.
also with FG, yeah, which is probably quite important. I don't know if king takes g4 would also be enough to win.
I actually haven't seen that Anna Muzychuk was standing up in this game. Do you think she saw actually what is happening on the board of Alexandra against Jiner? Because it feels like she was focusing fully on her own game. Probably that's also the best strategy, obviously, to focus on your own game, but...
Yeah, I also haven't really seen her walking around or looking at her games.
Even not turning her head, because you can see that just on the back, on the left to her shoulder is the game of Jiner. So this is the current position. Queen e1 was played. We were considering king h3, right? That was our suggestion. So here king h3, but she played queen e1. Okay, queen e1 is also a very logical move. Now you have a weakness on g6, to which you can always attack. And now maybe bishop is needed actually on d3, and then...
Yeah, still white has made a lot of progress by exchanging the h-pawns. But the question is, how is white going to make progress now? Because the only real plan I can see is to go after the pawn on,
I'm
on
just
g6.
wondering if bishop d3, so bishop b6.
I continue waiting.
Maybe actually king h3, and already this endgame is better, because it's a similar endgame, yeah? So queen takes.
Similar, just that the pawn was on g4 and the other one, so we still need to actually figure out if this is winning.
Incredible if this opposite color bishop endgame is winning. As you were mentioning, like the same amount of pawns on the board.
Yeah.
3 versus 3, but one pawn on f3 is holding all 3 pawns. It would be amazing if something like this happens, and if it's actually true. So.
And let's just see. Maybe black is going to push g5 at some moment. Maybe earlier. Let's say g5 here.
But it's not bringing much, right? Or does?
Now there's already g4.
So king has to come from the other side? Or? No, I'm just.
I
But then
don't
king
s-
would.
I just don't see how you can make any progress here.
King. King h. And can go king h5? Can I go king h6? Can I go king h7?
Well, now already g4 is an option, maybe. I don't know. Takes king g5.
But. Mm-hmm.
e4 takes.
Yeah, now king ranks very quickly to the queen side.
Yeah, and at some point the bishop is going to sacrifice itself for.
Yeah, that's actually a very
Yeah.
nice idea.
That should be winning.
Wow.
So this is the right plan, just bringing the king, and
It's also not so obvious to see. Oh, Mariya was actually walking now and so happy.
yeah.
I was just looking at her. Oh, she's so happy she survived.
Yeah, especially because she knows that it actually might make a difference for her sister, Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I see Kosteniuk Jiner is back to equality,
Oh, no.
if I can
What
see that correctly.
happened?
So, wow.
What a
So
turn
knight
of
e3
events.
was played, knight g4, h5, knight e7, and now bishop b2.
We were discussing here bishop g7, yeah? We were discussing.
We didn't have this exact position.
I think we didn't have with the knight on g4. We were
Yeah,
saying that knight.
Well, the first question is how are those endgames actually? This is always a draw.
King f5, maybe.
Yeah, and if h6 you have king g6. Okay.
So now on h5, knight e7. So that's one of the reasons you shouldn't rely on the other's game, as we were mentioning earlier. That's
Yeah, also, of course, how is it actually a draw? That's, of course, another big thing. Can I take now and go knight d5? I think that's what's happening. Take on e3, knight d5. King probably has to stay with the pawn. And now c4. Not c4, but
H6?
king f7, because I need to
Yeah,
have h6,
H6.
king g6. So what was in fact the move here?
Is there knight g4 or it's still the same?
Takes and king e4, or even h6 here,
But h6, king f7.
h7.
Ah, yes, yours. Actually, wait, actually, how do you stop the pawn?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Wait a second. You cannot stop the pawn.
Well, I mean, maybe there are some ideas like this.
h7.
Yeah, now you will have the wrong bishop. That's my argument, but maybe I'm just not fast enough.
But
Maybe
okay,
black is
king
not in
has-
time to be in the corner.
King has to be on b8.
Okay, let's wait with h8 for now. So takes, g3. Bishop d4. And
Maybe now king f7. But okay, the pawn is wrong.
yeah, it's hard to actually approach the pawn now. Yeah, this does seem like it would have decided the game now. Taking on g4 and pushing h6.
So what's the difference of... the difference is that pawn is on h6, and the previous line, the pawn was still on h5. So
Yeah, and if g3, because this I'm not so convinced now that if both parties queen, that this is
yeah,
going to
then...
be this is going to be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So after g3, guess you could play king e2, but maybe you have to.
You have to stop the pawn. And after king f7,
h7.
oh, there is just h7, yeah. Again, similar.
Yeah.
And if king f5, so g3, king e2, king f5,
H7.
then knight g6, then we have the same, yes? Or it's not the same?
Kind of similar, I guess, to earlier. Maybe bishop e5 is the easiest.
No, you cannot take.
I'm not sure, but maybe then c4 could come. And
Yeah,
it's so
probably.
difficult.
Actually, probably a c4, and then king f3, g2, and then c3.
But then I'm still gonna take, and
Take with a king. With a king. Mm-hmm.
and I'm just not gonna promote and try to bring the king somewhere.
But can you actually? Because I will just defend with the king the pawn on the b7.
And I can always put you into Zugzwang because the knight doesn't have any
You're right.
place to go. So if you reach b7, for example, let's just as an example, position like this, then I will always have Zugzwang
Yeah,
with
bishop
with
d4.
bishop d4.
That actually makes a huge difference, right? If this endgame would be without the knight on g6 and pawn on h7, it would be a draw.
Yeah, because of the wrong bishop. So we did see some developments, knight d5 check, king d3, and yeah, actually a lot of material is being exchanged, so I think we're going to see a draw here.
Yeah, we see that Alexandra is shaking her head a bit. Probably, yeah, she realizing that she went for
Yeah, also
wrong
here
way.
2 minutes spent for bishop e2.
Yeah, not so much time spent.
So yeah, knight g4 was in fact winning. Of course, all of the variations which we saw are not obvious at all. But after h6, this pawn is just too strong. In the
It
end.
just looks like you cannot stop the pawn.
Yeah, but the funny thing is that you don't even want to promote. Yeah, you just want to
Yes.
keep it on h7, and the knight on
Actually,
g6
that's the
is,
funniest part
is
here, right?
sort of paralyzed. Yeah.
So you're just bringing pawn to h7. Okay. f4 was played, so
Maybe something like king b6. I mean, even Alexandra has to be careful now not to run into any knight forks. But
yeah, maybe king d5, stopping the bishop coming to d4.
yeah, now maybe something like this and bishop e3.
But then maybe bringing king to e4 instead of f3. But then you can just take on f4. Yes, you're right. Okay. It's
At
not
which
working.
moment?
Yeah, sorry. I meant instead of f3, but then white would just take on
Yeah,
f4
yeah.
and it
Otherwise,
just point out,
I'm
yes,
gonna take, yeah.
on f4 and then taking on h6.
Still, always here, need to be a bit careful, but probably white is in time also with the a pawn. Something like this. You need to be careful on which side to go because,
Maybe
for example,
h4.
yeah, if you would go here, then, well, if the knight reaches e3 in time, I'm not sure how this would actually be a draw.
But then there is bishop g1.
Yeah, but here you have to play it, otherwise knight e3 and it would be
Mhm.
over. Bishop g1 still holding the draw.
Yeah. So for that reason, maybe bishop has to go to h4, but okay.
Yeah, that would be even
Oh,
more accurate, I was about to say. But maybe knight g7, knight f5 is the problem.
oh, you're right. And then there are no squares on e1. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's actually how not to play, yeah? The
Yeah,
way how to lose.
I also thought bishop h4 is so smart, not even running into this other idea, but
yeah,
what
probably
a-
bishop g1 maybe is smarter. I don't know, not sure.
also right away it's possible, yeah. But just to stay on this diagonal.
Mhm. Very interesting. So yeah, this position we have right now, king coming to b6, bishop is controlling the f-pawn. Looks like it's going to be a draw in a few moves, which means for the standings is that Anna Muzychuk is forced to score a victory if she wants to get the sole lead of the tournament. So maybe it's time for us to take a look at the game of Anna Muzychuk right away.
Yeah, still some chances, a lot of progress made.
So yeah, if we compare obviously to the position which was before the time control, is definitely a big achievement for white.
Yeah, because
And-
she managed to exchange those h-pawns. And now the pawn on g6 is always quite soft.
Yeah, now queen is on h4. Suddenly there are some ideas of coming with a check to the e7. And suddenly...
Yeah, still always f2 is going to be hanging.
Again, question is this bishop endgame. Is it going to be... I mean, is there going to be a winning chance for Anna? So let's say here again, king h3.
And for example, if you take...
Yes.
Yeah, so our conclusion was that this is probably winning.
Yes.
With both the pawn being on g4 as well as the pawn being still on f3, but it's anything but easy. Also, what we said earlier, that the king will run like this, but if I don't play g5, then it's another question how you're actually gonna make any progress. Like, I'm just gonna stay here, king f1, let's just look at this again.
Yeah, exactly. So king comes to f1, king f6, king e5, king e2, king d3. So here, maybe here you can already play g5 actually, because king is not there.
And maybe now the plan is to go back like this, who knows?
Okay, for some reason there is something...
This is always... Yeah. Here it's apparently working g4. Bishop f3, e4. Now black is in time.
But how, actually, wait, can we look again? Because that line...
You mean king f1?
Yeah, king f1, g4 takes, king g5. So now bishop f3, e4, takes, and now king e2. So
well,
probably
maybe a
just...
move like f3.
Ah, so you're in time to bring the king back.
Yeah, because I'll just stay on b8 and then wait, and whenever you push the pawn to c5, I'm just going to take it.
So
you have the right bishop. I just even realized that. White has the right bishop.
Yeah, but that's a good point of the bishop from a7, that it controls also c5 square, so it comes somewhere to d6.
I'm just going to stay here.
Yes, you will not even give up the...
Exactly, yeah.
But okay, let's move a few moves back where king f1 was played. So
I was still too focused on the wrong bishop in the other game somehow.
Yes.
Mixing that up.
Yeah, but sometimes it can be actually a huge difference, definitely. So yeah, g5, and here king d3. So now definitely the king would not be in time.
Yeah, because now I guess the main difference is after king g5 you have bishop f3 and e4 can be captured with the king.
Yeah, that's another important point. So here, let's say king e6. Or I don't know.
King e6.
Wait. Okay, king c4. And now?
Maybe you want to bring the king to e4? Might that be one idea?
Actually, we were yes, we actually had something similar, no? We had one of the lines we were discussing, bishop comes to, b7 or c6, bringing the king there, and the bishop would be on c8, for example.
Continue
Bishop
waiting.
c8.
Here?
No, after king e4.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to...
Bishop c8.
And if black goes here, then maybe king f5?
Yeah.
And if black goes to f6, then king d5 is
king d5, and...
It's so difficult to understand.
It's difficult to see this endgame, yeah. Also, Anna is running.
But she played c4 here.
c4.
So her point is that if black takes on c4, then at the moment the pawn on f2 is not, in fact, hanging.
So she has queen e7 check, and then she can capture pawn on e5.
Well, maybe the computer argues that this is a draw. Queen f7 here.
Okay, now queen takes on e5.
And move like king h6. Now there's queen h8 maybe, so...
King h7 maybe?
King h7 also doesn't look like such a healthy
Yeah, because
square.
there is queen b8. King h7, there is queen b8. No, it's not working, sorry.
Queen b8 here?
I was considering, yeah.
I mean, it just looks wrong to go into this pin. Maybe queen f6 works out.
Queen f6 and no more checks. Okay, queen...
Still, yeah, queen b8 and all of a sudden
b8.
a7 is coming. Like,
it's actually pretty tricky. I mean, I'm wondering...
let's probably have a perpetual here.
But king f1?
Queen b5.
So yeah, this is tough. So c4 was played. Vaishali is also low on the clock, and she didn't take the pawn. She
Yeah,
played
she's
queen c5.
Staying on the diagonal.
Okay, she's keeping pressure. So now the question is, how do you proceed? Okay,
Yep.
now here king h3 again.
By the way, sorry to interrupt you. We do have a result in Alexandra Kosteniuk against Jiner. The game, in fact, ended in a draw
Yeah,
after a
what?
missed chance for the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk,
Yeah, what a
in
game.
the late endgame stage.
Yeah, she had this opportunity of winning, of course. It
So
was
yeah.
also not so easy to
Mhm.
find.
Absolutely.
So basically, the only chance for Anna to get the first place is to win this very difficult endgame. And what I was wondering, if king h3 is possible.
King
here.
h3 here.
So again, with a similar idea. So if queen takes on f2, I guess it should be similar endgame.
Apparently
Even-
not, yeah.
That's crazy. If
Well,
it's
I
not-
mean, one difference is that the white king cannot enter via c4 anymore.
It can only enter via
e4.
a4. Yeah, or e4. Yeah.
Yeah, or a4, but a4 is quite a long way. If the king runs there, then black is maybe always in time to get some counterplay.
Okay, let's try, because I'm just wondering what's exactly the difference. So king
So-
g2,
Let's say king g2, bishop waits.
king f1, king f6, king e2,
Guess g5, king d3.
d3, yes, king.
Let's
Okay.
wait.
So now
here.
bishop b7, let's say. We have bishop d5.
Bishop
played.
d5 on the board. I'm still curious about this endgame.
Yeah, let's make first this endgame. So now, okay, now
Maybe I'm
now
gonna-
bishop, yeah, or bishop c8 or king d4 doesn't matter.
Maybe I'm just gonna continue waiting. Or king e6, bishop c8 once again. Don't want to allow that.
Okay,
And
so wait, bishop c8, yeah. Bishop c8 now winning. So it shouldn't be g4, right? I mean g4
I was
doesn't
also
work.
thinking about it, and then king g5.
Yeah,
But again, bishop c8, and then
Mhm.
you're probably gonna take at some point.
What could be a move? And it's like the same position like we had.
Because king d5 is coming.
Okay, let's say king maybe e6, bishop c8, king d6, king f5. Or what did you want to do actually here?
Well, actually, what happens if you even win that pawn? Are you gonna make any progress here if I just stay like this?
Also, you can attack the pawn, no? You can attack, we can play king c5. Or not? Or maybe then e5, yeah, falls.
Yeah, I guess that is also an option. I was just generally curious if I'm just gonna stay like this, I will give up the g5 pawn, and is there actually a way to win this? Because I don't see it at the moment. You can try to run in
To
from the other
duel.
side.
Ah, so that's a big difference in the position in comparison to that line.
How was it before? Like, if the pawn is on c2 still, like, how is white gonna make progress?
Let's try to make that line happen.
So difficult to understand all of that.
So instead of f4, king h3, queen f2, queen takes f2, king f2,
Yeah, and
King
let's just
c2,
say we have
king f6,
this.
yeah. Oh. Sorry, first king f1, king f6, king e2,
And I'm just gonna give up the
King
pawn on
f6.
g6 just for fun,
yes,
and just staying like this.
yes.
How is white gonna make any progress?
Bishop c4.
I guess you have to run in from behind. It's the only way I can see.
Yeah, but from behind, there's going to be always bishop b6 stopping it.
And then put you in Zugzwang, like this, for example. You're gonna just...
So simply the point is that there are no more extra moves. So the c2, c3 could be a move at some moment, which could bring black to the zugzwang, and c3, c4. So there are 2 extra moves which could be used later in the endgame. Is it possible?
Yeah, that's one option. Another explanation might be that the pawn on c4 might actually be hanging in some cases.
Because now king c7, for example, what will happen?
King c7, king e7.
Yeah, and then bishop somewhere. Bishop d4. It's not so easy, yeah? Like it's +6, but...
Well, maybe now it's time, actually.
Wait, no, sorry. Oh. I want to say if there is c3, but it's not happening. Okay, maybe let's return to the game.
Yeah, so c4 was played, queen c5, bishop d5, bishop a7, king g1. So they have been repeating already for how many times? Once. So if Anna plays king g2, it's actually going to be a threefold, as far as I can tell. So she goes king f1.
She cannot repeat. Yeah, king f1 is on the board. Now the question, how is she going to defend this pawn? Because then she will have to play something like queen h2. At least it feels like this. Because how else she's going to... Because if anytime she's going to play king g2, it's going to be threefold repetition after bishop a7 or bishop b6. So she, let's say bishop a7 is played right now, so bishop b2, king g2, it would be threefold repetition. So here...
Would it be? Because the same position with black to move is the threefold repetition.
But it doesn't matter. It matters just the position, no?
Really? That would be news to me.
Okay.
I will inquire the arbiters later, because it would be sort of embarrassing if that happens to me in some of my games. I thought it's actually not the case, huh? It's interesting.
I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. We need some...
Yeah. Fortunately, we have Gerhard Bertagnolli here, one of the most renowned chess arbiters. He's going to clear that up later. So, current position, king f1. By the way, I can still see a game between Olga Badelka and Dzagnidze is ongoing, but it feels like it's probably about to finish.
Yeah.
Still looks quite dominating for white. King on h8 is still very weak.
Huge attack on the king side. That's, yeah, very tough position for Nana to hold. But okay, she's still trying, getting lower and lower in time. And the game which we were unfortunately neglecting for so long is Nurgyul Salimova against Lela Javakhishvili.
Yeah, and it looks like Lela is also winning that game.
Yeah, we are sorry for neglecting this game, but we have this very critical matchup, critical moment right now. What is going to happen? Queen d4 is on the board, so king g2 would not be threefold repetition for sure. We are going to ask maybe later if in case bishop a... Actually, wait a second. Queen d4, king g2 and queen c5. That would not be threefold repetition, wouldn't it be?
I don't think so, but it's getting so confusing. So king g2 is on the board, so I guess we're going to find out now.
And
Vaishali,
queen c5, she didn't stop the clock.
Yeah,
she didn't
so
stop,
she made a move, which means there is no threefold repetition. But
so what, do we believe that the only way to go is to go for this endgame with king h3?
probably I don't see any other way at this moment. Still, another question arises, if Vaishali would then actually take on f2. She
Bishop
did go for a move.
Bishop e4 was played. Now most likely queen coming to d4 might happen. Again, not sure if it's... Because so many moves have been repeated, and like bishop was on d5, bishop was on e4 a few times. It's so unclear if it's going to be any time threefold repetition, but Vaishali is now not even checking the score sheet, but looking at the position. Probably she understands if she's going to keep the queen and the bishop on the same diagonal, targeting the f2 square. It's going, but after queen d4, there could still be check, yeah? Queen d4 is on the board.
Well, now there is queen e7.
Queen is7.
Not sure yet what it's gonna do.
Queen is7 and then king h3, yeah? Maybe.
Well, depends where the king even goes. Do you go to h6? I guess so, but then queen f8. And she doesn't go for queen e7, which
She
is
plays bishop d5.
sort of surprising.
And Vaishali plays queen c5.
Well, Anna Muzychuk also on 1 minute, so difficult time situation as well.
Is she going to go for bishop e6? Is on the board. The different move. So now no threefold repetition right now. And now the question is, if queen comes to d4, is there queen e7 idea?
Yeah, I would not necessarily like to allow it. Seems like it's still possible, but well, bishop a7 seems like a safer move, perhaps, not even allowing that.
Yeah, and again, question this endgame. And most likely, Anna will be forced to go at some moment into this endgame. What do you think?
Yeah, you mean king h3, and then if black takes on f2? Probably that will happen, because I don't see how Anna can try to put pressure in any other way.
Actually, I remember we were also discussing in one of the games of Anna. I think it was one of the earliest games, and we were saying, okay, we were not sure how she can keep pressing, but she was keep pressing. I don't remember actually what game it was, but it was one of the earliest rounds. And we see queen d4 is actually on the board, allowing queen coming to e7. So now the question is there anything there for white?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to allow that. I don't see, like, what is the downside of bishop a7? But yeah, it does still seem like the king is probably safe here. Just here it's important not to go to h7 because of bishop g8.
So king has to go to
I guess
g5.
to g5.
Yeah, now it looks like that she should probably repeat a couple of moves, maybe to gain some extra time on the clock.
But if I were Anna, I would be really worried about reaching a threefold repetition pretty soon, because we have seen quite a few repetitions already.
Yes.
Of course, it's also quite difficult for Vaishali to keep track, but...
Okay, 30 seconds for Anna. Will she play it? She plays bishop d5, and I think it's a threefold repetition. Now Vaishali is checking the score sheet.
Yeah, as she should.
She's checking the score sheet. Is it a threefold repetition?
So let's see.
She's counting 1, 2.
Bishop d5 on the board. We had it one more time before. And I think we have a threefold. And she's calling
for
the arbiter. And they're gonna check it seriously, because, well, a lot depends on this exact game and the result.
Yeah, and we have there Sandra Schmidt. She is going to check now if it's indeed a threefold repetition. The clock has been stopped.
So Vaishali noting queen c5 would be her next move, after which it's going to be a threefold repetition and we're going to have confirmation.
Is it actually, because maybe it's
soon.
not going to be a threefold repetition, but as you were mentioning, the position which would have the different person at the move?
Well, so this is one position which we have now. This is the second one. It's also the same.
Yes, but who was it moved? That's the question, because there was this king of one and king...
It's white to move, same as in the current position. And
so it looks like...
the same here also. Also white to move, so I'm pretty sure.
No, but it's two-time repetition, no?
Threefold.
Threefold.
Players shaking hands. Vaishali secured a draw against Anna Muzychuk, and what a heartbreaking day for Anna, who was so close to securing the ticket to the next candidates tournament, but due to many unfortunate circumstances, was not able to.
Yeah, also other outcome of the other games was definitely very important. We had Kosteniuk against Zhu. Kosteniuk had huge chance, which she unfortunately missed. And if that game would finish in a victory for the Swiss Grandmaster, then definitely it's going to be, it would be enough for Anna to secure a sole first place in the tournament. But now, unfortunately, she's sharing the first place, and that means that she doesn't get enough points to surpass Goryachkina in the Grand Prix standings.
And we have only one more game left between the Austrian number 1 Olga Badelka and Nana Dzagnidze, so perhaps we can go there, which does seem like a technical win for white, being up bishop, knight and pawn for just a rook. It seemed a bit more convincing earlier, but still I don't think that the win is still in question.
Yeah, also picking up most of the pawns on the queen side. Now all pawns are gone, and yeah, the two minor pieces are dominating, and after queen f6.
Yeah, not the best move
Yeah, but
according to the engine, but I think it's a very nice practical decision, just simplifying, and I think in this endgame there's not a real chance actually to survive.
Yeah, pair of rook has to be traded, and then it's going to be just minor pieces, two minor pieces against the rook. That's what is happening right now. Rook takes f6, knight f6 is on the board. We see that, and rook f8 is being played. So, yeah, usually we were in some of the positions, if there is a rook and the pawn for the two minor pieces, maybe the side with a rook could hold in some way, but in this case there are two minor pieces plus the pawn, so it feels like that should be more than enough for white. And I believe Olga has definitely a big experience after also in this endgame.
Also, this sort of position plays itself. I would say you just push the f-pawn, and there's actually not much which black can do about that. And h6 on the board. So, for example, bishop e4, and then f4, king f3. Pieces are just coming. Like, the worst which could happen is that Badelka would need to checkmate with knight and bishop, which I don't think should be a problem either.
Exactly, and g4 has been played.
So g4 also natural, king g3 next, and then
just
push
pushing
the pawns
forward. Yeah, absolutely. Also, what I want to remind to everyone is that definitely, even though we can see that Anna Muzychuk is not going to qualify for the candidates from the Grand Prix points, she has still a decent chance of qualification if she's going to succeed in other tournaments which are scheduled for this year. It includes World Cup, it includes as well Grand Swiss, and the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. So the best player out of all those events is going to qualify. And definitely there are going to be also spots coming from the Grand Swiss and the World Cup. And
absolutely.
Yeah, that's another way how you can qualify for sure. And
it's also difficult, even the way to the candidates tournament. Often people are saying it's already one of the most difficult things. And I would say that the most respected sort of opinion is that winning the candidates tournament in most cases is actually more difficult than winning the World Championship match, because winning a candidates tournament involves beating many different players, and in a World Championship match you only need to beat one player at least.
Yeah, absolutely. That's true. But that's one of them. I mean, that's the most important event in every 2 years. So it's definitely something what every player is looking forward to get to the candidates, win it, and then get to the World Championship match. And we already have 2 players right now, according to the Grand Prix standings. It's Goryachkina and Zhu. So these are 2 first qualifiers to the candidates tournament 2026.
Yeah. For them it's quite nice, because you already have the ticket to the candidates tournament, and of course the others are going to need to put in still a lot of work to actually secure that ticket, which is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and Olga is slowly pushing forward with her pawns. Now most likely knight would come to h5.
Or f5, putting pressure on h6.
Mm-hmm. Actually, after knight f5, how do you defend the pawn?
I guess king g6.
King g6, and
No
then,
discoveries just yet.
then you can come forward with king to e5, king e6, blocking.
I guess you could do that, yeah.
Yeah, blocking the check in case rook will check from a5, king e6, and then if rook checks from a6, knight would come to d6, and the f pawn would just run forward.
Yeah, but I wouldn't like to allow king g5 actually, because then it's not going to be so easy to push the f pawn anymore.
Possible.
Well, I like the plan most just to sort of advance the f pawn in some case, whenever possible.
Yeah, so maybe actually king could go to e5, but so my idea would be king e5, and after rook a5, bishop d5. And if king would go to g5, maybe just simply knight e3 with f4 idea.
Yeah, or even immediately f4.
Yeah, because taking that would drop a pawn on h6,
Yeah.
and the pawn would just go forward. Yeah, looks
Still,
like a plan.
Yeah, some need to be a little bit careful here not to like let black take on d5, for example, and then after king d5, king f4 would be there. Yeah. So there are some things to be considered. There's still some technical questions here, of course.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, Nana Dzagnidze, a very experienced player, and as we have seen yesterday, her resilience was actually paying off because she was so much trying to defend, and it was absolutely incredible in the time trouble.
Absolutely. King f6, knight d5 check on the board.
That's true. Now actually one of the questions is that Anna Muzychuk and Jiner are going to share the first place, but who is actually going to be first place? I'm just wondering about the tie breaks, because Anna Muzychuk did beat Jiner in the second round, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's more about who had more black games. Is that possible?
I would say first tie break should almost always be direct
encounter.
encounter.
Yeah, true. Only
Didn't
red.
she win against her in the second round, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, she did. That's true. So now king g3 on the board, intending king h4, king h5. Still, after rook a1, king h4 doesn't really do anything just yet because there's going to be rook h1.
Yeah, still some technical difficulties, but it does feel like soon the game would approach its logical ending. So king g3 happens. So is rook a1, but after rook a1, maybe f4 could be a move.
Yeah, sooner or later, I think this needs to be.
Yeah, because
needs to
rook
be done.
g1 doesn't really make any sense. And yeah, after rook g1, probably just king f3, and after rook f1, king g2. So that's not bringing much progress for black.
That's one option now. f4 is protected.
So Nana is taking her time, trying to find the best defense.
Yeah, I guess you have to go for either rook a1 or rook a2 because, well, just to show if the rook goes somewhere, for example, here, then if the king reaches h5, I think it's just going to be much easier.
Yeah, the knight will be relocated to the f5 square, taking the h6 pawn, and that would be just it.
Rook a1 is on the board.
So yeah, now I believe f4 looks like a
f4 makes
straightforward.
a lot of sense.
Also, after rook g1, there could be. I wanted to say bishop g2, but maybe could it?
Yeah, the pawn endgame should be winning in all of the cases because king f3 and probably g5 and. For example, after king d4, g5 would win.
Yeah. Black would not be able to defend that endgame. So rook e1, so will she go for the f4? Is there any other move here? Again, king h4 doesn't work to rook h1. I would not think she would go back with a king. So, I mean, f4 looks very logical. I mean, knight e3 is possible.
Yeah,
But
you
she
can
just-
try to
But
prepare.
she just brought the knight from e3.
We were coming from there. I mean, she was sort of taking her time here quite a lot. Of course, also white can do that because, or there's actually no rush in this type of endgame. You can always find the right winning plan later on. I'm curious though if there was like a more easier win here somewhere. Of course, keeping the queens on the board, I guess earlier would have decided the game a bit earlier. Like around here, if you keep the queens on the board, probably the king is going to be in even more trouble. But at the same time, going into this endgame also is a very technical approach.
Yeah, definitely. And okay, the pawn is also on the h file, not on g file, so there shouldn't be so many issues with pushing it.
Maybe here, king e5 made a lot of sense.
So
Because the king is already active, I actually like the knight on h5.
So in case of rook b5, bishop d5, and
Yeah.
then just f4.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense because... Okay, she's reaching for a piece, but now she stopped for a second.
Yeah, so that's the current life position. She did go back knight e3.
Yeah, the most important not to run into three-pole partition.
Yeah,
But,
as we've seen earlier.
exactly. So king f6.
King f6 probably has to be played, otherwise knight f5 is gonna pick up the pawn on h6.
Yeah, king f6 is on the board. Maybe now f4. But f4, rook e1, king f2. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, yeah. But still, earlier you could get the same with the king on e5, which would have been
Yeah,
a
now
better version.
Now basically you have to still work for some time to get the king being pushed.
Yeah,
Actually, what happens after rook a3?
king f3.
You want to push f5 and king f4, but actually...
I'm not sure if I want to push
Yeah, you
f5
can-
just yet. Let's just say you continue waiting, rook b3. I thought I would do something like this,
And king d4.
king e4. If you give check, I have bishop c4. But still,
Actually, we haven't announced, we had another result. Lela Javakhishvili won against Nurgyul Salimova
yeah,
a bit
maybe
earlier.
we could actually use the time to sort of have a closer look at that game, since it was a game which we have not really discussed in much detail in this round. So it was a queen c2. Nimzo here, Nurgyul went for the sideline bishop d2, and she quickly sort of ran into some difficulties just with the development of her king side. Also the pawn on c4 has always been sort of a long-term weakness. I guess the critical moment came somewhere around here, when you could already see the pawn on c4 being a major target. It was just very difficult for Nurgyul to sort of what to do with the pawn on c4, because short castle would also run into these like rook c8 and then d5. It started to look pretty uncomfortable already. So maybe here it was sort of time to say, I'll just go bishop e2, not hanging on to the bishop, maybe even taking on f6 and just playing for equality like that. Knight f6, bishop e2, when probably white's development is much faster than compared to the game.
Yeah, definitely.
Because here black already had this extra move a5, which later on actually turned out to be very, very useful. Because here she had this break with a4, which now completely cripples white's pawn structure. Knight before bishop b7, short castle, take on b3. And I think somewhere around here was the moment where we sort of stopped really closely following the game. King f7, f3, and I was also talking to Pavel earlier that probably at some moment it's going to be in black's best interest to also gain space on the king side, which also happened by Javakhishvili playing g5 and perhaps opening up some files on the king side as well. King f2, knight c5, rook c3. One repetition. Did you see that move? Bishop e4? It's kind
Yeah, I haven't seen it actually.
kind of a pretty idea. It's also
Yeah, very beautiful.
so regrouping the bishop to g6. That's a very nice idea.
Yeah, very creative.
And also one point is that rook b2 fails because of knight a4. So with that maneuver, she actually releases all of the pressure on the pawn on b6. Because now there are no more rooks which can attack the pawn on b6. Which, now there is no more counterplay left, and rook a7. Pawn on a3 is difficult to defend. And now bishop takes e4, which just won a pawn as it seems, because f takes e4 would fail.
With the same idea like earlier.
Yeah. Knight takes e4 with a fork. So here she won a pawn, and I'm guessing that the rest of the game was more of a technical task
The rest was a history.
for Lela. Yeah. Very careful play. Let's just see how the game.
Yeah, definitely very important to finish the tournament on the light note after she managed to hold the draw against Anna, winning the game. Of course, for Nurgyul, it's rather disappointing tournament,
absolutely.
considering also yesterday's game against Nana. So,
It's actually a very impressive performance by Lela in today's game. I really enjoyed going through that now. All of these ideas with bishop e4, bishop g6, going back, regrouping. Really like the way how she handled that game today. So now Dzagnidze is low on time, 1 minute and 25 seconds.
yeah.
Is attacked on a4 currently.
Time is running down, as well as the position is not getting any better. We can see that pawn is already on f4 and g4, and well, definitely we already discussed the other position was definitely better to have the king already on e5, but here it still looks like white is slowly going to push forward the pawn on the f-file. So
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. And so bishop c6, now big question, where does the rook go? Because if rook goes to a3, pinning the knight, then king could go to e4 anytime.
I guess anyway king e4 is gonna come.
Yeah, and there is no rook a4 check any longer, and after that,
Maybe
knight
you can
e5.
stay here, rook d4, to try and avoid king
And
e4.
then there is knight f5. Because after rook d3 check, there is king e4.
Yeah.
But rook
Maybe
c4.
rook c4, rook b4. Ah, also h6 is hanging, yeah.
Yeah, so that's one.
Where did she move the rook to? Was it d4?
Yeah, actually it's a d4.
Does look like it.
So knight f5 is an opportunity.
So actually just got the news. We do have an interview with Anna Muzychuk after her game against Vaishali Rameshbabu. So Milan in the studio, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have Anna Muzychuk here with us, who drew her game with Vaishali round 9, and with it emerged as the winner of this tournament. Congratulations, Anna.
Thanks.
How do you feel?
Hard to say because, of course, it's great to win the event, but at the same time, I think it has never been so set to win the event.
You've played a very strong tournament. You played really well. You've defeated Jiner, who tied you for first place. You defeated her in round 2. You had a streak of these 5 draws in the end, and even with that, you emerged in first place. You had 3 great tournaments in this whole season with the Women's Grand Prix. I mean, there's a lot to be proud about and happy about.
Yeah, like I won the last 2, but still it didn't help me to qualify to the candidates. So this is like the sad point about it.
Still, it was good. Your sister managed to hold Tan to a draw. That was a very exciting moment. I don't know if you were aware of that or following. Obviously, afterwards, she was very closely following your game, because obviously, had you drawn and Tan won, then it would have also impacted a lot, even for this tournament. So your sister stood up for her sister, and she saved you a lot. So I just wanted to mention that, because I think it should be mentioned. We're really grateful for everything you've done for chess in general, but also in this tournament and in the Women's Grand Prix. And although you didn't qualify for the candidates who won an important tournament, and you've helped a lot of people enjoy chess, definitely, and inspired them. So really thank you for everything, and I don't want to keep you in there tired. Thank you so much and congratulations. Despite not qualifying, it's a great success. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your kind words.
Thank you. That's it. That was the interview with the winner of the final sixth leg of the Grand Prix, Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025 that finishes today here in Austria. I think one more game is taking place, and I'll take it back to you, studio.
Thank you so much, Milan, for the interview. Yeah, definitely a great performance by Muzychuk, but very heartbreaking due to the other pairings, since Alexandra Kosteniuk didn't manage to score a victory against Jiner, which made Anna Muzychuk win the tournament, joined with Jiner, which would not bring her enough points, unfortunately, in the Grand Prix standings, which results in Jiner and Garachkina getting first two spots in the Candidates Tournament 2026.
Yeah, both of them also showed amazing performances. Unfortunately, it's always sort of like that there's going to be one person which also, or even more than one person, which actually deserves the spot. That's how it is in sports, but it's just unfair after all. Anna Muzychuk, one of the participants that would have deserved the spot so much, but in the end, the luck was not on her side.
Yeah, she also mentioned that even though she won the tournament, she have never felt so sad, throughout the tournament, because unfortunately it was not enough. And due to the first Grand Prix performance, which was not so successful for her in Tbilisi, the performance was not enough. But let's give a credit also for Jiner and for Garachkina for their incredible performance in the Grand Prix series. They have scored in immense victories in the different tournaments, so definitely deserves. Yeah.
Once again, Jiner and Alexandra Garachkina, the two participants of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix that made it already to the next Women's Candidates Tournament. Big congratulations to both of them.
Yeah, one of the biggest achievements you want to get as a player. After that, definitely the second part is coming to win the candidates. It's already a different story, but yeah, great to see both of them in the tournament. So we still have 6 more spots left, and they're going to be distributed among the other major events, major female events in this year. The next one is going to be in July, actually in Georgia. It's going to be the World Cup. So from World Cup there are going to be 3 spots, and from the Grand Swiss, which will take place a bit later, I believe it's going to take place in September, October this year, then there are going to be for top 2 places promoting to the Candidates Tournament, and 1 extra sport is going to be given to the best female player, so to say, using the FIDE circuit of all the events, the Grand Prix Series, the Grand Swiss, World Cup, and also the World Rapid and Blitz. So that's why it's also going to take into account. So the best player is going to get that final sport for the candidates. I think it's actually pretty smart also that the changes have been made so that the loser of the match is not automatically in the candidates and still has to fight for that spot. Zhongyi, as we can see, she had some chances, but she didn't really succeed in Grand Prix Series, but maybe she will succeed in World Cup or Grand Swiss.
Absolutely, it would not be surprising to see her back at the Candidates Tournament. Of course, one of the strongest female players in the entire world.
Yeah, for sure. And we see the game is unfolding. Rook c1. There is definitely 95 check, which...
King d4 has been played. So I thought at first that she wants to do this sort of setup with knight to e4 and then to push f5, f6.
But here rook a3.
And then I thought, well, if king e2 maybe?
Maybe king f2. So
also possible.
So bishop e2 could be...
I wanted to, I'm not sure what I want.
It's so difficult, because it's winning, but you need to find a way how.
Well, I wanted king e2 so that after rook a4 I have king d3. That was my main idea.
But what about rook a2 check?
Here? It's covered
Oh,
by
sorry,
the bishop.
bishop.
For now,
yeah. I'm already tired. So many games,
Yeah,
so
I
many
can-
positions.
I can relate. You must imagine how the players are feeling after such a long event, with so many long games.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we are analyzing, we're just looking basically, okay, we are also looking deeply in some of the lines, but we're also looking, we can say, on the surface. We probably don't see even 1/4 or 1/10 of what the players actually consider and going through in their heads. So many variations, so many lines. And for that reason, of course, big credit to every single player in this event, making this final stage really memorable, because all these games of the final round were so exciting. Every of it was, I mean, there was something crazy happening there, absolutely. The games which we have seen were not drawn like right away out of the opening. They were hard fought till the end game, some of them with a threefold repetition, some of them in some rook end game, the other one in the knight end game. So yeah, definitely huge credit to all the players here in Austria in the in the final leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-25.
Absolutely. I don't know what I can even add to that. I'm really happy to have witnessed all of the games here. We have seen so many interesting fighting games in basically all of the rounds. There have been always so many decisive games, not many draws. Today also one of the days where probably most amount of draws, like 3 draws. There was also maybe one round there was with 4 draws. I'm not entirely sure now.
Maybe at the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah, but
Players still try to be solid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So now I think we will see this sort of setup with knight to e4, and then this pawn is gonna march down the board.
And also maybe shortly talking about both of the players. Dzagnidze had also so far quite a nice tournament. Olga Badelka had so many decisive results. She had 2 wins, and I believe she had 5 losses and 1 draw yesterday,
Yeah.
but she managed to stop the bleeding, so to say, played a draw against the player who qualifies to the candidates, the Jiner, who was scoring 5 out of 5 wins actually. I'm sorry, just it looked a little bit funny because all the pieces are located on the 4th rank now. Bishop on c4, king on d4.
Yeah, that's true.
I just thought maybe the game was finished, yeah, suddenly. Well, the king is on e4, but yeah.
King e7, Nana still playing. Of course, it's always very disappointing to finish the tournament with a loss. You always want to finish tournaments on a high note, but there's always going to be, well, in most cases, there's going to be a winner and a loser.
But Nana also had the good tournaments
Yeah.
besides that. Okay, she had this loss, an unfortunate loss against Jiner recently, but yesterday she won the game which she actually could have lost. The game could have gone either way yesterday, so for that is also. And she also held a draw against Muzychuk. F5 is on the board.
We do see f5 on the board.
So now f6, f7, pawn is very close to being promoted. Also king e5. And now we're finally transported that position, which actually might have happened. Yeah, rook g1 attacking the pawn, probably bishop e2 looks like.
Or f6 maybe right away, just to continue pushing. This does look very powerful. f6 on the board.
f6, f7, then knight f6, knight d7 or knight h7 would probably seal the deal. So king f8 looks like.
And then you could even protect the pawn just for now, bishop e6.
I'm just wondering if f7 with knight f6, sorry, there is going to be a pin, yeah?
Yeah,
Suddenly
something like this is always, then it could become quite dangerous because, yeah, then black already has some ideas to sacrifice the rook on f7.
Yes, so definitely not to miss that. So king f8.
Maybe Nana can try king d7, so that at least bishop e6 is not possible.
But now f7 and the threat is f8.
Yeah,
and then
king
bishop
e7.
e6 now.
Yeah, that would be one option. She did go for king f8, which I think makes the task a bit easier because now you have just full control with bishop e6.
Bishop e6, just defending.
Because it's always nice to sort of keep this pawn on f6, so just that there are no sacrificial ideas. But if king d7, well,
Okay, once again f7, king e7.
maybe you could also play king e5
because
here,
there is a threat of
followed by
bishop
bishop e6, yeah, because rook takes g4 fails
Yeah,
due to the double attack.
that doesn't really work for black. So bishop e6 defending a pawn. The next moves king e5, f7, knight f6, knight h7, knight d7.
Now the position sort of plays by itself.
Yeah.
Rook f1, king e5 on the board.
We might see resignation in a couple of moves because knight would jump at some moment to d7 or h7 via f6 or c5. So
That's sort of the main goal, to
Mhm.
control this promotion square on f8 with a knight either from d7 or g6 or h7,
yeah.
and then to push the pawn.
Yeah, definitely, and black cannot really do much, even if black would take a pawn on f7, it would not really work out. So what was actually played? King e8. Okay, interesting. So there is the idea actually to go after f7, king e7, but then there is again knight c5, knight d7. It looks like it's going to be promotion to the queen at some moment to f8.
Yeah, maybe you could also start with the move knight c5, and then f7 is going to come, and the king can always hide on g6. If check, rook f1, king g6, and then f7 is going to follow.
Yeah, knight d7, f7, that's it.
I do expect the game to end shortly.
Yeah. Yeah, meanwhile, maybe we can try to see the highlights, try to recall the highlights from today. What was maybe your the most memorable game from today?
Well, I really liked Badelka's game, of course. I mean, especially that she's able to pick up a win in the end, and it was a very nice combination which she showed in the opening stage. We see the final moves now. Knight actually goes to d6, of course, still good. I also have to shout out the game between Lela Javakhishvili and Nurgyul Salimova, which we haven't really had a closer look at, but before we did have sort of a review there.
Yeah, so definitely. And the three games which we're following up very closely is definitely Anna Muzychuk's game against Vaishali, which finished in a draw. Alexandra Kosteniuk, which also finished in a draw against Jiner. And Alexandra had a huge chance of winning against Jiner and also bringing Anna Muzychuk to the sole first place, which would help her also to get to the candidates tournament.
Absolutely. So yeah, in this position, Olga Badelka did go for knight d6 check. I think the winning plan has to be to bring the knight to d7. So even here, I think knight d4 back is probably the best way to do so. Again, f7 should be possible, but don't really like advancing that pawn just yet.
Yeah, that's...
So knight e4
so knight
back. Just knight e4, bring the knight here. Seems like the easiest way. But she did come from there.
Yeah,
so
that's kind of... Maybe she wants to go to f5 and then go to h4, I don't know.
But then all of a sudden there will be quite a few checks. Of course, you can blockade it with bishop d5. Also one possible way, but this knight definitely needs to go to some squares like g6 or d7.
Now Olga is trying to calculate to be precise, but now she's down 1 minute. She has to continue pushing that pawn and finding the best way how she can do it, yeah. And she goes for bishop d5.
Wasn't it the knight
No,
move?
it was bishop to d5. So what's the idea of bishop d5?
Yeah, just sort of a waiting move, I guess.
But anyway, you need the knight somewhere, like either on g6 or d7 or h7, you need the knight somewhere to attack the king from the f8 square to support the pawn push to the f8.
Maybe rook g1 now.
Rook g1.
And if king f5, there's going to be rook d1 at least. 30 seconds for Nana Dzagnidze.
She has to play a move. She has to decide what to do. Has to move the rook, either rook f2 or rook g1. But rook f2, after that knight e4 would come with a tempo, and then knight could be relocated to the c5 square. So rook e1 check has been played, and now bishop goes to the e4. Interesting. Don't understand the plan of Olga. What is she trying to do?
She wants to bring the king to g6. It's also one possible way of...
But now rook f1. You cannot move the knight. Rook g1 actually was
G1 on the board.
Okay, now king f5. Now it's maybe easier. So king goes to f5, then it goes to the g6 square. And
I'm not sure what Nana can play now.
yeah, because the problem is the king is trapped on f8, it cannot move anywhere. If it goes to g8, there could be bishop d5 check again, and f7 can be played. Maybe once again, we should remind our viewers that basically we have a winner of the tournament, which is Anna Muzychuk, but she wins together with Jiner, even though she's the first place, because in the direct encounter she did beat Jiner in the round number 2 of the final series of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. But unfortunately for Anna Muzychuk, Jiner has the same amount of points, and according to the rules, they are sharing their Grand Prix points for the first and second place. And that actually means that at the end, Anna is going to be third in the Grand Prix standings, which is not getting her a ticket to candidates.
Yeah, such a heartbreaking day it was for her, especially also considering that Alexandra Kosteniuk did have winning position. And if Alexandra Kosteniuk would have won the game against Jiner, then it would have been enough for Anna Muzychuk to qualify.
And we see also other standings so far. So we have Anna Muzychuk and Jiner in the first, second place. As we were mentioning, Zhongyi with 5.5 points on the third place. On the fourth is Vaishali Rameshbabu with 5 points, and then shared fifth to sixth place of Nana Dzagnidze and Mariya Muzychuk. Expected that she's going to lose this game, definitely. And on seventh and eighth place, Lela, Javakhishvili and Alexandra, Kosteniuk. And we see some moves on the board.
Now knight c4, so now I'm confident that this knight is going to find its way to e5, where it belongs.
Yeah, and then it's going to get to the d7 finally.
95 on the board.
95 happened.
We see mate in 27, 28, 29. Cannot decide.
Yeah.
Seems like it's mate in 28. Sounds convincing enough.
Yeah, for sure.
King g6 is about to come. Also knight d7 is there. Knight g6 is there.
Bishop d5, f7, knight e7, king g6. You can choose any move. So even if rook checks, king g6.
Yeah. F1 check, king g6.
Yeah, and after f7, knight d7 is going to be followed. So do we have a move? Nana Dzagnidze reaching for a piece. She's going rook f1, so king g6 is expected.
Yeah.
Immediately played by Austrian international master Olga Badelka. King g6 is on the board. Rook e1 now attacking the bishop.
And knight d7.
Yeah, knight e7, f7, f8 should seal the deal for white.
And probably we're going to see resignation in any moment. King e8 still played. Guess you can play f7 now.
You know,
maybe
f7
also bishop
and
f5.
Yeah, exactly. f7, actually, I was interested in the line f7, king d7. Can we actually play bishop f5 check?
Also
because
possible,
after
yeah.
king e7, there is king g7.
Yeah, that's also a nice way. Or you can also promote
yeah,
a
actually,
queen.
because you cannot. No,
And
no,
queen f5
then
is
rook
gonna
e6, yeah, and king.
pick up the
so-
rook.
She is defending the knight.
Yeah, we see bishop f5 on the board, also good enough because f7 is gonna come on the next move.
F7, F8, there is no way for Nana is to stop it. Most likely she's going to stop the clock at this point. At least that's what we are expecting to happen. It's definitely pretty upsetting to finish the tournament with a loss, but sometimes it happens, as you were mentioning. Sometimes someone has to lose. Sometimes it's a draw, but like in this case, there is a winner, there is a loser. I mean, Nana Dzagnidze, such an experienced player, she also had a good event so far. She had some unfortunate losses to Jiner, for example, but also, again, highlighting yesterday's round. With
against Nurgyul Salimova, that game was
incredible time travel.
Absolutely, yeah. I also still remember closely her win against Zhongyi, actually, which was a very, very nice game.
Yeah, definitely one of the highlights from her tournament, from her performance in this tournament. So we see H5 on the board.
Yeah.
So
F7 and F8 is going to come on the next move. I don't see any stalemate tricks, so now we see resignation.
The clock has been stopped. The resignation is there. Olga Badelka is winning her last game in the final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Austria. So it's officially, we can say officially, that the tournament has ended. What a day we had today. Final round, full of the action, full of excitement. We were literally on the edge of our seats when we had all this change in the position, the variation, especially between first that Zhongyi was winning against Mariya Muzychuk, then we saw suddenly Mariya Muzychuk is holding, and Alexandra Kosteniuk was able to get actually a winning position against Jiner. What an exciting day, Alex. Felix.
Yeah, absolutely. It was also sort of an emotional roller coaster, especially for Anna Muzychuk and all of her fans and supporters. It was just, such a shame in the end. Maybe we can actually see once again in her game, because there were a couple of interesting moments. It seemed like at one moment she did have quite a good chance to maybe play for a win. I mean, she was trying all the time and it seemed like she was very close. Actually, there was a big moment, as I can see now. We even missed that. HG apparently not the best move in this case.
Was there
maybe King H3 right away? Even something stronger, perhaps?
Or King
Again,
H1?
that would probably lead to this sort of endgame, which we at least thought to be winning after taking. Now apparently not anymore.
Wait a second, I have a question. Was there bishop takes g6 and no, not here. Instead of king h3, bishop takes g6 and h6? No. Okay.
Yeah, the pawn looks dangerous, but probably black is able to get in front of it, for example, like this.
Yeah, stopping it. But what was so... Maybe king f1?
King f1, queen d1?
Not working.
Also h6 doesn't seem to do much. I was also often thinking about including c3 in some cases, but black doesn't even have to take, like even queen c5 could be possible.
Yeah, for sure. What could be a move actually here?
Yeah, it's difficult because hg looks so logical. And apart from that, king h3 seems like it's sort of the only possible move here.
Yeah, definitely not.
Cannot seem to find it. Should we take a hint, perhaps?
Yeah, I would guess. I mean, I think we're all so tired already, so we cannot even. We cannot find. So king. But wait,
so king
we
h3
were looking at king
is in fact the move, but then the evaluation drops once again.
Okay, strange.
Yeah, so this endgame is probably good enough. Also here, king g4 important for some reason.
Ah, very nice. Okay.
And
okay,
h6
evaluation
in
is
some cases, yeah, it's a very, very difficult endgame in general to understand.
Yeah. That was the only basically chance for Anna to go into this endgame at some moment, which she didn't find, and after she basically played this c4 move, it was already it was already over. And
Yeah, here King H3 was probably sort of one of the last chances again to try and reach this opposite color bishop endgame.
you have such an interesting endgame. With,
Yeah, still not so clear. Probably it was winning, that was sort of our final verdict, but being able to understand the differences, especially with the pawn being on c2 and on c4, apparently there was a huge difference. Not easy at all, especially in a practical game, even for us in our comfortable chess here. Not easy to understand why it is winning with the pawn on c2, or could be winning with the pawn on c2.
Yeah, and after a couple of moves, there has been a repetition, threefold repetition of the moves after c4. There was some bishop d5, bishop e4, king g1, king g2, steps back, step forward, king f1, king g2, and yeah, after a couple of moves repeating, Vaishali managed to highlight that there was a threefold repetition and the game ended in a draw here. So yeah, unfortunate result definitely for Anna Muzychuk, but that's still a win of the tournament, getting the first place, and yeah, really exciting. And of course for Jiner, getting her spot in the candidates, and yeah, probably Alexandra Grechkina was also on the edge of her seat today, watching all the action we had, all the changes in evaluation, and probably she was also, yeah, a bit stressed, but luckily to her,
Absolutely,
it all turned out in the best possible scenario. So those are two players who are getting spots, first two spots in the candidates tournament.
Jiner, one of the people to get the ticket to the candidates tournament, as well as Alexandra Goryachkina, who was not participating in this event but has had very impressive results in the previous legs of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
Yeah, she had some shared first place in one of the legs, so yeah, she was playing pretty impressive. And okay, Jiner again highlighting her performance in the final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, first losing first two games, then scoring 5 out of 5, then playing draw, and today surviving with half a point, even though it was probably enough for her even to lose the game.
Even one round before the end, it was clear that Jiner was able to get the ticket already for the candidates tournament. So what an incredible comeback by her. Once again, losing the first two games, but then coming back with 5 wins in a row. We see already.
We have some already pumping champagne. Yes, so.
And we do have our last interview. Milan is in the studio with Austrian #1, Olga Badelka. Milan, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Last game, last interview of the Women's Grand Prix here in Austria and the Women's Grand Prix season and all. And we have Olga Badelka joining us, the Austrian rep who finished the tournament with scoring an important victory against Nana Dzagnidze. Olga, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
I see you're still thinking about the game. You want to show us the critical position here. It was a very sharp game, very intense game. Show us what you're thinking
Yeah, this
about.
bishop e6 move, I don't remember. But what I played, I thought like it was in my file somehow, these sacrifices, so... But it was apparently in a different position, but anyways, like kind of
This was all within your preparation?
No, after bishop e6 I already didn't know, but... Yeah, the idea was the same, so I just decided to play the same what I thought, basically, yeah. And yeah, because, here, it's not that bad for Belk, so we played, yes, something like that, and somehow you defense, yes, I don't know. Okay, it's complicated, whatever, but she just, played this c5 move, and, okay, she was scared, I understand, I know that, like, the open line and everything, it just seems like it's crashing, and these pieces are not really playing, and okay, but after this c5 move, I think I played quite well, maybe. I don't know. I was so proud of my bishop e4 move, because I, provoked this one. Anyway, like I'm provoking something, so then I can use it. So now all the time you cannot really like exchange of bishops, and okay, I just killing checkmate, whatever. So yeah, I was like, okay. Bishop e4 smart. And then, slowly, but surely,
So you advanced, she was holding.
Okay, just, she can't do anything, I'm just controlling all the squares, all the center and everything. okay, it was a long game after all, yeah, but okay, my technique was not very good after, but okay, it's like still enough, yeah. It's like kind of boring position to play. It's like, okay, I was like decided to take all the spawns, so
Still, it lasted for quite a few moves. Were you at any point here concerned in this after this?
No, I mean, no. Okay, I was focused, but no. How this position even I probably won't spoil. I mean, how it's possible to spoil? I don't know if you blunder. Then some ideas like, okay, you can blunder. What can you blunder here? Then let's say, whatever. Yeah, you can blunder mate. Like probably the only idea how you can lose the game.
Okay.
And
so I think some people are already celebrating your victory here in the end,
yeah.
at the end of the tournament. So it's great. So let's just talk briefly. You played in 2 Grand Prix, in 2 tournaments in this Grand Prix. How was your experience? Were you happy? Good.
Not really happy, but the finish was kind of okay. So I scored both of them like 3.5 points, I guess. So the last one I was like first rounds I was so struggling, no practice, nothing. Later on I started to play well in the end. And here it was so shaky, like almost every single game. Too complicated.
But you get a lot of experience and you had a good time overall.
Yeah, the place is amazing, yeah.
Indeed it was. Well, congratulations on your victory again and best of luck in the other turns come. That's it. Final interview, all done for me. Thank you so much for following us and hope you enjoyed it. Thank you. Back to you, studio.
Thank you so much, Milan, for this final interview of the final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-25. Yeah, we had a lot of exciting games, a lot of action. Huge thanks to, first of all, the players for putting up such an amazing show, to the organizers of the tournament, Michael Stöttinger. Also, we had a huge team. We had also arbiters team here. Everyone was working so nicely. So also, Milan, thank you for all the interviews you've been taking. And also behind the scenes, we also have a lot of people working behind this broadcast. Huge thanks for them to putting up such an amazing work. And thank you so much, Felix, for being the host for the most of the event and showing us such a nice moves on the board.
Yeah, thank you, Angelica. It was a real pleasure. Also, thank you to all of the people, as you mentioned, behind the scenes who put in so much work, and it's not often really noticed, actually, how much work and effort they put into it. And I can only say everything back. It was a pleasure to host the event with you. And again, thanks to all the viewers who have been watching. So thank you, everyone, and goodbye.